C1403 Ancient Secrets. Why? Seeing the disappointed look on Han Zhao's face, Tan Yuntian sighed heavily, and sat helplessly on the futon beside him. After a while, he continued with a solemn face. Do you know how difficult it is for a chosen one to appear among the magic sealers? As long as you can grow up, you will at least become an existence like the Duanyuan war god. With the unique skills of our demon sealing master, it will even be stronger than him. Even existences at the level of demon lords can be easily suppressed. But now, how could you do this? While Tan Yuntian was complaining, he suddenly thought of what happened in the deadly silent cave. He couldn't help but feel shocked and asked quickly, Is possible that you met the Abyss Demon Lord in the Abyss?
No.
Xiao Han shook his head and said in a deep voice with a bitter look on his face, I didn't expect that such a thing would happen when I went to the Abyss. But now that it's like this, it's useless to regret it anymore. The most important thing now is whether there is any way to replenish the lost power of luck. Is there really no way at all? Hey! Tan Yuntian sighed heavily again and said in a deep voice, The power given by God cannot be touched by mortals. Since it's gone forever. After replying weakly, he suddenly remembered an ancient book he had read and the talisman on it, and he couldn't help but hesitated and said, But, hey! As he said this, Tan Yuntian sighed heavily again, and then fell silent. But in Xiao Han's eyes, this scene was his only hope of regaining a hundredfold reward. He hurriedly asked, It's nothing, please tell me. Quickly. What do you say? What is there to say? Tan Yuntian retorted angrily and continued, I have warned you before, but you don't know how to be careful, and now you know you are anxious. But that was just a failed attempt in ancient times. What's the use of saying it? Whether it's useful or not, you have to say it first. Xiao Han did not intend to give up and continued to ask, even if it is a failed attempt after all it has been tried before. If we can improve it, we might be successful. Oh, successful? Tan Yuntian laughed at himself and said slowly, I also want to succeed, but this is simply impossible. But looking at you like this, it seems like you won't give up if you don't. Tell me. Okay, then I will tell you what our ancestors of the demon sealers did in the distant ancient times. After a moment of silence, Tan Yuntian recalled what was recorded in the book, and continued softly, The inheritance of our demon sealing master is relatively complete. So there are many ancient books from ancient times that have been completely preserved. According to ancient records, in the distant ancient times, there was once a chosen son who was demonized by demonic energy and completely fell into the abyss. His rebellion almost caused the complete defeat of the allied forces on the ground. Even though a few abyss demon lords who rushed out of the ground were finally sealed, the orcs, dwarves, and elves were completely wiped out because of him. The traitorous chosen one? Xiao Han interrupted curiously and immediately opened his mouth to ask, Is there any record in the ancient books about who betrayed the alliance of 10,000 races? Tan Yuntian nodded in response and continued in a deep voice, It's Gambayo, the king of the dwarves. Because of the blessing of the power of luck, his strength is very terrifying, even comparable to the dragon god at that time. It is said that a total of 3 war gods participated in that battle, and our demon-sealing master also sent 5 demigods and 10 emperor-level masters to participate in that siege. Although he was killed in the end, the losses were extremely heavy. Although there were no losses to the god of war-level beings, 3 of the 5 demigods died, and half of the 10 emperors also perished because of that battle. In order to make up for the losses and supplement the lack of combat power, someone proposed to forcibly strip the power of destiny from the dwarf king's body and deprive him of his identity as the chosen one. So, this is the method you said? Xiao Han's eyes flickered, and he immediately asked impatiently, Since it failed, does it mean that the power of luck was not successfully stripped out? No, the power of luck has been successfully stripped away. A look of yearning flashed in Tan Yuntian's eyes, and he continued in a deep voice. Although our demon sealing master suffered heavy losses in that battle, we still have 1 god of war, 2 demigods, and 5 emperors. Depriving the power of luck is decided before the battle. And our ancestors of the demon sealers also successfully put their ideas into action and deprived them of the power of fate. But since it has been successfully deprived, a new carrier must be found as soon as possible. Carrier? Xiao Han repeated in a low voice, guessing. So, there is a problem with the choice of carrier. Tan Yuntian nodded in response, and continued with emotion on his face. Originally, the carrier was chosen to be the contemporary dragon god of the dragon clan. Its strength is already extremely powerful. If it can be blessed by the power of luck, it can definitely go further. But at that time it was entangled by the Abyss Lord of the 8th floor and could not get out at all. Once the power of the steam transport is stripped away, it will quickly dissipate. The ancestors had no time to wait, so they could only inject it into the body of the Orc King, who was in good condition and strong enough. But who would have thought that it would fail in the end? Failed, Xiao Han said with a gloomy face, and immediately asked, what exactly caused the final failure? The power given by God is not so easy to bear. Tan Yuntian's face flashed with emotion, and he immediately continued. That is, even though the Orc King's body was extremely strong, he couldn't bear it. If it hadn't exploded and died, it would have chosen to die with the Abyss Lord of the 8th floor, seriously injuring him. Then the dragon god took the opportunity to seal it, otherwise it would be hard to say whether the world would still be like this now. Exploded and died? Xiao Han's eyes flashed with a solemn look, but he thought to himself, it seems that the way to replenish the power of luck is to deprive others of their power of luck. If the risk of explosion can be solved, wouldn't it be possible to combine 100 times the strength, 100 times the damage, 100 times the physical strength, and 100 times the agility and other talents in one person? #C1404SPY1. With such a thought in mind, Xiao Han's eyes lit up instantly. As for the so-called explosion, he could no longer care about it at this time, and hurriedly asked, Master, is there any record in that ancient book on how to deprive others of their luck? Why? Do you want to deprive others of their luck? A cold light flashed in Tan Yuntian's eyes, and after thinking for a while he said coldly with a look of sudden realization, I forgot that the little guy named Zhan Tian also has the power of luck in his body. Your relationship seems to be good. Do you want to attack him? He and I are brothers. How could I attack him? Feeling that Tan Yuntian's tone was a little unfriendly, Xiao Han hurriedly explained, people with the power of luck, and he is not the only one. Even if it is someone else, it won't work. Tan Yuntian said in a deep voice, and immediately said with a serious face, not to mention that the attempt has failed. Even if it has not failed, I can't let you do this. The power of luck is exhausted, and you are now useless. I can't let you harm other chosen sons again, otherwise the probability of blocking this demon disaster will not exceed 10%. Xiao Han was stunned for a moment, and didn't know what to do for a while, but he continued to explain, it's not like that, Master, you misunderstood. I want to get that method, not to harm the chosen son. You just said that the power of luck will actually be consumed, but it will slowly recover over time. As long as you only take 20% to 30% of the luck of others, then both me and the person being robbed can recover. Yes, it can be recovered. Tan Yuntian nodded and said in a deep voice, but once the talisman is used, it will plunder all the luck. There is no possibility of plundering only 20% to 30%. It doesn't matter. We can just improve it. Xiao Han still didn't give up and continued to persuade. Wait until the demonic disaster comes. After that, it is completely different with one more chosen son. He, improve it? Tan Yuntian laughed speechlessly, and immediately said, You said it lightly. Is it you who will change it or me? In the distant ancient times, there were 10 emperor-level magic sealers who participated in the research of the talisman. In addition, there was a war god and 5 demigods. They jointly researched the talisman. Do you think I, an emperor, have the qualifications and ability to modify the talisman they researched? After being so criticized, Xiao Han couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, but couldn't say anything to refute. Tan Yuntian looked at Han Xiao with a look of regret on his face, and continued, Without the blessing of the power of luck, your potential will indeed be much weaker than before. But there is no need to worry too much. Even without the blessing of the power of luck, there are many humans who have cultivated to the realm of war gods. You are a demon sealer, and your strength will be stronger than that of ordinary gods. It is best not to have the idea of depriving others of their power of luck. I will not allow you to do so. Now go and call Zhan Tian and everyone who went to the Dead Silence Cave last time. Got it, Xiao Han said in a deep voice, and immediately signaled to Jiang Xiaoyun beside him, asking him to notify Zhan Tian, Jiangzhe, Fu Qingji, and others. However, when it comes to the Dead Silence Cave, his heart can't help but click, and he immediately has a bad premonition. Seeing Tan Yuntian's solemn expression, he immediately asked, What happened? In the Dead Silence Cave. What else could happen? The Abyss Demon Lord broke the seal and came out. Tan Yuntian said in a deep voice, and continued with a gloomy face. With the 100 Revolutions Shenyuan pill, I have successfully broken through to the Emperor level. I wanted to go there to continue guarding for a while, but I found that the ice sculptures that served as the center of the formation were all violently destroyed. And the Abyss Demon Lord, who was suppressed under the 9 Abyss Soul refining formation, has now escaped. That place is extremely hidden, and there is a barrier at the entrance that I set up. Ordinary people can't get in at all, but now such a thing has happened. It must be the work of spies. So there must be spies from the demon clan among the people you called last time. Spy, Xiao Han repeated in a low voice. Although he was very shocked in his heart, he couldn't believe what Tan Yuntian said. Because the people he called to the Dead Silence Cave were all players who entered here from the outside world. Even if they were demonized, they would only die and would not become spies of the Abyss Demon Clan. But he had no way to explain this matter, and he couldn't explain it clearly. However, if he wanted to find the spies of the Demon Clan, he only needed to go to the Dead Silence Cave, which was not a difficult thing for him. Thinking of this in his heart, Xiao Han said directly, There is no need to call my friends over. There is no possibility of spies of the Demon Clan among them. Heh, are you so sure? Tan Yuntian sneered with an ugly face, and continued. There is no spy among them. Could it be that the spy is me? No, how could you be a spy? Xiao Han didn't know how to explain at this moment, and hurriedly said, Don't worry. I know who the spy is. Do you know who the spy is? A hint of doubt flashed across Tan Yuntian's eyes, and his face instantly became solemn. He asked in a deep voice, You know, how do you know? Then tell me, who is the spy? Hey, I don't know yet. Seeing that Tan Yuntian didn't believe him, Xiao Han hurriedly explained, The spiritual source in the Dead Silence Cave has already possessed wisdom no less than that of humans. As long as we go and find that spiritual source, we will know who destroyed the array spirit source, a spiritual source that has already gained spiritual intelligence. Tan Yuntian said with surprise, and then immediately said, angrily, Why didn't you tell me earlier? It's useless to say this now. If I knew that the ice attribute spiritual source had already given birth to spiritual intelligence, I would have broken through directly in the dead silence cave. A spiritual source with spiritual intelligence, and a dragon vein spiritual source above level 7. Do you think the Abyss Demon Lord will not dig it out and take it away when he breaks the seal? Yes, but it can't be taken away, Xiao Han said very confidently, but saw that Tan Yuntian looked unconvinced. He hesitated for a moment and had to continue to explain. I know that even if the dragon vein level spiritual source has spiritual intelligence, it cannot move in the spiritual vein. As long as there is time, it is not too difficult to find it. And last time I dug a cave that leads directly to the spiritual source there. Even if it was blocked later, the traces of excavation are still there. So once the Abyss Demon Lord breaks the seal, he will definitely find a way to take away the spiritual source. But what I want to say is that the ice-attributed spiritual source in the Dead Silence Cave is not just a dragon vein level spiritual source. The Abyss Demon Lord cannot find it. Not just a dragon vein level spiritual source? Tan Yuntian repeated in a low voice, his eyes full of disbelief, and muttered to himself. If it is not a dragon vein level spiritual source, could it be a divine vein level spiritual source? Hashtag C1405 Spy 2. In the distant ancient times, someone once tried to upgrade the 9th level dragon vein to the legendary divine vein. However, due to the sudden invasion of the demons, the plan failed. Even the spiritual source was directly shattered. Even the 9th level peak spiritual source that was about to be promoted to the divine vein could not move freely in the dragon vein, otherwise it would not be shattered. Since the spiritual source in the dead cave could not be taken away, it could only be upgraded to the divine vein. But how is this possible? The ancient Emperor Azadas could not even do this, and the concentration of spiritual energy in the world now is far from comparable to that in ancient times. Even the 7th level dragon vein may have completely disappeared, so how could a divine vein appear? Seeing that Han Xiao in front of him had no intention of denying it, Tan Yuntian couldn't help but whisper to himself. Could it be that there is really a divine vein over there in the Dead Silence Cave? But logically speaking, this doesn't make sense at all. If there is a divine spiritual vein in the abyss, there is still a slight possibility, but the Dead Silence Cave does not have this condition at all. Divine spiritual vein, there is actually a divine spiritual vein over there. Muttering softly, Tan Yuntian asked seriously, are you sure that the spiritual vein over there is really a divine spiritual vein? Yeah. Xiao Han nodded in response. There was no need to continue hiding it at this time, so he admitted directly. If you don't believe it, you can come with me to take a look. I think it should not have left the Dead Silence Cave yet, and then we will know everything. But Tan Yuntian's face flashed with hesitation, and he asked with a puzzled look. But even the Abyss Demon Lord can't find it. How can you find that God-level spiritual source? I have what it needs. Xiao Han flipped his hand and took out a level 5 dark attribute spiritual source, said in a deep voice. When the God-level spiritual vein was promoted, it did not absorb enough energy. So now it needs this thing very much. And the reason why I ventured into the abyss is not only for the dust of time but also for this thing. If it cannot absorb enough energy in the future, it may even drop in rank. Drop in rank, Tan Yuntian said in a low voice, with a face full of emotion. No wonder when I came out of the Dead Silence Cave, there was no living creature within 100 miles. Even the plants all over the mountains and fields were directly drained of vitality, so that's the case. If there is a God-level spiritual source that happens to be promoted in the Dead Silence Cave, it is not surprising that this phenomenon occurs. Thinking about some unsolvable problems, Tan Yuntian nodded and said, that's good. Then let's go to the Dead Silence Cave to take a look. I want to see who is the spy of the demon clan. As he said, a cold murderous intent flashed across his face, and then he couldn't wait to get up and walk directly out the door. Seeing this, Xiao Han also stood up quickly and ran after him. For convenience, the teleportation array on the side of the Dead Silence Cave has not been dismantled, and there is also a level 7 teleportation array on the side of Beha City, so it is actually very convenient to go there. With a flash of light, the two disappeared. When they appeared again, they were already standing in an ice cave surrounded by ice. After stepping down from the teleportation array, Xiao Han immediately looked around and asked in a deep voice, "Should we go to Iceland first or find the divine vein first?" "Find the divine vein first." Tan Yuntian thought for a while and continued, "I have already visited Iceland. The 9 Abyss Soul Refining Array has been completely destroyed. It won't be too late to go there and take a look after we figure out who is the spy of the demon clan." "Okay, I'll listen to you," Xiao Han replied in a low voice, and immediately took out 2 level 5 dark attribute spiritual sources and then shouted loudly, "I have brought the spiritual sources you want. If you are still here, come out quickly." The roar echoed in the slightly closed ice cave and spread quickly to both sides of the passage, which also made Tan Yuntian's eyes flash with surprise. It has only been less than a month since they separated, and Han Xiao actually found 2 spiritual sources. Even if there are more spiritual sources in the abyss than on the ground, it is impossible for these spiritual sources to be everywhere. More importantly, even if the spiritual vein is found, it is definitely not something that can be done in a short time to dig out the spiritual source inside. Just like in this dead cave, in order to find the ice attribute spiritual source that is about to run out, Han Xiao dug in the belly of this mountain for almost half a month. This guy, it's a pity. Tan Yuntian sighed in his heart and couldn't help thinking, if the effect of the talisman is not so overbearing, I can teach him. Unfortunately, although the inheritance of the demon sealer has not been cut off, the strength it possesses is only 1 in 100. Even if all the demon sealers from all over the place are gathered together, no one has the ability to change the talismans left by the ancestors. This abyss demon lord has also broken the seal and come out. I don't know what consequences it will cause. While thinking this in my heart, the call in my ear rang again. I have brought the spiritual source you want. If you are still here, come out quickly. The roar of the round voice continued to echo in the ice cave, but the divine vein still did not appear. Even though Tan Yuntian was a little anxious, he could not say much. At this time, Xiao Han frowned slightly and whispered, "Is it that the energy of these 2 level 5 spiritual sources is too weak to attract the attention of the divine vein? Or has it left here after the Abyss Demon Lord's action?" Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han instinctively felt that the divine vein should still be here, and he took it out of his backpack again. The next second, a level 7 spiritual source with light attribute appeared in his palm. Tan Yuantian, who was waiting on the side, glared with his eyes and shouted in disbelief, "Dragon vein level spiritual source, it is actually a dragon vein level spiritual source. Where did you find this level of spiritual source?" "Before guarding here, I almost ran all over the land of Jiuzhou. Except for some sealed places where there are spiritual veins, there are no spiritual veins or even ground veins in other places. Your spiritual source is level 7. Could it be found in the abyss?" "Yes." Xiao Han nodded and continued, "If I hadn't been seriously injured, I would have found more than 1 level 7 spiritual source. But how is this possible?" Tan Yuntian still didn't believe it, and asked, with a puzzled face, "Even if you find a spiritual source in the abyss, shouldn't it be of dark attribute? Other attributes are impossible, but light attributes are not necessarily." When Tan Yuntian was full of doubts, a voice came from the rock wall, and then a colorful figure flashed and appeared in front of Xiao Han. And his eyes were fixed on the 7th level spiritual source. Hashtag C1406 Spy 3. You are finally here. Seeing the God-level spiritual source finally appear, Xiao Han exhaled lightly and said in a deep voice, I haven't seen you for a long time and I thought, you left here. Leave. The 7-colored wandering dragon shook his head lightly and said, bitterly, I want to leave, but where can I go if I leave here? Without the cover of the spiritual vein, my speed is very slow. The Abyss Demon Lord who broke free from the seal is a complete lunatic. If I hadn't run fast enough, I might have been caught by him. Abyss Demon Lord? Due to his trust in the God-level spiritual vein, Xiao Han actually didn't quite believe that the Abyss Demon Lord had broken free from the suppression of the 9 Abyss Soul Refining Formation. But when the 7-colored wandering dragon also confirmed the news, he couldn't help but believe it. Thinking that there was still a chance to kill it, 1,000 alpaca horses galloped through his mind in an instant, and he couldn't help but ask in a deep voice, when I left, didn't you say that you could suppress it? What is going on now? Why did the Abyss Demon Lord break the seal? Speaking of this, I still want to ask you. The 7-colored dragon looked at the 7-level spirit source with some envy, but he also knew that now was not the time to talk about this. Then he looked at the silent Tan Yuntian on the side and said angrily, although I am not in my peak state now, it is still very easy to suppress the Abyss Demon Lord with the help of the 9 Abyss Soul Refining. Even if a few Emperor-level demons come, don't think about saving it from here. It's all your damn apprentice's fault. She got more than 100 demons from somewhere, including more than a dozen Emperor-level demons. My apprentice? The sudden accusation made Tan Yuntian stunned for a moment, and his eyes couldn't help but look at Xiao Han. When the colorful dragon saw this scene, he immediately said angrily, what are you looking at him for? I'm talking about your female apprentice and a slave girl named Xiao Wu. If it weren't for the two of them, how could the Abyss Demon Lord escape? I repaired those ice sculptures when they were smashed. They had come here once before, but they finally retreated helplessly. But 3 days ago they brought more than 100 helpers here and I can't do anything about it. Lu Yen? Are you talking about Lu Yen? Tan Yuntian's face froze suddenly, and he quickly retorted, impossible, this is impossible. She can't be a spy of the demon clan. Yenner was raised by me. She can't be a spy of the demon clan. Humph. Do I have to lie to you? The colorful dragon snorted coldly and continued, I have recorded what they did here, why don't you take a look for yourself? As he spoke, the colorful dragon's tail swung gently, and almost at the same time, a picture appeared directly on the transparent ice wall beside him. Although the image in the ice wall was not very clear, it was still possible to vaguely see that the 2 black-robed figures who were attacking the milky white light shield with all their strength were Lu Yen and Xiao Wu. As the image changed, the light shield could not withstand the pressure and collapsed directly, and the 2 figures also flew to the ice island one after another and began to attack the ice sculpture as the center of the formation without any hesitation. But their strength was a little weak, and they could not smash the ice sculpture directly with one blow. Although some broken ice also flew out of the ice sculpture, it could even be clearly seen that the neck of the ice sculpture was directly missing half. But the next second it recovered instantly. As the image continued to flow, the 2 saw that they could not smash the ice sculpture, and turned away without any hesitation. And when they appeared next time, they were followed by densely packed Abyss Demon Lords. Even Xiao Han saw a familiar figure among them, as a large number of Abyss Demons began to attack the ice sculpture. Even though the ice sculpture was still repairing quickly, it only lasted less than 10 seconds and could not keep up with the speed of destruction. Then, an evil creature with a height of only 2 or 3 meters, covered with black bone spurs and 4 arms, appeared in the ice wall. As soon as it escaped from under the ice, it killed an emperor-level headless knight in seconds. Then the 7 or 8 centimeter mouth suddenly opened, and then expanded into a huge mouth that was twice as large as its body. At the same time, not only did it reveal the dense black teeth in its mouth, but it also swallowed the headless knight who was more than 5 meters tall. In one bite, then the picture on the ice wall turned into a killing mode. One demon after another in just 2 or 3 minutes, more than 100. Abyss demons who had been rescued were eaten up. Only Xiao Wu and Lu Yen, who were wearing black robes, were still standing quietly in the same place. After the Abyss demon lord burped with satisfaction, he directly knocked open the hard ice wall on the side, looking for something like a madman. At this time, Xiao Han also understood. Presumably, the Abyss demon lord must have sensed the existence of the 7-colored dragon and not only wanted to find it and take it away but also wanted to vent the anger that had been suppressed here for all these years. However, although it was powerful, it had no way to find the 7-colored dragon that could swim freely in the spirit vein, and finally had to retreat helplessly. Seeing the picture in the ice wall slowly disappear, Xiao Han couldn't help but mutter, "How is it possible? How could senior sister betray?" Even though he saw this scene with his own eyes, he still didn't want to believe it. Tan Yuntian, who was standing by, had lost his former brilliance in his eyes, and said in a lost voice, "How is it possible? How could she betray me?" Demon sealers often come into contact with the Abyss Demon Clan, although there is a great risk of being demonized. But in order to reduce this possibility, I have long collected various precious materials that specifically restrain demonic energy and specially built a set of demon-suppressing suits for her. Even if you accidentally encounter an Emperor-level Abyss Demon Clan, there is no way to force her to be demonized. "Hey, she is not forcibly demonized," Chitsai Yulong said in a low voice, and, while looking at Xiao Han, he said in a deep voice, "She has a heart demon, and then was taken advantage of." "Inner demon?" Tan Yuntian immediately raised his head, and also turned to look at Xiao Han, and then asked with a look of astonishment, "Could it be that the inner demon you are talking about is this bastard?" "It should be him," Chitsai Yulong replied, and continued, "Anyway, listening to the tone of their voices, it is probably this meaning." And the one called Lu Yen also said that when she becomes stronger, she will capture this Han Xiao into the abyss to be his wife. Present? 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 Hearing such an answer, Xiao Han was a little confused at this time. He didn't know that rejecting Lu Yen would actually lead to such a consequence. Pop! At this time, Tan Yuntian slapped him and shouted angrily, "I taught you, Liang Peiyuan Gong, so that you and Yenner could practice it together, but you actually rejected her. If you two practice it together, not only will your strength improve rapidly, but your cooperation will also become more and more tacit. And she has a pretty face and a good figure. It's not an exaggeration to say that she is 1 in a million. What's wrong with her? Why do you have to force her to the demon clan?" Xiao Han wanted to explain a few words, but he couldn't say anything at this time. Just before this, Guohuai, Jiangzhe, Jiang Xiaoyun and others were also teleported here, and just happened to hear such a hot news. #C1407 Something happened. "Let me go. Lu Yen has been demonized?" Hearing such news, Guohuai whispered in shock, then immediately looked to his side and muttered in a low voice, "It's just an NPC, but he fell in love with a player. Now not only does love lead to hatred, but I even rescued the Abyss Demon Lord. This is the first time I know that the game can be played like this. This story is too bloody. No, this is not just a game." Seeing Tan Yuntian still beating Xiao Han, Fu Chengji said in a deep voice. After thinking for a while, he immediately said in a deep voice, "You also knew the origin of the black and white helmet some time ago. Although this seems to be just a game, it was not developed by humans. Although Lu Yan's rebellion doesn't seem to be a big deal, the Abyss Demon Lord who was suppressed here has been released and we don't know what the consequences will be. Probably, there shouldn't be any serious consequences. Guohuai glanced at Zhang Xiaoyun beside him and continued, "It's nothing more than a demonic disaster coming and the abyssal demons rushing out of the abyss again. Wouldn't it be better that way? We don't have to go find the boss ourselves." "Hey, it's not as simple as you said." Zhang Zhe sighed solemnly and said with worry, "Now I give you an emperor-level boss. Can you kill it alone? If the abyss demons break out of the ground at this time, do you think they will be so aggressive as to challenge you in a duel? If we fail to stop the abyss demons, what will be the consequences, and will these consequences be implicated in reality?" After saying that, he also looked at Zhang Xiaoyun aside and whispered, "In fact, I have also heard about the things in Stormwind City. Xiao Han wants to protect you. I can understand that. But there is really no need for you to be jealous of a character in the game. And with Xiao Han's current strength, he shouldn't belong to you alone. The world is different now than it was 10 years ago. We need top beast shifters like him to breed more talented offspring." I know," Zhang Xiaoyun said sadly, and continued in a low voice, "In fact, I have never objected to women's matters. It's just that he hasn't had this intention, so I can't force him to find one. And he asked me to help with Lu Yan's matter. I didn't expect it would have such serious consequences." "Hey!" Zhang Zhe sighed heavily and said helplessly, "Yeah, who would have thought that things would develop to this point? It's too late to say anything now. I just hope that the Abyss Demon Lord's escape will not cause any serious consequences. Otherwise, I really can't say what will happen next. Probably, there shouldn't be any serious consequences."
Jiang Xiaoyun
whispered and continued, "It's just an Abyss Demon Lord, and it's an Abyss Demon Lord who has been suppressed for nearly 10,000 years. As long as we can find it, we can suppress it again. There are 13 Emperor-level golden unicorns on the other side of the Abyss Passage, as well as a Holy Spirit-level Unicorn King. We are now fully capable of suppressing it again before it causes serious consequences. It's easy to say, but it's not that simple." Thinking of the group of Emperor-level golden unicorns, Zhang Zhe's face became slightly better, but he still continued, "Now that the Abyss Demon Lord has escaped and it's not easy to find. And more importantly, the Jiuan Soul refining array inside has been completely destroyed. Forget it. Let's not talk about this." Seeing that the furious Tan Yuntian had stopped, Zhang Zhe whispered, "You still have to listen to them on what to do next." "Yeah." Zhang Xiaoyun responded and said nothing more. Xiao Han, who was not far away, said with a pair of panda eyes and a solemn face, "Master, don't worry. Even if the senior sister has been demonized, I will definitely save her." "Rescue him?" Tan Yuntian's eyes flashed with anger, and he shouted with disbelief, "No matter how I save him, he has been demonized. How can he be saved?" "You can be saved even if you can't be saved," Xiao Han said with a murderous look on his face, and continued, "Even if I fight into the abyss, I will save her. And I'm an alchemist, so I can always think of a way. Just you." Tan Yuntian still had a look of disbelief on his face, and said bitterly, "Not to mention the Demon Lord of the Abyss, even the Emperor level. Demons are no match for you. What's more, above the Emperor and below the Demon Lord, there is a ferocious beast that is equivalent to a demigod. What can you do to save her?" Xiao Han wanted to retort, but when he thought that the hundredfold reward was gone, he was not so confident. But although Lu Yan is an NPC, he is possessed by him. So no matter whether we can save it or not, we must work hard in this direction. With this thought in his mind, Xiao Han saw the colorful dragon still staring at the spiritual source in his hand, and couldn't help but secretly thought, "Soon, I will be able to break through the limit of level 130. Even if there is no 100-fold reward, there is still iron-blooded charge. As long as we can upgrade it to LV9 and form an elite team of 1,000 people, even if we encounter a ferocious beast, what does it matter? And the talisman that plunders the power of luck, no matter what, we must find a way to get it. And if we want to get the talisman, we must first let Tan Yuntian know that, even without the power of luck, my promotion speed is not slow. After thinking this through, Xiao Han no longer hesitated. He flicked his finger slightly, and the 7th level light attribute spiritual source flew directly to the colorful dragon. After it was bitten in his mouth, he said in a deep voice, I have found the spiritual source you want for you. As he said that, he threw 2 level 5 dark attribute spiritual sources together and then immediately continued. Now I need you to help 3 people break through the current realm. That's no problem. The 7-colored dragon wrapped the 2 flying spiritual sources with its tail and said excitedly, but you have to wait 2 days for me to absorb these spiritual sources. Wait a minute, what do you mean? Hearing that the divine vein can directly help people advance, Tan Yuntian said in disbelief. By absorbing a spiritual source, you can help people advance directly. Humph! What's so difficult about this? The 7-colored dragon chuckled and continued, if you can find a level 9 spiritual source, I can also immediately promote you to a demigod. How is this possible? Even if the divine vein directly admitted it, Tan Yuntian still looked unbelievable. At this time, the crystal light flashed again on the teleportation array behind him, and then a figure was teleported over. Seeing Xiao Han not far away, he quickly shouted, oh no! A golden unicorn has come from Beha City, and there is an accident in the Abyss Passage. #C1408 Divine Beast Attributes. Seeing Jin on the teleportation array with an anxious look on his face, Jiangzhe could not help but be stunned for a moment. But he immediately reacted and muttered in disbelief. Something happened to the Abyss Channel. But how is this possible? There are 13 Emperor-level golden unicorns over there. What's more, there is a unicorn king who is equivalent to a demigod. How could something go wrong in the Abyss Channel? At this time, after hearing the conversation between Xiao Han and Tan Yuntian, he already knew that above the Emperor, it was not the Holy Spirit he thought, but the existence equivalent to a demigod and a fierce beast. And with a demigod and 13 Emperor-level golden unicorns, that place should be as stable as a mountain. With such doubts in his mind, he asked anxiously without waiting for Xiao Han and Tan Yuntian to speak. What's going on? Tell me clearly. I don't know. Jin took a deep breath and continued to count. The unicorn just teleported here, left only a few words, and then teleported back. The Abyss Passage seems to be very dangerous, and it is in a hurry to go back to help. And there is a wound more than 10 centimeters deep on its chest. You can almost see the internal organs inside, and the demonic energy has been eroding the wound. Almost every second, a blood-colored injury of up to 2 billion will appear. The battle situation over there does not seem to be optimistic. Could it be? Hearing such news, Jiangzhe suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. While looking at Xiao Han, he guessed with a serious face. Could it be that the Abyss Demon Lord went to the Abyss Channel? Yes. Xiao Han nodded gently and continued in a deep voice. It is indeed possible, but now is not the time to discuss this. Since there is danger over there, we must go there to support immediately. As he said this, Xiao Han immediately looked at Tan Yuntian, who was shocked, and then said with a serious face, Master, let's talk about the matter of senior sister later. When the matter over there in the Abyss Channel is resolved, I will definitely give you an explanation. Okay. Tan Yuntian nodded in response. At this time, he was still very curious about the 13 Emperor-level golden unicorns and a demigod-level unicorn king over there in the Abyss Channel. But now is not the time to inquire about this. He had been to the Abyss Channel in the northwest of Hanbing City more than 10 years ago. There was indeed a group of unicorns over there, but they were all Emperor level, and only the Unicorn King was an Emperor level existence. Now the unicorns over there have all broken through to the Emperor level, which is really incredible. Could it be that this is also related to Han Xiao? Thinking so in his heart, Tan Yuntian immediately said, I know which is more important. Let's not delay. Let's go now. Wait a minute. I still have some things to explain clearly.
Xiao Han valked
Towards the teleportation array while looking at the divine vein and said in a deep voice, I have to leave now. You find a place to hide. But I will bring people here in 2 days. By then, you should be able to help me and the 2 people I designated to directly upgrade to a higher grade. Yes. The 7-colored dragon, after a reply, he continued. Then you should be careful. These 3 spiritual sources are not enough for me to fully recover. I am still waiting for you to go to the abyss again and help me find more spiritual sources. Don't worry about this. Xiao Han replied confidently and said in a deep voice, when I become stronger, I will definitely go to the abyss again. Hey, I believe this. The 7-colored dragon chuckled and continued, your senior sister is still in the abyss. You must go there. As soon as the voice fell, the 7-colored dragon rolled up the 3 spiritual sources and crashed directly into the ice wall. The figure just flashed and disappeared directly. Xiao Han immediately turned to look at Jiangxia and said in a deep voice, I asked you to help me find some warriors who have learned the wild charge before. How many have you found now? I know that. Guohuai interrupted and said immediately, I am the one who found people. Now I have found more than 200 people. But there are less than 10 people who have reached level 110. If you need it, I can borrow some from Crazy Lion, Sharp Arrow, and Baiyue, but the total number will still not exceed 30. 10 are not enough, Xiao Han said in a deep voice, and immediately opened the attribute panel and looked at the attribute introduction of the Holy Light. Unicorn. Holy Light Unicorn, Divine Beast level 250, HP plus 98 trillion, Magic Attack plus 420 million, Physical Attack plus 380 million, Physical Defense plus 400 million, Magic Defense plus 480 million. Special Skill 1. Healing releases light attribute energy through the horn on the head, can restore 44,000,000 HP for the designated target, cooldown 1 second. Special Skill 2. Holy Light Spear releases a light attribute spear through the horn on the head, causing 560 million light attribute damage to the target. Cooldown 2 seconds. Special Skill 3. Holy Light Shield summons a light attribute shield through the horn on the head, can absorb 120,000,000 attribute damage, and increases the absorption effect of dark attribute damage by 10 times, cooldown 5 seconds. Special Skill. Great Healing releases light energy through the horn on the head, instantly restores 80% of the designated target's health and restores 10% per second in the next 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 15 seconds. Special Skill. Holy Light Purification releases a purifying light through the horn on the head to remove all dark attribute negative effects for the target with a cooldown of 20 seconds. Special Skill. Healing Light releases a healing light through the horn on the head and blesses a recovery aura for all targets within a radius of 1 kilometer, restoring 20% of health per second, lasting 300 seconds with a cooldown of 60 seconds. Special Skill. Wings of Holy Light attaches light energy to the wings and increases the movement speed by 100,000%. Special Skill. Holy Light Judgment releases a judgment light through the horn on the head, causing 2 billion points of light attribute damage to the target and hits the dark attribute target, increasing the damage tenfold, with a cooldown of 3 minutes. Special skill. Holy Light Blessing. Release a blessing light through the unicorn on the head, which can enhance all attributes of the selected target by 1000%, and at the same time the target will gain 2 billion points of light attribute attack in the next 60 minutes with a cooldown of 5 days. Special skill. Holy Light Sacrifice. Sacrifice 100 years of vitality. Designate 20 targets, enhance all attributes by 500%, and at the same time, the target will gain 500 million points of light attribute attack in the next 60 minutes with a cooldown of 90 days. Special skill. God's Blessing. Summon the blessing light of the gods, which can enhance all attributes of the designated 20 targets by 1000% to 5000%, and at the same time the target will gain 3 billion points of light attribute attack in the next 60 minutes. Note: use this skill to permanently drop 1 to 5 levels. Introduction. The golden unicorn is a rare species in ancient times. It is born with the power of light and is a natural enemy of the abyss demons. Reproduction is extremely difficult and the population is extremely rare. C1409 Lord of Greed 1. After successfully upgrading the golden unicorn to a holy light unicorn of the divine beast realm, Xiao Han had not had time to look at its attributes because of the loss of vitality. Now seeing the two skills of Holy Light Sacrifice and God's Blessing, his eyes could not help but glare. Fuck! Group amplification skills? Seeing the introduction of these two skills, he instantly thought of his iron blood charge, and his heart immediately became excited. However, looking at the cost of using these two skills, a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. The skill of God's Blessing is powerful, but it will only be used when it is in a situation where death is inevitable. The cost of Holy Light Sacrifice, although it seems to be very high. However, the life value of pets at the level of Divine Beast is at least more than 10,000 years. If they are in danger, losing 100 years of vitality is acceptable. Once the skill is combined with Iron Blood Charge, Xiao Han is even confident that he can confront the Abyss Demon Lord. At the same time, Holy Light Blessing is also a very good amplification skill. Originally, when he heard that the Abyss Lord might appear in the Abyss Passage, although he said that he would go over to support, he was actually very uncertain in his heart. Seeing the attributes of the Holy Light Unicorn, his mind instantly settled down and he immediately said, "Take out all the equipment in the Yunxiao City warehouse. Choose 20 warriors who have learned the Wild Charge, use all the available equipment on them, and make them the strongest warriors. Also, let Zhan Tian go online quickly. If the Abyss Demon Lord really appears on the other side of the Abyss Channel, that guy's 100 times damage will cause great damage to the Abyss Demon Lord." "Okay, I'll arrange it now," Jiangzhe replied and immediately said, "Besides is there anything else?" "That's all for now." Xiao Han raised his foot and walked to the teleportation array, and continued, in a deep voice, "But don't go over there yet. Wait for me to go over and see the situation first. If the Abyss Demon Lord is over there, you will die if you go over there. If the situation over there is not too bad, I will decide whether to let you go over there too, and wait for my information at that time. Well, then I'll listen to you." Jiangzhe did not refute. He knew that what Xiao Han said was right. Although they are also very strong, there is still a big gap compared to the man in front of them, and if there is a need, Xiao Han will immediately call for help. If they go directly without caring, it will not be a help but will be like the legendary pig teammate, purely causing trouble. Seeing that Xiao Han and Tan Yuntian were both standing on the teleportation array, Jiangzhe immediately opened the friend list and sent a message to Zhan Tian. But he found that he was not online, so he sent another message to Tuoba Hongye, who happened to be online, asking him to contact Zhan Tian immediately. At the same time, he also sent a message to Guangshi by Qingxue Yijian, Zhuifeng and others. At this time, Jiang Xiaoyun also hesitated for a moment and a look of struggle flashed across his face. But he still sent a message to Xiao Han. Ding! On the teleportation array, Xiao Han immediately heard the message prompt, then opened the friend list and took a look, and found that it was Jiang Xiaoyun's message, and a look of doubt flashed across his face. At this time, the two were less than 5 meters apart. Is there anything that can't be said directly? With such doubts in his mind, he immediately clicked on Jiang Xiaoyun's avatar, and a paragraph of text immediately came into his eyes. Actually, I don't hate Sister Lu Yan at all. If you like her a little bit, then bring her back. No, whether you like her or not, you have to bring her back. I can see that Sister Lu Yan actually likes you very much. I think no matter what, you shouldn't make a woman who likes you so much sad. Looking at such a paragraph of text, Xiao Han didn't know how to answer for a while. After all, he also had a good impression of him, Lu Yan. It was only because of the responsibility that a man should bear that he didn't want to provoke other women because it was unfair to Jiang Xiaoyun. But now I learned that Lu Yan was actually possessed by love. I don't know why, but I also felt a breathless feeling in my heart, just like the feeling when I heard from Nye Yan that Xiaoyun died in Shurching. Possessed by the devil. Xiao Han's eyes flashed with cold light, and he thought to himself, even if you are already possessed by the devil, I will snatch you back from the devil's hands. At this moment, the light on the teleportation array also flashed. The next second, the two of them disappeared immediately. At this time, Jiangzhe, Guohuai, Fu Qingji and others also walked onto the teleportation array immediately. As the light on the teleportation array flashed again, several people also disappeared instantly, and the ice cave became completely quiet. Only a third-level teleportation array was left, standing quietly in the ice cave. And hundreds of kilometers away, two figures have also appeared on the teleportation array. Roar! As the manic roar sounded, the ground even shook. At the same time, Xiao Han, who had just teleported over, immediately saw that the entire mountain had been collapsed by brute force, and the sunlight in the sky had already shone in. But the area around the teleportation array was golden. A dozen golden unicorns were constantly throwing golden shields at the teleportation array with a diameter of less than 2 meters under their feet, without causing any damage to it. And farther away, a unicorn with purple starlight all over its body was being beaten back by an evil monster with a height of less than 2 meters but 4 arms. On its head, blood-colored damage values exceeding 10 billion were continuously appearing. Fortunately, the Holy Light Unicorn had many healing skills. Although its health value was constantly falling, green numbers exceeding 10 billion kept appearing from its head. Although it was no match for the four-armed monster now, the situation could be barely maintained. It's really a divine beast, but how is it possible? At this moment, a cry of surprise came from his ear, and then he immediately said, "It has been guarding this abyss passage for many years. It's good enough that it has not dropped in rank. How can it advance in rank? And all its clansmen have been promoted to the emperor level. This is too incredible. It's already this time. Don't continue to sigh." Xiao Han stepped forward and walked down from the teleportation array. He continued in a deep voice. "He is no match for the Abyss Demon Lord. We have to go over to help immediately." "No, don't go over if you don't want to die." Tan Yuntian quickly stretched out his hand to stop him and immediately explained, "The Abyss Demon Lord has been sealed for nearly 10,000 years, and his current strength is not even 1/10 of his peak strength. The demigod-level unicorn can barely resist. If we rush over so hastily, it will be no different from committing suicide. What should we do?" Xiao Han frowned and said in a deep voice, "Since we are here, are we just going to watch?" "Of course we can't just watch," Tan Yuntian said in a deep voice and immediately said, "Say hello to it first, and let the unicorn shield us." Senior Jean. As he spoke, Tan Yuntian had already shouted loudly, and Xiao Han immediately looked at the evil demon beast over there, with a gleam in his eyes. Hashtag C1410 Lord of Greed, 2. Lord of Greed Born Heart, Demon Lord level? HP? Physical attack? Magic attack? Physical defense? Magic defense? A series of question marks appeared in the corner of his eyes again, even though he knew that it was impossible to get any useful information. But when he saw that guy in the distance actually had his own name, Xiao Han's eyes couldn't help but shrink sharply, and his face was full of shock. Chirp. At this time, a slightly excited hissing sound came from the distance. And then a white light flashed over there, and a light shield full of purple stars appeared on his body. Thinking of the properties of the holy light shield, Xiao Han's courage instantly grew. The strength of the light attribute shield is as high as 1.2 billion, and the dark attribute damage that can be absorbed is as high as 12 billion. With such a defense, even the Lord of Greed cannot kill him instantly. Hey! With a somewhat excited sneer in his heart, Xiao Han's mind moved, and he used the status skills such as Violent, Blood Fury, and Demon Slayer directly. Then his figure flashed, and he appeared behind the Lord of Greed. And the Black 9 Nether Demon Slayer spear in his hand had already transformed into 5 black afterimages, which directly smashed towards the Lord of Greed. Hee. Suddenly, a sneer sounded, and Xiao Han saw a black shadow flash, and the spear swept away instantly. Snap! Then there was a crisp sound from the light shield on the surface of the body, and the holy light shield that could absorb 12 billion damage values suddenly exploded. At the same time, a black palm had already approached his chest. Bang! With a dull sound, Xiao Han immediately flew out involuntarily, and at the same time, a white immunity immediately appeared above his head. At this time, the palm that had just slapped his chest chased over at lightning speed, and laughed coldly. I was going to find you, son of heaven. I didn't expect you to be so stupid and come to my door. Since you want to die, don't blame me for being rude. Remember not to be so stupid in your next life. As he said, the sharp claws full of black bone spurs had already grabbed the Beast King's leather armor, holding it tightly in his hand, and the other 3 palms also slapped over together. Xiao Han was subdued in an instant, and his heart immediately clicked. Although he had expected this result before he took action, he still wanted to fight with his life. The seal technique that has been upgraded to the 4th level should have an effect on it. Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han pretended to be panicked. Not only did he not take action immediately, but shouted loudly, "Let me go! Let me go!" Quickly. Bang! Amid the shouts, the palm full of black claws slapped his chest heavily again. Immunity. Another white immunity appeared from the top of his head. The nightmare necklace that could store 10 Siming special skills helped him block a fatal injury again. At this time, the Lord of Greed had a gleam in his eyes and laughed coldly. I really didn't see that you have a lot of good things on you. But even so, what's the use? No matter how strong the equipment is, it depends on who has it. For a little guy like you who is not even a demigod, what can you do even if you are given a set of holy weapons? As he said, the Lord of Greed stretched out his hand and pulled the blood rage ring on his finger off immediately, and the other 2 palms, one touched the ice bracelet and the other had already pinched the void ring on his finger. At this time, Xiao Han could no longer remain calm, and couldn't help but curse angrily. Fuck! How can you do this? If the ice bracelet was robbed, he could barely accept it. After all, this is just a treasure equipment. If it weren't for the combo special effect and the ice phantom, this equipment would have been eliminated by him long ago. If it was robbed, it would be a gun, and it wouldn't be too difficult to find a replacement. But the void ring is different. This is not only a divine equipment, but also contains most of his belongings, even the inner elixir of the semi-god level. Black Flame Nightmare Beast. More importantly, the Wandan Codex, which has not been read yet, is also placed in the Void Ring. If this equipment is robbed, the loss will be too great. Feeling the force coming from his fingers, Xiao Han immediately clenched his fist tightly. Even if the ice bracelet on his arm has left him, he doesn't care at all. Jie. Still want to resist? Unable to pull off the black ring, the Lord of Greed could not help but sneer, and continued with a smug look on his face. It seems that this should be a space ring. I just broke free from that damn formation, and I am in need of such a storage equipment. Don't continue to resist the things I like. It's all in vain, just give it to me. As he said, another palm reached out and both hands cooperated with each other to try to pry open the tightly clenched fist. Fuck! Xiao Han cursed again, and finally knew why the guy in front of him was called the Lord of Greed. This fucking guy is really worthy of the name. Feeling his fingers being pried open one by one, Xiao Han could no longer care about hiding at this time. As soon as the thought in his mind moved, the surging energy immediately flowed to the palm with the void ring. In almost just a moment, the palm that was slowly pried open, a clear white seal word, has appeared. Then, without any hesitation, he slapped the black arm holding the finger. Grass, sealing technique. This sudden change immediately startled the Lord of Greed, and he retreated. Without any hesitation. A palm shot in the air made Xiao Han's face even more ugly. Fortunately, the white word sealing on his palm has not disappeared yet, and he still has a chance to continue sealing. At this time, it was more than 10 meters away. The Lord of Greed's whole body was already wrapped in a black film, and then he sneered and said, I forgot that you are still a magic sealer. In this case, it will be even more impossible to keep you alive. The moment the words fell, the Lord of Greed flashed again, like a black lightning, and punched Xiao Han in the chest again. Chirp! The holy light unicorn roared anxiously, and threw another shield with flashing purple light spots. But even so, the shield with purple light spots was still shattered by a single blow. Even though Xiao Han had tried his best to dodge, he still didn't dodge the phantom-like black fist. Bang! Another dream came from the chest, and then another white immunity popped out of the head. Bang! 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 Then there were several more heavy blows. Seeing that half of the 10 damage immunity stored in Siming's special skills had been used up in just a few seconds, Xiao Han immediately flashed a cruel look on his face and raised his hand. He patted the black claws. Don't want. At this moment, an anxious cry suddenly came from a few hundred meters away. You promised me you wouldn't kill him. #C1411 Watch the show. Lu Yen. Xiao Han heard the voice clearly as soon as it sounded. He slapped the Lord of Greed with his palm and immediately wanted to break free. But the sharp claws holding the leather armor of the Beast King did not loosen. Although the word seal in the palm remained on the Lord of Greed, it was blocked by a black film and did not penetrate into its body. So the sealing technique that was expected with the greatest expectation did not successfully seal the Lord of Greed. This made Xiao Han's face change suddenly, and his thoughts moved immediately. A circle of black dream halo immediately covered the entire area of 1,000 meters with him as the center. Even though the Lord of Greed had extremely strong resistance, his body could not help but be stunned for a moment under this suddenly appearing black halo. At the same time, a touch of confusion appeared in his eyes. Seeing that the nightmare stunt on the nightmare necklace took effect, Xiao Han no longer hesitated and immediately used the power of the wild bull to increase his strength. Although he was now missing 2 pieces of equipment, his strength had dropped from the original 120,000 to less than 100,000. But at this time he had already equipped the nightmare necklace. Although it was a weakened nightmare necklace, this holy equipment alone directly increased his strength by 300,000 points. coupled with the 150% increase in the power of the level 5 barbarian bull, his strength was now over 1 million. To be precise, it was 1.01 million points. Xiao Han didn't know how strong the Lord of Greed was, but he knew it clearly. If he couldn't break free from its clutches now, he would never have a chance to break free again. So at this moment, he almost used all his strength, aimed at the Lord of Greed's chest and kicked it hard. Boom! With a dull bang, the claws that were holding the Beast King's leather armor loosened uncontrollably even though they were very tight, and at the same time left 5 black scratches on the leather armor. And the Lord of Greed also took 2 steps back involuntarily because of this blow. Xiao Han retreated 100 meters away in an instant like a sharp sword. At this time, the Lord of Greed also woke up from the confusion of the nightmare necklace, grinning and said, "Hey, even I was fooled. Your necklace is not simple." As he said, he rubbed his fingers and continued, "Not bad, it seems that there is a big harvest today." Humph! Xiao Han snorted coldly, ignoring the Lord of Greed, and looked at Lu Yen, and immediately said in a deep voice, "It's really you. Come back with me. Now, go back." Lu Yen whispered, and a trace of struggle flashed across her face. At this time, and then suddenly changed her face and said, "Give my bra to your wife. Why do you want me to go back? You are a bastard. A complete bastard. You touched me and kissed me, but you treated me like this. I hate you. I will never forgive you. That's just..." Xiao Han wanted to explain that it was just an accident, but it was not a surprise to give the Rianzhou to Jiang Xiaoyun. There was no way to explain this kind of thing now, and Lu Yen was so crazy now that she would never listen to his explanation. Damn! How could it be like this? After cursing in a low voice, Xiao Han remembered Jiang Xiaoyun's words and asked himself in his heart, "Do you really want to see Lu Yen become a demon?" In just a moment, he had the answer in his heart. Looking at the figure who was still charming and enchanting even though she was possessed by a demon 100 meters away, Xiao Han muttered in a low voice, "Since it can't be explained clearly, there is no need to explain it." Thinking of this in his heart, his face immediately sank, and he said in a serious voice, "Come back with me, I can marry you." Really? The moment the voice fell, a touch of joy flashed across Lu Yan's face, but the next second, the joy turned into a struggle, and then she said coldly, "Oh, let me marry you? Since the moment I became a demon, I decided to take you back to be my wife, and you can only be my man. I, Lu Yen, will not share the same man with any woman." "Oh, really?" Xiao Han said softly, and then looked at the Lord of Greed who was watching the show with interest. Although he had been talking to Lu Yen, he had not relaxed his surveillance on the Lord of Greed. Seeing that it still had no intention of taking action, Xiao Han's mind moved, and he disappeared instantly, and a figure appeared beside Lu Yen. Then he hugged her in his arms, and with a wicked smile on his lips, he opened his mouth and bit her. Woo! 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 Lu Yen still wanted to struggle. Xiao Han raised his hand and snapped, and the body in his arms suddenly stiffened. But the next second, she struggled violently again, shouting at the same time, "Woo! Let go! Let go of me, Xiao Han! Woo! You bastard! Woo! Woo! Let me go quickly! Let go! Let go! Let go!" The two were entangled together, and Xiao Han was a little uncomfortable to speak. He felt that the body in his arms was still struggling, and Pa slapped it a few more times. That feeling was even better than Jiang Xiaoyun. But at this time he also heard the movement from the Lord of Greed, and the purple flame thunder dragon was immediately summoned by him. While holding Lu Yen and flying up, the purple flame thunder dragon also immediately took off into the air. Swish! At this time, a light spear with purple stars flashed over, causing the Lord of Greed, who suddenly appeared beside him, to move 1/2 meter to the side. It was this half-meter that allowed it to pass by the purple flame thunder dragon. This made Xiao Han, who was holding Lu Yen, relax a little, and the movements of his mouth instantly became more aggressive. Humph! Suddenly, a sharp pain came from his mouth, causing Xiao Han to groan, and at the same time, a blood-colored damage value of more than 100,000 appeared on his head. Feeling the fishy taste in his mouth and the struggling body in his arms, he immediately opened his mouth. Ha! The punishment lasted for nearly a minute, and Lu Yen even felt suffocated. When Xiao Han left in front of her, she couldn't help but take a deep breath. The oxygen inhaled into her lungs finally sobered her dizzy head a little, and she immediately said, "Don't think that I will go back with you if you do this. Wait. I will definitely catch you into the abyss." "Heh! Catch me into the abyss?" Xiao Han grinned and chuckled, and immediately placed the body in his arms horizontally on the dragon's back and then slapped it heavily with his palm. Snap! There was a crisp sound, and he slapped it heavily for more than 10 times in a row and then asked in a deep voice, "What, do you still want to catch me? Back to be your wife? Bah! You wait for me." Lu Yen cursed angrily, and immediately said, "How you treated me today, I will treat you the same way after I catch you in the abyss." "Very good. That's very good." Seeing that Lu Yen still had no intention of giving in, Xiao Han sneered and slapped it heavily with his palm again. Snap! 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 The crisp clapping sounds continued to ring out, and even the Lord of Greed in the distance had no intention of chasing after them, and was still watching the show with great interest. #C1412 Stop fighting. Stop! Stop fighting! After more than 100 blows in a row, Lu Yen still showed no intention of giving in. Xiao Han had no choice but to change his strategy. The heavy slapping turned into a gentle caress. In just a minute or two, Lu Yan's snow-white neck turned red and almost bled. At the same time he whispered, "Let go! Let go quickly!" "Ha!" Xiao Han chuckled, intending to say a few words, but he also knew not to overly stimulate her at this time. However, the movements of his hands showed no intention of stopping. At this time he also felt a little emotional. Before taking action, he was not sure whether this method could subdue the possessed Lu Yen. But apart from this method, there is actually no better choice. And just from the appearance point of view, although Lu Yen at this time is completely different from before, he still has a sense of independence. Since she still cares about him after becoming possessed, she can be forcibly captured. But for a woman like Lu Yen who is both independent and strong, as long as someone can be stronger than her, then she can only obey. In peacetime, no one likes domineering men. But now the demonic disaster has begun to take shape, and men who are domineering and decisive will become more popular. Because only such a man can protect his woman in troubled times. The genetic information carried in the genes will also allow them to accurately judge what kind of man is capable of providing a safe breeding place. Therefore, regarding the criteria for choosing a mate, the choices women make at different times are completely different. Maid, if we just accept her, there won't be such bad things. Seeing that Lu Yan's body had completely softened, Xiao Han cursed in a low voice, and then drove the purple flame thunder dragon to fly towards Tan Yuntian. Taking advantage of this gap, he also sent a message to Jiangzhe, asking those soldiers who had learned how to charge brutally to prepare to come. "Can you please take your hands away?" At this time, a sound like a mosquito's nagging sounded again, and then he whispered, "Master is right next to him. Let him see how bad it is. There's nothing wrong with it." Xiao Han didn't let go, and continued with a domineering look. "Anyway, I have already seen everything that I should see. After I return, I will immediately ask him to make the decision and betroth you to me. Don't think too much about it now. Once you deal with the Abyss Demon Lord, you can be my bride. Do be your bride?" A flash of intention flashed in Lu Yan's eyes. She shook her head randomly and said softly, It's too late. It's already too late. If you could have said this to me earlier, even if it was with Sister Xiaoyun, I would actually be willing to do it. But now, the demonic energy has entered the body and can never come back. Oh, why do you want to go back? Xiao Han chuckled and said nonchalantly, It should feel good to have a demon beauty as my wife. I tell you now very seriously, since you have fallen into my hands, don't even think about escaping from my hands again. It's just an abyss. It's not like I haven't been there before. Even if you enter the abyss from here today, one day I will personally go to the abyss to catch you back. With that said, the purple flame divine dragon had already flown to Tan Yuntian's side. As Xiao Han flew down with Lu Yen in his arms, he immediately said, Master, I brought senior sister back. You take her back first. I have already called someone. I will take care of the Lord of Greed. No, I can't leave at this time. Tan Yuntian shook his head, and a golden word Feng immediately flew from his palm. In just a flash, he got into Lu Yan's body. When the golden word Feng appeared on his forehead, Tan Yunkai continued, The power of the Demon Lord is not as simple as you see. Regardless of how many moves you guys exchanged just now, you seem to be evenly matched. But the Abyss Demon Lord only fought with physical strength, and the real strength he displayed is probably less than 10%. Less than 10%? Xiao Han let go of Lu Yen and said with a frown. But he couldn't help but secretly thought, in the battle just now it didn't use any skills. Even though it has been suppressed for nearly 10,000 years, it still devoured more than 100 abyss demons when it was in the dead silence cave. Coupled with the recovery in the past few days, even if the energy in the body is not sufficient, it will not be impossible to use a single skill. No, it just used a skill. With this thought in his mind, Xiao Han's eyes immediately flashed, and he quickly turned his head to look towards the Lord of Greed. In the middle of his chest, the white word Feng is still there, and the black film has no idea what it does, but it blocks the all-conquering sealing technique. This made Xiao Han's eyes shrink, and he couldn't help but ask in a low voice, Master, what is that black film, and why does the sealing technique not work on it? Have no idea, Tan Yuntian whispered, and then immediately added, Although the sealing technique is powerful, it is not omnipotent. If the Abyss Demon Lord can be sealed so easily, in ancient times it would not only be about defense but also direct attack into the abyss. You must know that at that time, there was a god of war-level magic sealer. But what does the Lord of Greed mean? The fight was so intense just now, why did he calm down after we came? Well, it's a bit strange. Xiao Han nodded in response, and a hint of doubt flashed across his face. But after thinking about it, he still didn't understand why. Strange. Xiao Han muttered softly, and looked around cautiously, and then the energy in his body quickly rushed to his ears. His hearing instantly improved several times, but he still didn't find anything abnormal. This made him more confused, and his face suddenly darkened. He immediately looked at Lu Yen, who had slowly moved to the side of the teleportation array, and asked in a deep voice, Where is Xiao Wu? Where did Xiao Wu go? Where else can it go? Lu Yen pointed to the abyss passage and continued, The Lord of Greed has been suppressed for 10,000 years. It needs to devour some divine beasts, or fierce beasts to quickly recover to its peak state. And these golden unicorns and the holy light unicorn in front of us are very good choices. It may be a little difficult to leave them all behind. We need to go to the abyss to find some helpers. Helpers? Xiao Han's face suddenly darkened, and then he immediately felt something was wrong, and hurriedly said in a cold voice, No, why is your energy not sealed? Hey! A chuckle sounded, and Lu Yen did not continue to speak, but stepped hard towards the teleportation array. At this time, neither Xiao Han nor Tan Yuntian could stop it. But almost at this moment, the light on the teleportation array flashed, and 20 fully armed figures were teleported over together. Hashtag C1413 I'll marry you. Boom! As the foot landed, the third-level teleportation array exploded instantly, and Lu Yen also flashed and disappeared directly on the spot. This shocked Guohuai Zhan Tian, Bai Qingxue and others who had just come. Over. -2335617. -2143562. -2235956. A series of blood-colored damage values also floated out, causing them to scatter instantly and retreat several steps at a rapid speed. Fortunately, the damage was not too high. At this time, everyone had changed into equipment above treasure weapons, and even some spiritual weapons and immortal weapons. Even though they were suddenly attacked, they calmed down immediately. And the equipment they wore, as well as the instructions they heard before coming, made them immediately set up a battle formation and even release 2 group defense skills. However, when they saw the fleeting figure clearly, everyone's face flashed a look of astonishment. Lu Yen, isn't that Lu Yen? Lu Yen of Stormwind City is actually very famous. Almost all Yanhua players know this woman because of Han Xiao. But now, this legendary woman who had an affair with Xiao Han attacked them, which made everyone incomprehensible. And Xiao Han, who was a few meters away, had a murderous look on his face, and his face was so gloomy that water almost dripped out. This scene immediately made people have some bad guesses, and then whispered, "The one just now should be Lu Yen. What does Han Xiao mean by this? Does he want to kill us here? Trap and kill." Zhan Tian, who was a little closer, saw Lu Yen had appeared 100 meters away, and immediately cursed in a deep voice. You guys worth Xiao Han's trap and kill? This set of equipment is given by others. What benefit can I get by trapping you? Could it be that your experience value is better than others, and I casually gave you hundreds of equipment above treasures just to kill you once? A group of players were speechless and could only explain awkwardly, "I just changed a new set of equipment, and it's all treasures." This reaction is a bit extreme. Yes, everyone treasures this set of equipment very much. Suddenly something like this happens, it's inevitable to think more. And look at Xiao Han's murderous look. Everyone is scared. Bai Qingxue did not participate in the discussion, but walked quickly to Xiao Han and asked in a deep voice, "What's going on? Why would Lu Yen attack us?" "She is possessed by a demon," Xiao Han explained with a serious face and continued, "You should have heard about what happened here." "No." Bai Qingxue shook her head and whispered, "City Lord Jiang only gave a general idea, saying that there is a very powerful boss here and needs the help of warriors who have learned savage charge. Because you are the leader, I specially paid a high price for a savage charge. He is afraid that you dare not come," Xiao Han said in a low voice and continued, "Lu Yen is possessed by a demon, and the Abyss Demon Lord of the Dead Silence Cave has also been released. The guy with 4 arms over there is the Abyss Demon Lord who is suppressed under the 9 Abyss Soul Refining Formation." Fuck! Abyss Demon Lord? Hearing such information, Bai Qingxue, who has always been a lady, couldn't help but curse in a low voice. Zhan Tian, who was standing by, also glared with his eyes, and immediately exclaimed in a low voice, "Oh my God! Why did you call us here? We spent a lot of effort to kill the Emperor-level Black Flame Nightmare Beast. You are playing too big. That guy is the Lord of the Abyss. With only 20 of us, even if we change into a set of artifact equipment, it is not enough for him to kill with a group attack skill. What are you afraid of?" Xiao Han said in a deep voice, raised his hand and summoned 2 silver-eyed howling moon wolves, and then continued, "There are a total of 14 Emperor mounts here, including my purple flame thunder dragon. These 2 silver-eyed howling moon wolves are also Emperor-level pets. Even if it is the Lord of the Abyss, what can we do? We may not have the Possibility of a battle. Those who don't have a mount here, choose one by yourself. Oh my, 14 Emperor mounts. Zhang Tian couldn't help but exclaimed. And then he found that there were more than a dozen golden unicorns around the teleportation array, and couldn't help shouting, "How is it possible? So many golden unicorns. 10 days ago, they were all Emperor-level unicorns. Oh my, the Unicorn King has also advanced. That guy won't become a demon. Lord-level existence." Heh. Xiao Han didn't explain. He was afraid of hitting everyone's confidence, so he simply acquiesced, and said at the same time, "The Beast King is my mount. The others you can choose by yourselves. I choose the Thunder Dragon." Zhang Tian hurried to the side of the purple flame Thunder Dragon and flew directly to its back. Even though the Thunder Dragon was a little reluctant, it didn't resist. And the others immediately made their own choices. Although Bai Qingxue had a dragon of her own, she didn't dare to summon it. The size of the Frost Dragon was too large and not suitable for the battle. Here, once summoned, it is just a target. As for the others, in just a few tens of seconds they had divided up more than a dozen mounts. Because there were not enough mounts, 6 purple flame Thunder Wing horses were summoned. At this time, Xiao Han's figure flashed and landed on the back of the holy light unicorn and then looked at Lu Yen. He did not blame Tan Yuntian because it was completely unnecessary. The golden seal word was still on Lu Yan's forehead, but there was an almost invisible black film between the seal and the forehead. And this was the reason why Lu Yen was not sealed. Looking at the smiling face, Xiao Han said in a deep voice, "I said I will marry you when I go back. Because I'm not angry yet, you'd better get back here as soon as possible." "Hey, angry?" Lu Yen chuckled and continued, "If it weren't for destroying the teleportation array, do you think I would be easily caught by you? But the way you are now really makes me excited. But unfortunately, for the things I like, I am usually used to grab them by myself. You have to go into the abyss with me later. When the time comes, it won't be you who will marry me, but I will marry you." "Okay, really good." Xiao Han turned his head and glanced at the Lord of Greed, and said in a cold voice with a murderous look on his face, "Your reliance should be it. But it's not an easy thing to get back to the abyss from here." "Oh really?" The Lord of Greed chuckled and continued, "I just wanted to eat these unicorns, but I didn't expect to have an unexpected harvest today. In that case, then you will go to the abyss with me." Roar. The moment the words fell, the Lord of Greed suddenly roared, and at this moment, several roars were heard from the depths of the abyss passage hundreds of meters away. #C1414 Demon Reinforcements. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of heavy footsteps came from the underground, and the stones pressing on the abyss passage were directly pushed out. Then a bloody bone dragon over 10 meters tall slowly emerged from the ground. Behind it were a black bull of similar size and a black tiger with wings on his back. At the same time, the black flame nightmare beast that escaped last time also appeared this time. And deeper in the passage, densely packed abyss monsters are also pouring out in an endless stream. Seeing this scene, Xiao Han immediately understood why the Lord of Greed had not taken action just now. Turned out that it was waiting for reinforcements. He had just broken free from the Jiuan Soul refining array, and the energy in his body should not have recovered yet, so he obviously had no intention of taking action himself. And with these reinforcements, it must think that it is more certain to catch all the unicorns. Reinforcements? What's the use of a few Emperor-level reinforcements? He murmured softly, and even though he knew he couldn't tell the attributes of those monsters, Xiao Han's eyes still flashed with light. Then several sets of data appeared in the corner of his eyes. Blood Evil Dragon, Emperor level? HP? Physical attack? Magic attack? Physical defense? Magic defense? Abyss Bull King, Emperor level? HP? Physical attack? Magic attack? Physical defense? Magic defense? Nether Black Tiger? Emperor level? HP? Physical attack? Magic attack? Physical defense? Magic defense? After reading the 3 sets of data, Xiao Han's eyes showed an expression. That was indeed the case, and he felt calmer. On his side, there are 13 Emperor-level Jinyao unicorns. If the Lord of Greed hadn't stepped in, these monsters wouldn't even be enough to fill the gap between the teeth. Why are there only a few of you? At this moment, an angry voice suddenly asked, why didn't Boardman, Jessup, and Redwin, who guarded the first floor, come over? Dear Lord Boneheart, Jessup is dead. The Black Flame Nightmare Beast immediately took a step forward and said with fear on his face, more than a month ago, someone on the ground broke into the abyss. Master Jessup was not able to catch a single move and was killed with a sword. Bodman and Lord Redwine heard the news and immediately fled to. No, Lord Boardman and Lord Redwin did not escape. They just went to the 5th floor to ask for help from Lord Eucharis. Humph! A bunch of trash. The Lord of Greed snorted and continued in a cold voice. Are you the only ones on the 1st level of the abyss? My lord, please calm down. The Black Flame Nightmare Beast shrank its neck and immediately explained. That human only stayed in the abyss for a few days, but almost all of the 1st level of the abyss was killed. Brother Nyo and I are the only ones here who are responsible for guarding the 1st floor. Brother Dragon and Brother Tiger are both invited from the 2nd floor. But fortunately, the seal has been destroyed. Only one of the unicorns here is Emperor level. A few of us can easily surround and kill it. Dear Lord Bonheart, just rest aside and we will serve you a delicious meal soon. As he said that, the Black Flame Nightmare Beast immediately looked towards the Jinyao unicorn, and then his face suddenly stiffened and he groaned uncontrollably. The Jinyao unicorn actually, there are 13 in total. How is this possible? There was only one of them 10 days ago. Trash. Just a few golden unicorns? Did you scare you like this? Seeing that, the Black Flame Nightmare Beast was trembling when he spoke. The Lord of Greed cursed angrily. Then he looked at the figure riding on the back of the Holy Light unicorn, and continued in a cold voice. It seems that I have to take action myself. As he spoke, he took a step forward. At this moment, its size also expanded rapidly, turning into a behemoth over 20 meters tall in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the 4 arms grabbed out from the sky, and then a knife, a sword, an axe, and a shield were grabbed out of the void. Call out. The next second, Li Xiao pierced the sky, and the black axe flew out like a black lightning. This shocked Xiao Han, and his face instantly became serious. But before he could make any move, the Holy Light unicorn suddenly dodged to the side, and the black axe also passed by. Bang! But behind him, the mad lion riding on the golden unicorn did not escape the blow, even though an Emperor-level mount helped him bear part of the damage. A bloody damage value of more than 10 million appeared on his head instantly. As soon as his body stiffened, he fell straight down, and all the equipment he was wearing was exposed. Fuck! This shocked Xiao Han, and he couldn't help but cursed angrily. Seeing another black sharp axe being condensed, he quickly shouted, "Stop it! Don't let it kill my people!" Chirp! The Holy Light unicorn neighed angrily, and then it just flapped its wings lightly and hit the black axe directly. Puff! With a muffled sound, more than 40 billion bloody damage values emerged from his forehead immediately. Fortunately, with a flash of white light, another green number appeared, but the lost health value was only replenished by less than half. At this time, Tan Yuntian's figure flashed and sat steadily on the back of the golden unicorn. As for the equipment that fell on the ground, he didn't even look at it. Whoosh! The sharp roar in the sky sounded again, and another black axe was thrown over. At the same time, it was accompanied by heavy footsteps. The Lord of Greed, who was more than 20 meters in size, was already running towards this side. Disperse! He was definitely not an opponent in a head-on battle. Tan Yuntian hurriedly shouted angrily, "All disperse, go over there and get rid of the magic dragon, the barbarian bull, and the nightmare beast first." "Can't disperse," Xiao Han roared, and immediately shouted loudly, "Everyone, come to my side. Add all the status skills to me. I want to kill the Abyss Demon Lord." As soon as the words fell, he heard Zhan Tian, who was about to leave, stop, and even let out a few low roars immediately. At this time, Xiao Han understood that his words were more useful than Tan Yuntian's, and Zhan Tian's status skills were all used at this time. Puff! The black axe chopped heavily on the chest of the Holy Light Unicorn again, causing it to groan. At this time, the status skills of the people behind him had also been used, and Xiao Han no longer hesitated, and immediately roared, "Iron Blood Charge!" As the roar spread to the surroundings, a blood-colored halo also spread to the surroundings. Guohuai, Zhan Tian, Tan Yuntian and others were instantly covered by the red halo. The next second, wisps of blood energy floated out from them, and immediately condensed into an enlarged version of Xiao Han above everyone's head. And at the same time, the enlarged version of the Holy Light Unicorn under his crotch. #C1415 Human-Beast Fusion. Fuck! What is this? Zhan Tian couldn't help but exclaimed when he felt the energy in his body being consumed quickly. He looked at the unicorn phantom above his head in a daze. The height was more than 50 meters. Although Xiao Han's phantom was slightly shorter, it was still more than 10 meters. And the 9-nether demon-slaying spear in his hand was also more than 20 meters long, but the color had turned blood red. At this time, Zhan Tian was not the only player who was shocked by this scene. Looking at the blood-colored shadow above their heads, the others also showed a confused look, and unconsciously said to themselves, "Fuck, what skill is this? It seems to be Iron Blood Charge." He just shouted Iron Blood Charge. Fuck, the visual effect of this skill is too cool, but I don't know how powerful it is. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be a very powerful skill, but my energy consumption is too fast. I can only last for 2 or 3 minutes at most. Hey, 2 or 3 minutes is not bad. If I hadn't changed my equipment before coming here, my energy value would have soared to 4 or 5 million. Estimate that I can only last for tens of seconds at most. Amid the discussions, Xiao Han's eyes immediately showed a cold light, and then stretched out his hand and pointed forward. At this time, the illusory blood-colored energy shadow above his head also stretched out the more than 20-meter-long blood-colored spear at the same time and stabbed directly at the Lord of Greed. Roar! An angry roar sounded, and a black shield instantly pushed up. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, the figure holding the shield immediately retreated half a step involuntarily. Although the blood-colored phantom looked stronger and did not retreat half a step, its figure instantly became more illusory. However, the next second, with the appearance of blood-colored mist, the blood-colored phantom solidified again. But at this time, everyone's face changed suddenly. Just one blow, the energy in the body was reduced by hundreds of thousands of points, which made Bai Qingxue immediately take out several porcelain bottles and throw them at the infiltrating companions. And Zhan Tian did not hesitate at all, and also immediately took out a dozen porcelain bottles. Even though the energy value in his body was as high as tens of millions, he could not withstand this consumption of hundreds of thousands per second. If there is no replenishment, although this blood-colored phantom seems to be extremely powerful, it may only last for more than 10 seconds at most. Gudong, raising his hand and throwing an ordinary chi-replenishing pill into his mouth. Zhan Tian also found something wrong at this time. The Unicorn King, who had advanced once and looked very strong, seemed to be of a different grade from the Abyss Demon Lord. Otherwise, it should not be able to block this attack. What a pity! looking at the blood-colored phantom above his head and the damage caused by the previous attack. Xiao Han couldn't help but mutter softly, "If I had iron blood charge, the damage of the previous shot would exceed 10 billion. With 100 times the damage, he has such confidence." At this time, Xiao Han, who was at the front of the crowd, had a somewhat ugly face. Although more than 20 people behind him had used all their status skills and even changed their equipment, but it only increased the original more than 20 million attacks to less than 100 million now. Among them, Tan Yuntian's contribution accounted for at least half. But such damage is almost negligible for the Abyss Demon Lord. If the battle continues like this, let alone defeating the Abyss Demon Lord, it would be very good to be able to save a small life. Even if the two skills of Holy Light Blessing and Holy Light Sacrifice act on him together, his damage can only be increased to more than 1 billion at most. And such damage, for the Lord of the Abyss, is just an upgrade from tickling to being bitten by mosquitoes. What should I do? Feeling the energy value in his body rapidly draining away, Xiao Han did not rush to continue to act, but looked at the figure with a mocking face with a serious face. At this time, the Lord of Greed also shook his arm lightly and said with a smile, "Yes, this power is really strong. And this skill seems to be a bit like the group charge of the Barbarian Bull tribe. Although this skill is stronger than the group charge if you want to defeat me, this skill alone is not enough." Humph! Xiao Han snorted coldly and did not continue to argue, but the black spear in his hand was raised, and the blood-colored phantom made the same move as it. Since the teleportation array has been destroyed, he has no other choice, and the only way to go is to fight to the death. Chirp! At this moment, a sharp hiss suddenly sounded from under him, and then a huge, unknown energy immediately poured into his body. Xiao Han quickly opened his friend list and saw that his physical attack had soared to more than 300 million, and the light attribute attack had incredibly reached 300 to 400 million. He looked at his status icon, and now he had not only rage but also iron, blood charge and bull power. But in addition to that, there was actually an icon of human beast integration. The last time I saw this skill was on the black-scaled beast in the demon ceiling tower. That skill can increase the rider's overall attributes by 30%. But the human beast integration used by the Holy Light Unicorn actually allowed him to share 70% of the mount's attributes. Fuck! It can actually be like this. With a low exclamation in his mouth, Xiao Han couldn't help but think of the 50 skills that he had used in a flash in the Dead Silence Cave because he was eager to come to support. But at this moment he had no impression of them at all. But it didn't matter. After the battle here was over, he could break the 50 skills apart and study them carefully. Chirp, chirp, chirp. At this time, a series of hissing sounds rang out again, and the blood energy coming out of the people behind him instantly became thicker. The 13-star shining unicorns actually all used the skills of human beast integration. The rich blood energy coming out of them immediately made the illusory blood-colored figure above everyone's head more solid. Even the blood-colored spear reflected a cold light. Chirp! At this time, the state amplification was still not over. The holy light unicorn roared again, and a circle of white light waves immediately spread out and enveloped everyone's body. At this moment, Xiao Han discovered that not only his health value had reached 10 billion, but also his physical attack had exceeded 1 billion. With the use of Holy Light Sacrifice, everyone's attributes were increased by 500%, even the 13 golden unicorns were no exception. At this time they had merged with the knights on their backs, and the blood-colored phantom in the sky was now like a real entity, just like a real person. Roar! Such a change instantly made the calm Lord of Greed afraid, and he rushed over. In a flash. Chirp! But the Holy Light Unicorn at this time seemed not to see it, and the neighing suddenly became louder, and another white light fell on Xiao Han. The single state skill Holy Light Blessing was also used. While stabbing the Lord of Greed, Xiao Han couldn't help but glance at his attributes again. At this time, his physical attack had reached 10 billion and his health value was as high as 100 billion.
Raute C1416 Amplified war Trempling.
Oh my god! Looking at the skyrocketing attributes, Xiao Han couldn't help but mutter, and a hint of ecstasy flashed in his eyes. The 9-nether demon-slaying spear that stabbed the Lord of Greed instantly became 3 times faster. Swish! At this time, another sharp axe rolled over, and at the same time the figure, with 4 arms, also rushed over with a shield, fearlessly. Seeing this, Xiao Han's eyes shrank, and he immediately changed from stabbing to sweeping. Bang smashed the sharp axe away, and the spear that seemed to be a physical entity also hit the black shield heavily. Boom! The thunder-like collision sound immediately spread to the surroundings. Even if it was just hitting the black shield, a damage value of more than 100 billion still came out of the head of the Lord of Greed. This made Xiao Han stunned, and he couldn't believe his eyes. He didn't understand why only 10 billion physical attacks caused 100 billion damage. But at this time he could not care about these, because at this time the body of the Lord of Greed was like a cannonball, and it flew away with a whoosh. This made Xiao Han, who was holding the spear, widen his eyes again, and immediately glanced at his attribute panel. At this time, after the blessing of various states, his strength was as high as tens of millions. Under the effect of the power of the wild bull, even if the height of the Lord of Greed was more than 20 meters, he was still swept away by a shot. Hey! With a somewhat excited laugh, Xiao Han squeezed his feet on the horse's belly, and immediately shouted loudly, "Follow me. Make sure you are within the range of the blood-colored halo." Da, da, da. As he said, the mount under his crotch ran wildly, and instantly caught up with the Lord of Greed, who had just stabilized his body, and the spear in Xiao Han's hand hit him again. Boom! A dull collision sound followed, even though the Lord of Greed once again put his shield in front of him. A blood-colored value of 100 billion still peered above his head. At this time, Xiao Han also understood why this happened through the attribute panel. Although his physical attack was only 10 billion, even the heavy blow just now did not cause any damage to the Lord of Greed. But the light attribute attack given by the 14 unicorns also exceeded 10 billion. And the light attribute has a strong restraining effect on the demonic energy, and can even cause more than 10 times the damage to the abyss demons. So it is reasonable that his attack can cause such an effect. I wonder if this energy phantom can use skills? Thinking of this in his heart, Xiao Han's eyes moved instantly, and the 9 nether stunts on the 9-nether demon exterminating spear were immediately used. As a green flame spread from the spear, it immediately floated towards the energy phantom above his head. At the same time, the energy in his body also poured out like a flood. In just a moment, nearly 10 million disappeared. Fuck! Xiao Han exclaimed, and immediately cut off Gio's energy supply and used the Devil Slayer directly. Although Gio had a dual attribute attack of poison and fire, it was only 300,000 points. Compared with the energy consumed, it was far from matching. Although his current energy value and life value were both as high as 100 billion, he could not waste it at will. Since the skills can still be used in this state, the only 100 billion energy value may not be enough. Seeing the cold light flashing at the tip of the spear, the energy value in the body rushed out again. Xiao Han did not interrupt the energy supply this time. Instead, the spear in his hand shook slightly, and the thoughts in his mind moved with it. The next second, the front hoof of the holy light unicorn was raised high, and then it suddenly fell down fiercely. But with it fell the blood-colored phantom in the sky that was more than 50 meters high. Boom! Boom! 2 explosions, one light and one heavy, followed, and at the same time the light waves unique to war trampling immediately spread out in all directions. Even though the Lord of Greed had already flown into the air, his body still couldn't help but stiffen, and a damage value of more than 200 billion instantly appeared on his head, and the abyss monsters that had just rushed out of the ground except for the Emperor-level accidents were all killed instantly. Crash! Equipment and gold coins instantly exploded all over the ground. But without the blessing of 100 times the reward, the preparations that exploded were at most at the level of treasures and spiritual weapons. But the result of this kick made everyone within the range of the iron-blooded aura show an expression of disbelief on their faces. Guohuai, Zhantian, Bai Qingxue and others were fine. They had some understanding of Xiao Han's strength, so they didn't show a look of surprise. But the others couldn't remain calm. Looking at the corpses of monsters that were killed instantly, he immediately exclaimed, "Fuck! The Emperor-level boss was killed instantly. This is too awesome. It's more than awesome. It's simply abnormal. Okay? Fuck. I can't even beat an Emperor-level boss, but others can kill the Emperor level in seconds. The gap is too big." Amid the discussion, some people felt the energy value rushing out and immediately threw a earth spirit pill into their mouths. After the energy was restored a little, he whispered, "If this skill did not consume too much energy, it would be invincible. Yes, if it is consumed at this rate, we can't hold on for too long even with the replenishment of the earth spirit pill. Hey, this pill is good, but the cooling time is too long. I don't know if I can kill the greedy lord before the energy is consumed. What's there to worry about? After the earth spirit pill is eaten, there are Xiaohuandan, and after the Xiaohuandan is eaten, there are Dahuandan and Ziundan. There is no problem holding on for more than 10 minutes. In the endless discussions, there is excitement, expectation, and also worry. At this time, the blood-colored energy phantom in the sky, the spear in the hand shook slightly again, and 5 blood-colored spear shadows instantly appeared in the sky. Then the spear shadow just flashed, and then it hit the greedy lord who was still stiff all over. Boom! 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 Amidst the thunderous roars, 5 blood-colored damage values exceeding 200 billion also floated out from above his head. The damage per second exceeded 1 trillion in an instant. But at the same time, Guohuai, Zhantian, Bai Qingxue and others were not happy at all, and their faces suddenly changed. Even the Emperor-level Tan Yuntian looked unhappy. At this time, blood-colored smoke columns rose from their bodies, taking away the huge amount of energy value. At this moment, no one spoke, but raised their hands and threw another pill into their mouths. C1417 1 gun, 2 masters. 5 consecutive slashes of flames, although the combo effect was not triggered, successfully wiped out nearly 1 trillion of the greedy lord's health points. But at this time, the red blood bar on his head did not seem to decrease at all. Xiao Han also swallowed a pill to restore the energy lost in his body. At the same time, he also looked at the figure that was sent flying by the blood-colored spear, and his face became completely gloomy. Are all demon lord-level bosses this perverted? After muttering a curse, Xiao Han continued in a low voice. Nearly 1 trillion health points were lost, which is less than 1% of its total health points. I'm sorry, this can't go on like this. The blow just now was really good, and the value may have been taken out by nearly 2 billion. I can still hold on, but Guohuai, Zhantian and Bai Qingxue can't hold on anymore. Although he didn't look to see what the people behind him had just done, the sound of them swallowing the pills could still be clearly heard. Just this one blow caused everyone to swallow the pills wildly. If this skill were used a few more times, Greedy's initiative might not be needed, and the bloody shadow would collapse directly due to depletion of energy. No, this skill consumes too much and cannot be used anymore. Although there is still some energy, we should use it sparingly and use normal attacks as much as possible. But Xiao Han thought for a moment and made a decision in his heart. At the same time as he pinched the horse's belly. The holy light unicorn flew towards the Lord of Greed's landing point. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Almost at the same time, the purple flame thunder wing horse and the golden unicorn also started running wildly together. The coverage range of the bloody halo is only 500 meters. Even if there is only a slight delay, it is possible to escape from the coverage range of the halo, so no one dares to be careless. At this time, the bloody shadow in the sky also started running wildly. While running, the bloody arm holding the bloody spear suddenly pulled back, and the whole body was like a long bow. Call out. The next second, a harsh whistle sounded in his ears, and the bloody spear was instantly released. Like a streak of bloody lightning, with a dang sound, it penetrated directly through the shield in front of the Lord of Greed, and the head of the gun even penetrated into its body. A blood-colored damage value of up to 4 trillion immediately emerged from its head. Fuck! What kind of harm is this? Seeing that the shot thrown by Xiao Han instantly caused a damage of up to 4 trillion, Zhang Tian's eyes suddenly shot outward. At this moment, he simply couldn't believe the scene in front of him. He is the owner of 100 times the damage. If the spear were thrown by him, it could even deal 40 billion damage in an instant. Wouldn't it be able to kill the Abyss Demon Lord in an instant? What a pity! What a pity! Seeing that the blood bar on the head of the Abyss Demon Lord was only about 1% less, Zhang Tian whispered with regret. At this time, the figure running at the front of the crowd looked back and suddenly roared angrily, "Zhang Tian, grab it!" Hearing such a roar, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. But he immediately reacted. The thrown 9 nether demon-destroying spear had been pulled out from the chest by the Lord of Greed, and even replaced the broken shield and was held tightly in his hand. At this time, Xiao Han may have other weapons, but the artifact-level spear as well as the spear with demon-killing special skills is definitely gone. As the main output, he certainly cannot be allowed to fight empty-handed. Seeing that the Lord of Greed had rushed over, he no longer hesitated at all, and threw the artifact spear in his hand towards Xiao Han. However, the direction of the spear's flight was slightly off. Chirp! But at this moment, the holy light unicorn flashed and immediately appeared on the path where the spear must pass, and Xiao Han also grabbed the 9 nether demon-slaying spear. At the same time, the spear in his hand shook slightly, and the moment a spear flashed out, it hit the greedy lord who was chasing after him. At this time, the Lord of Greed did not give in at all. For arms tightly grasped the 9 nether demon-slaying spear, and smashed it towards the oncoming blood-colored spear with a fierce look on its face. When, amidst the thunderous explosion, the bloody shadow that seemed to be a solid body paused and immediately stopped on the spot. As for the Lord of Greed who was hit by the bloody spear, not only was the spear in his hand thrown away, but his figure also flew out with a whoosh, like a cannonball. At the same time, a damage value of more than 20 million appeared on his head. Again. Hey! Normal attacks are actually pretty good too. Seeing the Lord of Greed flying out again, Xiao Han couldn't help but murmured excitedly, and at the same time thought of his own power at this time. Because of the blessings of various states, the power has exceeded 10 million. Even though the Lord of Greed's 4 arms were tightly grasping the 9 nether demon-destroying spear, they were swept away without any resistance, under the power of the barbarian bull. When using normal attacks, although energy is consumed, it is almost negligible. If it continues like this, there should be no problem if it lasts for an hour or 2. Throwing with full strength consumes energy, but it is less than 1/10 of the 5 consecutive slashes of flames, but the damage is twice as high. Xiao Han immediately had a clearer understanding of the next battle. At this time, he also looked at the direction where the 9 nether demon slaying spear disappeared, and a trace of regret flashed in his eyes. The power of the previous attack was too strong. The artifact spear that was thrown out had already flown 10,000 meters away. Even if he wanted to pick it up, he couldn't do it now. However, although there were no artifact-level spears in the space ring, there were still many legendary and treasure-level spears for throwing. Although it's just a treasure, the damage caused is actually not much different. He took out a treasure spear with his backhand, and a cold light flashed in Xiao Han's eyes, and he immediately threw it over. Whoosh! In the piercing scream, the Lord of Greed quickly dodged to the side. But his body was too big, and the Baoqiang spear hit the target like lightning the moment it left his hand. Roar! After being hit several times, the Lord of Greed roared immediately. Not only did his body not shrink at all, but it even expanded rapidly again. In just a blink of an eye, it also rose to a height of 50 meters. Xiao Han's eyes narrowed when he saw this, and a spiritual weapon-level spear was immediately taken out, and he raised his hand to throw it over there. But at this time, the Lord of Greed roared angrily. "What are you still standing there for? Why don't you come to help quickly? Roar! Moo! Ouch!" With the roar of the Lord of Greed, the Blood Demon Dragon, the Black Flame Nightmare Beast, and the Abyss Barbarian Bull King in the Abyss Passage roared immediately and killed the people riding on the purple flame thunder wing. Horse. Fuck! Xiao Han couldn't help but cursed when his back was cut off. He immediately took back the spiritual weapon spear that was about to be thrown at the Lord of Greed and instantly replaced it with the dark flame sky-splitting spear of the immortal weapon level. At the same time as the sky-splitting strike was used, the spear also flew out of his hand immediately. Whoosh! With a piercing scream, the head of the Black Flame Nightmare Beast, which was at the forefront, was instantly pierced. The Netherworld Black Evil Tiger beside it was also pierced by the blood-colored spear that was more than 20 meters long, and was nailed to the ground. The legendary killing two birds with one stone. Xiao Han didn't know if anyone had really done it, but today his one-shot killing two masters came true. 200 trillion blood-colored damage values floated out, and a ding sound came to my ears. 2 Emperor-level Abyss Beasts were killed in one shot. P.S. Regarding the Nightmare Necklace, some people asked how to wear it. There is an introduction in Chapter 1377, which reduces the usage attributes and usage requirements and can only be used for 10 minutes. Some people also asked why the fatal blow of the Dark Flame Sky-Splitting spear was not used to kill the Abyss Demon Lord directly. The fatal effect of the Dark Flame Sky-Splitting spear does not work on those with artifact equipment, so it has no effect on the Emperor and the Abyss Demon Lord. For details, please go to Chapter 593 to see the attributes. The reason why I was able to kill instantly this time was also because of the Blessing of Iron Blood charge. Hashtag C1418 1 gun, 2 masters. 2. Ding, you killed a Black Flame Nightmare Beast Emperor and gained 13,632,000 experience points. Ding, your level has reached the upper limit and you can no longer gain experience points. Please complete the job transfer task as soon as possible to increase the upper limit of the level. Ding, you killed a Black Flame Nightmare Beast Emperor and gained 1,816 gold coins. Ding, you killed a Black Flame Nightmare Beast Emperor and gained the Fairy Equipment Dream Demon Blade. Ding, you killed a Netherworld Black Evil Tiger Emperor and gained 15,650,000 experience points. Ding, your level has been raised to the upper limit and you can no longer gain experience points. Please complete the job transfer task as soon as possible to raise the level upper limit. Ding, you killed a Netherworld Black Evil Tiger Emperor and obtained 2,116 gold coins. Ding, you killed a Netherworld Black Evil Tiger Emperor and obtained the Immortal Equipment Black Evil Armor. Listening to such a system prompt sound in his ears, Xiao Han was almost depressed and wanted to vomit blood. The effect of the 100-fold reward was really gone, and the 2 holy equipments were missed by him. If the effect of the 100-fold reward was still there, he could not only get A holy weapon sword but also a holy weapon armor. Such a loss is simply unbearable. But if you think about it carefully, if you don't lose the 100-fold reward, today, there will be no holy light unicorn. And without the divine beast level divine light unicorn, there will be no increase in the holy light sacrifice. Then he can't stop the abyss demon lord in front of him. As for killing 2 emperors in one shot, it was even more impossible. So losing the 100-fold reward was not a bad thing in today's situation. At this time, the instant death of the 2 emperor bosses frightened the remaining blood demon dragon and the abyss barbarian bull king. They could not help but stop where they were, not knowing what to do. At the same time, it was not just the 2 emperor bosses who were frightened by this attack, but also the warriors riding on the purple flame thunder wing horse and the golden unicorn. They looked at the 2 corpses on the ground, as well as the equipment and manifestation talismans that exploded, and couldn't help but groan in a low voice. Fuck! A damage value of 1 trillion. Is this guy still a human? Oh my god, I thought 4 trillion was very high just now, but now the damage has soared to 1 trillion, worthy of being the great demon king of frost. Owl! This is really unique, although the damage value is very unreasonable, but it's really cool to watch. Hey! What's unreasonable? You are really surprised. Amid the waves of discussions, Xiao Han seemed not to hear it, and his eyes were fixed on the Lord of Greed who had completed the transformation. Seeing a flash of surprise in its eyes, and then immediately looking at the 2 dead bodies, his heart suddenly clicked, and instantly remembered the scene played back to him by the 7-colored dragon. This guy, is he trying to devour the bodies of the 2 emperor bosses? Thinking so, the Lord of Greed immediately took action and rushed to the place where the black flame nightmare beast and the netherworld black evil tiger died. This made Xiao Han's face darken, and he swept the spear in his hand without hesitation. While forcing it back, he immediately shouted loudly, "Collect the bodies, quickly collect the 2 bodies. The Lord of Greed wants to devour, don't let him succeed." As the voice fell, everyone immediately rushed to the bodies of the black flame nightmare beast and the netherworld black evil tiger. Because everyone knows that the current Lord of Greed is the Lord of Greed who has been suppressed for nearly 10,000 years, and his state is not even 10% of his peak period. And if it absorbs these 2 emperor bosses, it is completely uncertain to what extent it can recover. If it recovers only 10% or 20%, perhaps they will be defeated immediately. Roar! At this time, a roar also sounded, and the Lord of Greed immediately shouted, "Quick! Go and grab those 2 corpses, otherwise I will eat you." As the roar fell, the frightened blood demon dragon and the abyss bull king immediately reacted. Although their eyes were still full of fear, they still rushed over. At this time they were closer to the 2 corpses. Not far away, although there were also 2 warrior players, their mounts were all purple flame thunder wing horses, wanting them to snatch corpses and snatch 2 corpses from the hands of 2 emperor-level bosses. This is almost a fool's dream. But even though they knew that going there would be suicide, they did not hesitate at all. Roar! Roar! At this time, 2 dragon roars suddenly sounded, and Tan Yuntian, who had been sitting on the back of the golden unicorn, suddenly grabbed forward with both hands in the air. 2 purple dragon-shaped phantoms instantly flew out from his arms. In just a flash, he swallowed the 2 corpses faster than the blood demon dragon and the abyss bull king. As his hands suddenly retracted, the 2 emperor corpses were also forcibly snatched back. Seeing this scene, Xiao Han couldn't help but stare, and couldn't help but exclaimed, "How can you use the dragon capture hand with both hands at the same time?" Roar! At this time, the angry roar sounded again, and the Lord of Greed angrily cursed, "Waste, a bunch of damn waste." As he said this, he ignored Tan Yuntian, who had snatched the corpse, and rushed directly towards the blood demon dragon and the abyss bull king, as if he really wanted to eat them. Seeing this, Xiao Han certainly couldn't let it succeed. The spear in his hand shook slightly, and the 20-meter-long blood-colored spear phantom in the air immediately swept towards the Lord of Greed. This time, the Lord of Greed did not give in, and smashed the long sword, long knife and shield in his hands together. Boom! 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 In a series of roars, even though the height of the Lord of Greed has soared to 50 meters, his strength is still a little weaker than the blood-colored phantom summoned by the iron blood charge. The powerful force of more than 10 million points immediately made him retreat more than 10 steps involuntarily. But this time it was much better than before. Roar! The angry roar sounded again. Seeing that he was blocked again, the Lord of Greed immediately roared, "What are you still standing there for? Come to me, quickly." In the abyss, class oppression is extremely strict. Even though their eyes were full of fear, the blood demon dragon and the abyss Bull King still rushed towards the Lord of Greed without hesitation. This startled Xiao Han, and he quickly swept the spear in his hand. Bang! Amidst the dull sound of the collision, the blood demon dragon was swept away by a shot, but the abyss Bull King ran over and was caught by the Lord of Greed. Then the bloody mouth, which was only 2 or 3 meters wide, instantly expanded to more than 20 meters, and swallowed the abyss Bull King in one gulp. #C1419 Unkillable. Grass. Seeing an emperor-level abyss barbarian Bull King being swallowed alive, Xiao Han couldn't help but cursed angrily, and his face instantly became gloomier. If the two emperor bosses turned around and ran away, he could still help stop the Lord of Greed. But if you just want to die, there is really nothing you can do. After all, although the blood-colored phantom condensed now is extremely powerful, the gap in strength between the two is actually not too big, and there is no overwhelming advantage. So even if he can stop one, there is no way to stop the other. Seeing that the blood demonic dragon was still charging towards the Lord of Greed, Xiao Han quickly raised his spear and swept past again. Boom! With a loud explosion, the blood demonic dragon was once again sent flying, but the moment it landed, it rushed towards the Lord of Greed without hesitation. This way of wanting to die was simply incomprehensible to Xiao Han. But at the same time, there are no good solutions. Seeing the blood demon dragon charging at him again, he could only raise his spear again and smash it with all his strength. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, the blood demonic dragon was once again thrown away. At this time, the Lord of Greed seemed not to have seen it, and seemed to be trying his best to absorb the emperor-level abyss barbarian Bull King that he had just swallowed. Such a scene immediately made Tan Yuntian's face completely gloomy. Drive! He gently pinched the horse's belly with his legs, and the golden unicorn under him immediately understood, and immediately turned into a golden lightning and rushed towards the blood demon dragon. The blood demon dragon that had just been knocked away had already hit a piece of gravel with a bang, because the force of this blow was so great, even though it had stood up. Again, its steps were still a little unsteady, as if it was about to fall down. At any time, this made Tan Yuntian's eyes light up. When he raised his right hand, a clear, black word Feng appeared in his palm. When the Jinyao unicorn ran to the blood demon dragon like lightning, he also slapped it directly with his palm. Snap! With a soft sound, the black word Feng immediately penetrated the body. In less than a breath, it appeared on the forehead of the blood demon dragon, and its figure swayed again, and then hit the ground heavily with a bang. Hulyulu! The next second, a heavy snoring sound came, and the emperor-level blood evil dragon had already fallen asleep. Tan Yuntian immediately reached out and waved forward, and the completely comatose dragon disappeared instantly. At this time, he shouted loudly, "Don't worry about the blood demon dragon. I am here. Defeat the abyss demon lord quickly. Don't give it too much time to recover." My God! Defeat the abyss demon lord? He complained feebly in his heart. At this point, Xiao Han actually didn't think it was possible to kill the abyss demon lord. But he had no way to talk about this matter. because there is a vicious spirit in his body. Killing the Abyss Demon Lord is actually quite troublesome. In no more than 100 years, a new Abyss Demon Lord will appear. And then, should we kill again? In fact, the best way is to suppress it somewhere again. But the Jiuan soul refining array over there in the Dead Silence Cave has been completely destroyed, and it is simply impossible to continue to suppress. The Lord of Greed. Thinking a little irritably in his heart, Xiao Han couldn't help but feel a burst of despair when he saw that the 1% health bar that had just been knocked out was restored to full in just a few dozen seconds. It's his grandma's, so let's take it wherever he hits, he muttered secretly, although he wanted to retreat now, but thinking of the depleted power of luck and the talisman that could plunder luck, he had to perform well in front of Tan Yuntian. At the same time, it is best to let this greedy lord go, because once he successfully kills it, he will no longer have a sense of crisis, and it will be even more impossible to get the talisman. Only by letting him go could there be a slight possibility for Tan Yuntian to make a desperate move. But while letting him go, he had to find a way to keep Lu Yen. Hey! This operation is a bit difficult, he muttered secretly in his heart. Now that he had made a decision, Xiao Han no longer hesitated at all, and once again swept the spear in his hand like the Lord of Greed. Woo! Amidst the sharp whistling sound, the Lord of Greed's eyes flashed with anger, and he raised the black shield in his hand and smashed it directly. Boom! The violent forces collided together, creating a thunderous explosion. The blood-colored shadow condensed from the blood-colored smoke still did not retreat even half a step, but made the Lord of Greed take back more than 10 steps in a row. This made Xiao Han's eyes light up, and he couldn't help but thought to himself, hey, what's going on? His power doesn't seem to have increased at all. Is it possible that the Abyss Barbarian Bull King that was just swallowed cannot be transformed into combat power immediately? With this thought in his mind, Xiao Han immediately rushed forward again, and at the same time brandished his spear and struck hard at the Lord of Greed. After forcing him to take more than 10 steps back again, he confirmed his suspicion. It must be impossible to digest the Abyss Barbarian Bull King that he just swallowed in a short time. Otherwise, it had devoured nearly 100 abyss monsters in the Silent Cave 3 days ago, so why did it not come to this abyss passage until now? According to normal logic, one must find a way to escape back to the abyss as soon as possible after escaping from the trap. And if he didn't escape back, there must be a reason. Now it seems that the most reasonable explanation is to completely absorb the energy of those abyss monsters, restore some strength, and then come to this abyss passage. Hey! Thinking of this possibility, Xiao Han couldn't help but laugh excitedly, and then smashed the spear in his hand again. Boom! Both sides are very large, and it is difficult to dodge such attacks. With less power than the blood-colored phantom and the weapon in his hand not as long as the blood-colored spear, the Lord of Greed has no ability to resist, and was knocked away again and again. But the blood bar above his head did not decrease at all. I can't kill him. As time passed, Bai Qingxue threw another pill into her mouth and couldn't help shouting, Brother Han Xiao, I don't have much energy left. I can only hold on for 1 or 2 minutes at most. Some of our brothers have completely exhausted their energy. I know. Xiao Han held the spear in his hand and took a few steps back. He had found that his attack began to decrease. It's just that the warriors who have exhausted their energy are all relatively weak, so the attenuation attribute is not too obvious. But if the battle continues like this, even he can't hold on for too long. Looking back at Tan Yuntian, Xiao Han couldn't help but ask in a deep voice, Master, do we still have to continue fighting? Fight. Don't let it go. Tan Yuntian said in a deep voice, and continued. If its strength is restored, it will go to rescue other Abyss Demon Lords. It will only take 1 or 2 years at most to seal the abysses in other places. Roar. Tan Yuntian hadn't finished speaking yet, and suddenly a roar came from a distance, making him look in the direction of the sound. In the sky 10,000 meters away, a black object was madly running towards the edge, and behind it was a green figure which felt 1,000 meters long even, though it was 10,000 meters away. This made Tan Yuntian's face suddenly change, and he couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Is the seal in the north also broken? But how is this possible? The one guarding that side is #C1420 Lord of the Void 1. In the sky 10,000 meters away, two figures, one blue and one black, roared and came towards the abyss passage at a high speed. Such a scene was not only seen by Tan Yuntian, Guo Huai, Zhan Tian, and by Qingxue, who were riding on the golden unicorn, also saw it. Xiao Han, who was at the front of the crowd, had to stop his actions and looked over there with a serious face. At this time, the Lord of Greed also immediately turned back to look over there, and then his face suddenly froze, and he exclaimed, "Fuck! Qing Long!" The moment the voice fell, it turned around and ran without hesitation. At the same time, the huge body of more than 50 meters was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. When it ran to Lu Yen, its size was less than 5 meters. Then he grabbed it in his hand and ran towards the abyss passage like a gust of wind. Qing Long. Hearing such a shout, Xiao Han couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. But, seeing that the Lord of Greed still took Lu Yen with him even when he ran away, he didn't have time to think about it. Immediately, he gently squeezed the horse's belly with his legs, and the holy light unicorn also reacted instantly and chased towards the abyss passage. Da, da, da. In the midst of the extreme speed, even if Xiao Han's reaction was a little slow, but in just a breath, the distance between the two sides had been shortened to within 100 meters. At this time, the Lord of Greed had already run to the entrance of the passage. This made Xiao Han's face flash with anxiety, and then he squeezed the horse's belly fiercely, shouting angrily, "You are looking for death. Leave my sister to me." The moment the voice fell, the energy in the body suddenly rushed into the body of the holy light unicorn like a flood. Chirp, a high-pitched neigh sounded, and a pair of golden front hooves were immediately raised high and then fell fiercely. Boom! The next second, a deafening sound came, and then a golden light wave immediately spread around at lightning speed. Almost in an instant, he was about to catch up with the two figures running in front. But at this time, the body of the Lord of Greed shrank sharply again, and his 5-meter height instantly became less than 1 meter, and at the same time, he blocked Lu Yen in front of him. Fuck! Seeing this scene, Xiao Han not only cut off the energy supply of war trampling but also dropped the spear in his hand. Without the subsequent energy supply, the golden light wave finally stopped completely when it spread to less than 1 meter in front of Lu Yen. "Hey, want Lu Yen?" Seeing that this trick worked, the Lord of Greed suddenly grinned with some complacency. "Then come to the abyss to find me." As his voice fell, his figure flashed without any hesitation and disappeared directly into the abyss passage. Fuck! Seeing the figure that had completely disappeared, Xiao Han cursed angrily and rushed to the abyss passage without any hesitation. Since Lu Yen has been found, of course she must be brought back. With Lu Yan's current strength, she couldn't withstand a strengthened version of war trampling. So just now, even if he was unwilling, he had to give up the attack. If he was ruthless, he might be able to keep the Abyss Demon Lord, and when the Azure Dragon came over, the Greed Lord would not be able to escape. But if the price of keeping the Greed Lord was Lu Yan's death, he was unwilling to do that. Looking at the dark hole, since it was not the first time, Xiao Han shouted loudly without any fear, "Follow me in and capture the Lord of the Abyss." "Don't go, wait a minute." But at this moment, Tan Yuntian suddenly shouted, "The Abyss is the home of the demons. Have you forgotten the lesson last time? The demons are almost invincible in the Abyss, unless they have an overwhelming advantage in strength. If you rush in like this, and you are sure to defeat the Lord of the Abyss. Perhaps all of us will die in the abyss. What about senior sister? Xiao Han asked back and immediately said, Senior sister has been caught in the abyss. Can I just watch like this? Ah. Tan Yuntian sighed heavily with a sad face. He continued, It's all my fault. If I had listened to you, I would have sent her back first. But now things have become like this. Since she has been completely possessed by the devil, she can't be saved. Being demonized by the devil's energy is an irreversible transformation. What we have to do now is not to save her from the Lord of Greed. Tan Yuntian pointed to the sky in the distance and continued, One of the Abyss Demon Lords has already escaped back to the Abyss. We can't let the other one escape back. Is that guy also the Abyss Demon Lord? Although Xiao Han had already guessed it when he heard the name Qinglong, he couldn't help but click in his heart after confirming this guess. At this time he still wanted to chase. But the holy light unicorn under his crotch had slowly retreated a few steps, and turned to look at the two figures, one black and one blue, in the sky. Even if he wanted to chase, if he didn't have the help of the holy light unicorn, chasing would only lead to his death. Even a fart from the Lord of Greed could kill him, and what Tan Yuntian said could not be ignored. Lord of the Abyss. Muttering inaudibly, Xiao Han looked at the abyss passage and said fiercely in his heart, Lu Yen, I will definitely snatch you back. I must also get the talisman that plunders luck. As long as I gather all the luck power of others in my body, even if it is the Abyss Demon Lord, what can I do? Hey, 100 times the strength, 100 times the agility, and 100 times the damage. I want to take them all. Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han glanced at Zhang Tian obscurely. Although it was a bit unkind to do so, he couldn't care so much. But that was all for the future. Now he had to block this abyss passage and leave the Abyss Demon Lord no way to escape. Seeing that the black figure was less than 3,000 meters away from here, Xiao Han immediately led everyone to guard the entrance of the abyss passage. Roar! At this time another roar came. As the black figure got closer and closer to the abyss passage, everyone discovered that it was a jellyfish-like creature with thousands of black tentacles hanging below. Logically speaking, its flying speed was not too fast. But what was a little puzzling was that the speed of the azure dragon behind was not fast either, and it could not catch up with the jellyfish in front. Does this thing have any special abilities? Xiao Han muttered in a low voice, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and then a set of data immediately appeared in the corner of his eyes. Hashtag C1421 Lord of the Void. 2. Lord of Nothingness, Sirius's Demon Lord level? HP? Physical attack? Magic attack? Physical defense? Magic defense? After looking at the data in the corner of his eyes, there was another series of question marks. Xiao Han had guessed this a long time ago, so there was no surprise at all. But when he saw the name Sirius's, the prefix was actually Lord of Nothingness. He immediately had a bad premonition in his heart. Could it be that it is immune to all physical attacks? Thinking so, seeing that the Lord of Nothingness was less than a kilometer away from here, Xiao Han immediately grasped the 9-nether demon slaying spear in his hand and whispered, Even if it is immune, so what? As long as it is blocked outside the abyss passage, even if it is only for a short second, it will be enough to make it irreparable. Qinglong is one of the 4 sacred beasts. It should be the same as the black tortoise under Chenxi Island. It is also a holy spirit-level existence. Can't it be easily suppressed by raising a hand? With this judgment, Xiao Han no longer entangled with Lu Yan's matter, and his eyes were fixed on the Lord of Nothingness who was getting closer and closer. 800 meters, 500 meters, 300 meters. In just one breath, the Lord of the Abyss, like a jellyfish, had already rushed straight over. At this time, Xiao Han no longer hesitated, and a blazing black flame immediately burned on the spear. At the same time, the black 9-nether demon-slaying spear just trembled slightly and immediately transformed into 5 afterimages. Even though the energy in his body was pouring out, he didn't care at all. And the Lord of Nothingness, even though he had seen such an attack, had no intention of stopping. Instead, he rushed over at a faster speed. Humph! Seeing this, Xiao Han couldn't help but snorted coldly, and then roared angrily. It's not that easy to escape from here. The power of my shot is not something you can bear. With a power of tens of millions of points, even the Lord of Greed with 4 arms couldn't stop it, so it was impossible for this soft-bodied demon lord, like a jellyfish, to stop it. With such confidence, the 9-nether demon-slaying spear with 5 afterimages immediately swung over. Boom! 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 The next second, a violent roar came, and 5 deep gullies were instantly smashed on the ground. As for the target of the attack, the Lord of Nothingness, his body was like a phantom, passing directly over the bodies of the crowd and rushing directly into the abyss passage. Roar! At this time, another roar came. The azure dragon, which was more than a kilometer long, finally flew over by a hair's breadth. But the Lord of Greed and the Lord of Nothingness had already fled into the abyss, so it was useless even if they came over now. Xiao Han looked behind him in a daze, and then looked at Tan Yuntian in silence, his eyes full of helplessness. Ah! Tan Yuntian sighed and glanced at the abyss passage. Even though his eyes were full of reluctance, he did not have the courage to chase after him. Because the abyss is the home ground of the demons, even if the 10,000 races defeated the demons at the beginning, they did not have the ability to kill into the abyss. And now, although there are few demon lord-level beings in the abyss, but there are several beasts equivalent to the level of divine beasts sleeping in almost every layer, and even in the lowest layers the number may be as high as double digits. If a saint-level being really rushed into the abyss, those sleeping beasts would certainly be awakened. The demonic disaster is really coming. After whispering, Tan Yuntian immediately turned his gaze to Xiao Han, with a hint of struggle in his eyes. Roar! At this time, another roar sounded, and then he said in a muffled voice, "Before I came, a guy escaped into the abyss passage. It looks like the Lord of Greed. Is the seal on the dead cave broken?" "Yeah." Tan Yuntian nodded and responded, and immediately continued in a deep voice. After nearly 10,000 years of erosion, the 9 abyss soul refining formation has long been overwhelmed. It's actually very good to be able to hold on until now. Originally, we wanted to rely on our own strength, whether it was to kill it or reseal it, but we failed in the end. It's already very good. Qinglong glanced at the abyss passage and continued. The demonic disaster has its own destiny. It has been like this since ancient times. We can't stop it. What we need to do now is to find the chosen son as soon as possible. When all the other abyss lords are before they are all out of trouble, if they are all trained to the level of war gods, they can still survive this demonic disaster. Ha! As he said this, Qinglong also looked at Xiao Han, and his face was happy. But, he said sadly, "Son of the chosen, but how come the power of luck is exhausted? The son of the chosen in each generation is rare, and one is wasted before it even starts. Alas, it's such a pity that you can't accept the infusion of energy tides with such strength." "Energy tide?" Tan Yuntian repeated and asked in confusion. "What is energy tide, and what benefits does it bring to the son of the chosen?" "It's a special method of cultivation." Qinglong paused for a moment and continued. "Every time there is trouble, there will be a son of the chosen born to people. But many times, there is no time for the son of the chosen to grow up. So in the distant ancient times, there were extremely smart and powerful people who invented this kind of training method specifically for the son of heaven. Generally, it only takes 3 to 5 months to cultivate it into a god of Va. Ha! Qinglong said while looking at the other people around him, and then said, excitedly, there are really many talents here. There are only 20 people in total, and there are 2 sons of heaven. It seems that these people are also the elites of mankind, so it is necessary to cultivate them. As he said, Qinglong opened his mouth and spit out nearly 20 ancient books of different colors. They immediately flew out of his mouth. Then he turned his eyes to Zhantian and said with expectation, the demonic disaster is about to come to the world again. As the Son of Heaven who was born to meet the times, you have an obligation. Come with me now. In 3 to 5 months at most you will have the strength to fight the Lord of the Abyss head-on. Okay, I'll go with you. Zhantian responded excitedly and immediately flew to Qinglong. Seeing this, Tan Yuntian's face became anxious, and he asked hurriedly, Senior Qinglong, after the power of luck is exhausted, is there no way to replenish it? How to replenish the power of heaven? Qinglong looked at Xiao Han again and continued, since the power of luck is gone, it is also his fate. There is nothing we can do about it. Don't worry about it anymore. Just keep practicing hard. Perhaps in a few decades, he may not be without the possibility of becoming a god of war. I have to find the son of luck. If you are lucky enough to find the son of luck, take them to the 10,000 Demons Mountains. After saying that, Qinglong flew away without any hesitation. And Zhantian was also wrapped in a mysterious power, and he quickly followed behind him and went away. In just 2 or 3 breaths, he had completely disappeared from sight. #C1422 Generous Azure Dragon. Besides that kind of talisman, there is really no way to replenish the power of luck. Seeing Qinglong turning around and leaving with Zhantian without any hesitation, Xiao Han whispered with a depressed face. But at this time, other people around him looked at the ancient books in their hands, but their faces were full of excitement. Even Bai Gongxue couldn't help but exclaimed, Xianin Zhan Shueju. I was directly given a copy of the heaven-level cultivation technique. This is too generous. Hey, this is also a heaven-level book. Whoever said it doesn't seem to be the same. I am Zhuan Feng Lingjin, a heaven-level cultivation method with wind attributes. I'll give it a try. 20 heaven-level skills. Qinglong's move is too generous. Hey, I have to say it's more fun to follow Boss Han Xiao. I haven't done anything yet. I just spent a little energy and got a heaven-level practice method. Amidst the bursts of excited discussion, Xiao Han also took a look at the cultivation technique in his hand, and couldn't help but whisper, the cultivation technique of the heaven level is an excellent thing. But to me it's completely useless. Since the Holy Spirit level Qinglong has already said that the depleted power of luck cannot be replenished through external force, then we can only rely on that kind of talisman. Only by getting that kind of talisman can I possibly rescue Lu Yen from the abyss. Thinking of this, Xiao Han immediately turned to look at Tan Yuntian beside him. Seeing him looking at him with a troubled face, he immediately asked, Master, what should we do next? Hey, what else can I do? Tan Yuntian sighed deeply, glanced at the abyss passage, and continued in a deep voice. First reseal the passage here and then go back to find the chosen one. But before that, I want to find out how Yenner became possessed. Well, we really need to find out. Xiao Han nodded and immediately said, But I don't think it is necessary to reseal this abyss passage. Anyway, the Lord of Greed and the Lord of Nothingness have successfully escaped back. Even if they are sealed again, they cannot be stopped. Instead of expending such effort, it is better to improve yourself quickly. Hey! Tan Yuntian sighed deeply again and continued. It's not that easy to improve yourself. The world's spiritual weapons have almost been completely exhausted. If it weren't for your 9 revolutions Shenyuan Dan, I would never have been able to break through to the emperor level in my life, let alone others. However, even if this passage does not need to be resealed, one person still needs to be arranged to guard it here all year round. If a monster breaks out of the ground, we can get the news immediately. Leave this to me. Xiao Han glanced at Guo Huai and said immediately, choose a few with good strength and let them keep an eye on the abyss passage here. Okay, I'll make arrangements right now. Guo Huai responded and continued in a deep voice. But the teleportation array here needs to be repaired as soon as possible. Otherwise, this place is hundreds of kilometers away from Ice City, and they wouldn't be able to come here. And even if the demons break out of the ground, the soldiers on duty here will not be able to send the news back immediately. Don't worry. Xiao Han glanced at the damaged Level 3 teleportation array. The most important Level 3 space-breaking stone was still intact. However, one of the Kongming stones was broken into two halves, and some lines used to transmit energy were also broken into two parts due to Lu Yan's blow. In fact, it is not too difficult to repair such a teleportation array. It only takes about 10 minutes. But compared to repairing, it would actually be easier to build a new one. But now he no longer has the 100-fold reward, and he cannot directly upgrade the first-level teleportation array to the third-level teleportation array. But here, the first-level teleportation array has no choice but to teleport directly to Ice City. Forget it. Let's spend some time repairing it. As he said this, Xiao Han immediately took out the carving knife and started moving. As the stone chips fell from his hand, more than 10 minutes passed by. In a flash, bite! At this time, the system prompts immediately sounded in my ears. You successfully repaired a Level 3 teleportation array. Seeing that the teleportation array was ready for use, Xiao Han immediately took a few steps back. As Guo Huai's message was sent out, the dark attribute energy crystals on the teleportation array immediately lit up with a faint milky white light. After a while, Jiang Zhe, Fu Qingji, Jiang Xiaoyun and others all teleported over. At this time, Tan Yuntian suddenly took a step forward and said directly to Xiao Han, I have something to do with you. Come with me to Stormwind City. Good. Xiao Han nodded in response. He just wanted to have a good talk with this cheap master. After all, he was bound to get the talisman that could plunder luck. But before that, things here still need to be arranged, so he said directly, but you have to wait for me, there are still some things that need to be arranged here. Okay. But I have to go back first. Tan Yuntian said softly and then continued, you should know where your senior sister lives in Stormwind City. I'll wait for you over there, and you can finish things here as soon as possible. Well, it won't take more than half an hour at most. Xiao Han promised with certainty and then watched Tan Yuntian disappear into the teleportation array. Then he immediately walked up to the Holy Light Unicorn and asked in a deep voice, do what you said before still count now? Of course it counts. The Holy Light Unicorn looked at the tribesmen around him and continued with emotion. Our tribe prospers because of you, and of course we will not do such things as crossing the river and destroying the bridge. What's more, with your strength, you are worthy of our tribe to follow. The Lord of Greed and the Lord of Nothingness have fled back to the abyss, and the demonic disaster will come again. Only by following the strong can our tribe survive better in this chaotic world. That's good. Xiao Han secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately said, then you go to my pet space to rest first, and I will summon you out when I need you. Of course, if you have whatever you want, you can just ask for it now. Request. The Holy Light Unicorn said softly, and after thinking for a while, he continued, I don't think my strength can be improved anymore, so I don't have any requests. But if possible, try to provide more pills to my people. Only when they are stronger can they help you more, and even help you kill the Lord of the Abyss one day in the future. Well, I know that. Xiao Han nodded in response, and then chatted with the Holy Light Unicorn for a few more words and then put it into the pet space. And Guo Huai, Jiang Zhe, Fu Chengji and others also collected all the remaining 13 Emperor-level golden unicorns. Guohuai and Jiangzhe will handle the matter of guarding the Abyss Passage. Now he has to find a way to restore his luck. Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han apologized to Jiang Xiaoyun for a few words and then walked quickly to the teleportation array. As the light on the teleportation array flashed, he also disappeared. #C1423 Reasons of Demonic Possession 1. Yunxiao City. After passing through the 7th-level teleportation array in Beihai City, he teleported from Yunxiao City to Stormwind City in just a few breaths. On the other side of the Abyss Passage, although it was delayed for a few minutes, but as soon as he came out of the teleportation hall, he ran as fast as possible to Lu Yan's small courtyard in the east of the city. He had been to that place several times, so he was familiar with it. Running at full speed, he finally caught up with Tan Yuntian, who had left first at the entrance of Lu Yan's courtyard. Crunch! As the red paint door was gently pushed open, Xiao Han could see that Tan Yuntian's back was already a little bleak at this time. As a disciple raised by his daughter, it was not easy for him to start without any warning, without breaking down, and this kind of blow was not something he could easily bear. And under the circumstances, he was able to maintain his sanity. As a magic sealer, he has to consider the people of the world. You can't make impulsive decisions for Lu Yan alone, which will lead to some unbearable consequences. Why? Thinking of Lu Yan, Xiao Han also sighed heavily, feeling a dull feeling in his heart. But at this moment, his desire to obtain the talisman became even stronger. Only by obtaining the kind of talisman that can plunder luck from Tan Yuntian's hands can he directly rush into the abyss. And only by fighting into the abyss and obtaining more spiritual sources can he cultivate more powerful warriors through fighting, and thus gain the power to defeat the Abyss Demon Lord. Not the Abyss Demon Lord who had been suppressed for nearly 10,000 years, but the Abyss Demon Lord in his prime. With this thought in his mind, Xiao Han couldn't help but whisper softly, "Lu Yan, just wait. I will definitely catch you back from the abyss. You're here." At this moment, Tan Yuntian did not walk into Lu Yan's courtyard. Instead, he turned around and said, "Why so fast? Aren't there still things that need to be dealt with over there? Everything has been taken care of." Xiao Han replied and continued, "Since you, Master, have something to do with me, of course I have to come over as soon as possible." "Oh, you are interested." Tan Yuntian laughed insincerely and then said, "Since you are here, then come in with me. I also have something I want to find out from you." With that said, he walked through the red-painted door and walked into the small courtyard. When Xiao Han saw this, he followed immediately without any hesitation. After a while, Tan Yuntian sat at the stone table in the northwest corner of the courtyard, pointed to the stone bench beside the stone table and said, "Sit down first. Yenner probably told me some of your business. I heard that you met at the Demon Sealing Tower, and even saved Yenner's life because of it. What I want to know now is, apart from dealing with the Abyss Blood Emperor in the Demon Sealing Tower, have you ever come into contact with other Abyss demons?" "Probably not." Xiao Han sat on the stone bench and said with some uncertainty, "There is a problem with the seal of the Demon Sealing Tower. Senior sister knows that the Abyss Blood Emperor will escape sooner or later. So she has been staying in Stormwind City, searching for ancient books from ancient times. But I can't sit still. In order to improve my strength quickly, I have to go to the mountains and swamps to find medicinal materials and refine the elixirs needed for cultivation. As for whether senior sister left Stormwind City during the time I left, I don't know." After saying this, Xiao Han pondered for a moment before continuing. "But in order to find a way to suppress the Abyss Blood Emperor again, she should not leave Stormwind City easily. And after the Blood Emperor of the Abyss was killed, I went to the deadly Silence Cave the next day. In such a short period of time, logically speaking, it is impossible for her to come into contact with other abyssal demons. No contact. Tan Yuntian frowned and couldn't help but whisper. Since there has been no contact, how did Yenner become possessed by the devil? This makes
no sense.
And as a demon sealer, because you need to be in constant contact with the abyss demons, the risk of being demonized is indeed much greater than that of normal people. But she was brought up by me. Not only does she have several methods of forcibly suppressing demonic energy, she even has a set of smoke-like suits, specifically designed to suppress demonic energy. Even if you encounter an emperor-level abyss demon, you won't be demonized so easily. Ruyan suit. Hearing what Tan Yuntian said, Xiao Han repeated awkwardly and said cautiously, well, that Ruyan suit really has a suppressing effect on demonic energy. Would the effect still exist if one or two of them were lost? Lost one or two of them? Tan Yuntian repeated in a low voice, and then he immediately reacted and asked in a serious voice, what's going on? How could the suit become parts? That. Xiao Han hesitated for a moment and then said bravely, when we first entered, the demon sealing tower, part of the Abyss Blood Emperor's power, had already been unlocked. At that time I was still very weak, and my senior sister was not strong either. 2 pieces of equipment were lost during the battle. Lost? Tan Yuntian's eyes flashed coldly, and he said angrily, Humph, you really think I'm an old fool. Is it really lost? What happened to the underwear that Yenner was talking about at the Abyss passage before? Xiao Han was stunned for a moment, and suddenly thought of Lu Yan's accusation against him, so he had to smile bitterly and said, I didn't expect that things would turn out like this. And that underwear was found by me when I entered the cave of the Abyss. How could I have thought that it belonged to my senior sister? You really don't know? At this time, Tan Yuntian suddenly remembered the smoke ring in Yunling's hand, and wished he could strangle this guy to death. But thinking about it carefully, he didn't seem to have done anything wrong. After all, it is human nature to give a good thing to the woman you like. Maybe he knew, but he still gave it to his wife. This only shows that Yunling is very important to him. No, I've never heard Yenner mention Yunling before. Ignoring Han Zhao's suddenly frozen face, Tan Yuntian continued to think. When I was in the Deadly Silence Cave before, I didn't hear Han Zhao say that he had a wife. But when I sent out 2 books of dual cultivation techniques to get them married, Yunling suddenly appeared. Doesn't this mean that Han Zhao is rejecting Yenner in disguise, but he can't refuse too directly, so he has no choice but to move his wife out so that Yenner can have a step down? After going around in a circle, he finally came to such a conclusion, which made Tan Yuntian wish he could give himself a slap in the face. If it weren't for those 2 cultivation techniques, maybe Lu Yan wouldn't be possessed by the devil, and the Lord of Greed wouldn't be able to get out of trouble. Why? Thinking that all this was caused by him, Tan Yuntian sighed heavily and had to put down the issue of the Ruyan suit and continued, forget it, I don't want to pursue the matter of the Ruyan suit. But according to what you said, if Yenner has never been in contact with other demons, it stands to reason that he will not become a demon. Or, during your absence, did she get something that might make her possessed? The thing that possessed her? When mentioning this, Xiao Han couldn't help but be stunned, and then said, with some uncertainty, if it is said to be a demonic thing, it seems that there is really one. C 1424 Reasons of Demonic Possession. 2. What? Tan Yuntian's face darkened, and he immediately asked impatiently, tell me, quickly, what exactly made her possessed? Hey! Xiao Han sighed and continued, actually, I'm not sure, but it should be the blood demon bead that made her possessed. When the blood mosquitoes, blood leeches, and blood bats condensed them, I wanted to pick them up and take a look, but my senior sister refused. I heard from my senior sister that the bloody bead is called the blood demon bead. The demonic energy inside is extremely strong. Even if a master of the King of War accidentally touches it, he may be directly demonized. 3 spirits bloodthirsty array. You actually set up the 3 spirits. Bloodthirsty array. Tan Yuntian said with emotion, and immediately added. Even in ancient times, bloodthirsty stones were extremely rare. If it's really a bloodthirsty magic bead, Yennefer might actually be turned into a demon. But since she took the initiative to take away the bloodthirsty magic bead, there is also a high-level bright light magic refining array over there in the basement. It shouldn't be difficult to refine it. With this thought in his mind, Tan Yuntian's figure immediately flashed and went straight to the backyard. When Xiao Han saw this, he immediately chased after him. Bang! With a dull explosion, Tan Yuntian couldn't even wait to enter from the entrance of the secret room, so he kicked a deep hole in the ground. The figure flashed and immediately disappeared from the ground. Xiao Han quickly flashed out of his sight and jumped into the pit that he had just been kicked out of. At this time, it can be clearly seen. A dozen meters away, a black iron gate had opened, and Tan Yuntian's figure flashed past the iron gate. Thinking that Lu Yen might have become possessed here, Xiao Han immediately ran over. Standing at the door, the secret room can be seen at a glance. The secret room covers an area of only about a dozen square meters. There are 2 futons on the south side, and there seems to be a formation on the north side. Tan Yuntian is squatting there and observing carefully. Is that the bright light demon refining array that refines the blood demon beads? After muttering something softly in his mouth, Xiao Han raised his feet and walked in. However, he suddenly felt as if he had stepped on something and couldn't help but look down. I saw an unburned stick at my feet, and there were some gray ashes next to the stick. While bending down to pick up the stick, Xiao Han glanced into the secret room again and couldn't help but whisper, "It's strange. There is an incense burner inside. Why are the ashes of this incense candle at the door of the secret room?" Sure enough, this Mingguang demon refining array has been tampered with. At this moment, Tan Yuntian's voice suddenly came, and Xiao Han could only temporarily put aside his doubts and walked over quickly. Seeing Tan Yuntian's solemn look, he couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "So, senior sister is really demonized by the blood demon bead?" "It's not just the blood demonic bead," Tan Yuntian said in a cold voice with a gloomy face, and then immediately added, "Yennefer knows how powerful the blood evil bead is, so she will be very cautious when handling the blood evil bead. And since this formation was manipulated, it must have been the work of
demoniza humans.
I just don't know who has the ability to break into the secret room without anyone noticing, and even tamper with the Mingguang demon refining array. I just looked at that formation. In less than 3 or 5 hours I can't do anything that would render the formation ineffective without being visible. Is he so powerful?" Xiao Han muttered. Then his eyes narrowed and he couldn't help but thought to himself, could it be Xiao Wu who is next to senior sister? Only she has such conditions. Although he was thinking this in his mind, Xiao Han was not sure of the authenticity of this idea and could only put it aside for the time being. But his eyes immediately turned murderous. He held the unburnt wooden stick in his hand and said, "Master, I picked this up at the door of the secret room. Can you tell what it is?" As he said that, he stretched out his hand and continued, "There is an incense burner over there. Why is this incense candle burning at the door of the secret room?" "Burning at the door of the secret room?" Tan Yuntian glanced at the wooden stick in Xiao Han's hand, and immediately walked quickly to the door of the secret room. After seeing the pile of ashes, he immediately reached out and picked up some and smelled it carefully. Then he frowned, thought for a while, and couldn't help but whisper, "This smell is a bit like the incense that calms the mind and awakens the spirit." As he spoke, he gently twirled his fingers. Then his expression suddenly changed and he continued in a deep voice, "No, this is not the awakening incense. It seems to be the unique phantom incense of the demon clan. The phantom fragrance unique to the demon clan? Xiao Han looked at the wooden stick in his hand and was a little confused at this time. He immediately asked, "What is the magic incense? Is it the one that makes senior sister possessed?" Such questions have not received any answers. At this time, Tan Yuntian had no intention of explaining. He stretched out his hand to grab it, and the wooden stick in Xiao Han's hand immediately flew up. Grumble, grumble. Then a black mouse less than 5 centimeters long appeared in his palm. While putting the wooden stick on the tip of the mouse's nose, Tan Yuntian immediately said in a deep voice, "The smell on this, let me find him in the shortest time." Grumble, grumble. The black mouse squealed a few times, and immediately sniffed the stick vigorously. Then he flashed and ran directly to Xiao Han's feet. Chi, ki, ki, ki. And this also made Xiao Han a little confused. He looked at Tan Yuntian speechlessly. "It's not him." Fortunately, at this time Tan Yuntian said something and then immediately said, "There should be someone else's smell on it. Find him for me." Ki, ki, ki. The black rat chirped a few times again, but did not continue to insist. As soon as it turned around, it immediately ran out of the secret room. Seeing this, Tan Yuntian immediately followed. At this time, although Xiao Han had some doubts about Xiao Wu, it was not easy to say it directly. After all, he was Lu Yan's maid. Maybe when Tan Yuntian was still there, Xiao Wu was already Lu Yan's maid. Without any evidence, it is better not to say this speculation. Since Tan Yuntian wanted to find the mastermind behind the scenes through this method, he just had to follow and see. Ki, ki, ki. Amidst the gentle chirping, the black rat quickly stopped outside a door in the west wing, and its white claws scratched the door vigorously. Seeing this, Tan Yuntian's face darkened again, and he turned around and asked, "Do you know who lives in this room?" "I don't know. I always come here in the front yard." Xiao Han shook his head and continued in a deep voice, "But senior sister only has Xiao Wu as a maid, and they have a very good relationship. Don't you know? If this room is not senior sister's, then it should be Xiao Wu's." Xiao Wu. Hearing this name again, Tan Yuntian pushed open the door and walked in. Directly, there were indeed many maids' clothes in the room, which made his face darken again, and then he said in a deep voice, "It seems that it was really Xiao Wu who did it. Han Xiao, you should know something about this Xiao Wu." #C1425 Heaven-Stealing Talisman 1. Tan Yuntian didn't know Xiao Wu's existence, which Xiao Han didn't expect. But considering that he had disappeared from Lu Yan's life for more than 10 years without saying goodbye, it was not so strange. But for Xiao Wu, the maidservant, he actually only knew her a few times. And every time we meet, the process is not so pleasant. Seeing Tan Yuntian's expression of seeking knowledge, Xiao Han could only describe in detail what he knew. But the information he gave obviously did not satisfy the man who was still angry. After a moment of silence, Xiao Han said with a solemn expression, "Master, senior sister has become possessed now, and wondering who did this is actually meaningless. The most important thing now is to find a way to bring senior sister back from the abyss." "Hey, why don't I want to bring her back?" Tan Yuntian sighed helplessly, and continued, "But even if I can bring her back, what's the use? Being demonized by evil energy is an irreversible transformation. Even if she is brought back by force, she will find ways to escape back into the abyss. If the evil spirit cannot be driven away, leaving her with you is a time bomb." "Is it really irreversible?" Xiao Han asked in a deep voice, then took out the 10,000 pill code with his backhand and said in a deep voice, "I am an alchemist, and an alchemist with ancient inheritance. There are 10,000 kinds of elixirs here. I don't believe there is no way to save senior sister." 10,000 kinds of elixirs? Seeing the nearly 1 meter thick ancient book in front of him, Tan Yuntian's eyes couldn't help but brighten, and he hurriedly said, Is there any elixir to expel evil spirits in this elixir book? I don't know, Xiao Han said in a deep voice, and then immediately added, I have only read less than a third of this alchemy code. Many of the subsequent elixirs are unable to be refined for the time being, because the medicinal materials grow in the abyss, so I have not continued to study. But as long as I am strong enough, I will not only be able to enter the abyss and bring back my senior sister, but I will also collect the unique medicinal materials in the abyss so that my senior sister will no longer be controlled by the demonic energy. Then take a look and see if there is such an elixir in this elixir book. Suddenly knowing such a turning point, Tan Yuntian immediately opened the Wandan dictionary, trying to find the elixir that could save Lu Yen. Of course, Xiao Han didn't say much when he saw this, and started reading along with him. 1 minute, 5 minutes, half an hour. As time goes by, even if you don't look at the prescriptions and just look at the names of the pills, you can't go through the 4,000 to 5,000 pill names in a short time. At this time, Tan Yuntian had even forgotten about Xiao Wu, who caused Lu Yen to become a demon, and his fingers were flipping through the Wandan code. Quickly. Sand. 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 The sound of paper turning continued to sound, and suddenly his fingers paused, and he shouted loudly with surprise on his face. The ancient demon cleansing pill, there is actually a pill to expel the evil spirit. But how come I have never heard of such things as Gastrodia elata from the Sin realm, soul marrow from the earth's heart, and purple ghost ginseng? There is an introduction above. Xiao Han pointed to the elixir and continued, Sin domain Gastrodia is found in the 3rd layer of the abyss, and purple ghost ginseng is distributed in the 3rd to 6th layers. It's just that this earth core soul essence is a little more troublesome. It's only found on the 9th level of the abyss. The 9th level of the abyss. Tan Yuntian looked away from the pill prescription, sighed heavily, and said with a bitter look on his face, the 9th level, who has the ability to go deep into the 9th level of the abyss? I can, Xiao Han said in a deep voice, and then immediately added, now that I am only a senior warrior, I can lead a group of brothers to defeat the Lord of Greed. When I become the King of War, or even promoted to the God of War, what about the 9th level of the abyss? Yes, that's right. Tan Yuntian's eyes suddenly lit up, and then he said with a face full of ecstasy, I would have forgotten if you didn't tell me you are just a senior general now. If you can cultivate into a God of War, it won't matter if you are on the 9th level of the abyss. But your power of luck has been completely exhausted. It is not easy to cultivate to the realm of the God of War, even to the level of the King of War, let alone the realm of the God of War. Thinking of this, a look of struggle flashed across Tan Yuntian's face. In fact, it is not completely impossible to help him cultivate to the realm of God of War quickly, as long as his luck power is restored and he goes to the 10,000 demon mountains. It will only take 3 to 5 months at most before he can break through to the realm of the God of War. But this price requires sacrificing other chosen ones. As for whether he will explode and die, there is no need to worry too much about this. As the chosen one, he must be able to withstand the infusion of the power of fate. What should I do? Should I tell him? Tan Yuntian muttered with a tangled face, and then comforted himself in his heart. Even in ancient times, not every chosen one has strong strength. And as a demon-sealing master, Han Xiao now has great potential. Once he can successfully break through to the realm of the God of War, he may even have the strength to rival the 4 sacred beasts. If that's the case, maybe sacrificing a chosen one might not be a better choice. With this thought in his mind, Tan Yuntian immediately thought of Zhan Tian, and then said in a deep voice, if I guess correctly, you should have some ideas about the kind of talisman that can plunder luck. Seeing that Tan Yuntian asked such a question after seeing the recipe of Honghuang Shima pill, Xiao Han immediately nodded and admitted, I really need this thing, and my senior sister also needs this thing. If the power of luck can be restored, it will only take 3 to 5 months for me to save my senior sister. It's good that you have this confidence, Tan Yuntian said in a deep voice, and immediately said, I can teach you this talisman, but you have to agree to one condition. You say. Xiao Han's face flashed with joy, and he hurriedly said, Don't mention one condition. If I can save my sister, I will agree to 10 or 100 conditions. No need for so many, just one is enough. Tan Yuntian exhaled heavily and said seriously, I want you to promise me that this talisman cannot be used on Zhan Tian. He is also very strong and will become your strongest helper in the future. Zhan Tian. Xiao Han was stunned for a moment and immediately said, Zhan Tian is my friend. How could I attack him? When Lu Yen was just abducted, he did have a little impulse to plunder Zhan Tian's 100 times damage. In that case, he could kill directly into the abyss at that time. But calm down, he will no longer have such thoughts. Although the 100 times damage is powerful if you can plunder Ross's 100 times strength and combine it with the power of the wild bull, it will not be much weaker than Zhan Tian. If you get Nami's 100 times physical strength and Fuso's 100 times agility, it is not so important whether there is 100 times damage. Thinking of this, Xiao Han immediately promised with a serious face. But no matter what happens in the future, I can assure you that I will never attack Zhan Tian. If he can enter the abyss in the future, he will definitely go with me. That's good. I hope you remember this promise. Tan Yuntian nodded and said, but immediately thought that Zhan Tian had been taken away by Qinglong. The next time they meet, Zhan Tian may have been trained to become a master of the god of war level. At that time, even if Han Xiao wanted to attack him, he might not be able to do it, so he smiled and said, in this case, then come with me. C1426 Heaven-Stealing Talisman. 2. Tan Yuntian was very familiar with Lu Yan's small courtyard. The two of them walked in tandem and soon walked into a study room located underground. The study seemed a bit crowded, with 10 rows of black bookshelves filling the place to the brim. But the area is not small, it seems to be more than 100 square meters. On each bookshelf there are various books neatly placed, and it can be clearly seen that there is no dust on these books, as if they have been read frequently. Tan Yuntian did not stop at the door of the study, but went straight to the northwest corner of the study, where he reached the bookshelf against the wall and reached out to take down the books on the shelf. But at this time, the movements of his hands couldn't help but pause, and a look of hesitation flashed across his face. However, this look of hesitation did not last long on his face. After just a brief pause, a bundle of black books on the 4th floor of the bookshelf was taken down directly. But he didn't open the bundle of books directly. Instead, he directly put them aside, and then tapped lightly on the bookshelf where the books were removed. Crunch! There was a sound of a machine turning, and the wall behind the bookshelf suddenly shrank in. Tan Yuntian immediately reached in and touched it, and a black metal box was pulled out. Phew! This thing is still there. After taking out the metal box, Tan Yuntian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He immediately opened the metal box and took out a book bound by animal skin. Can be seen that this book has a long history. Even though it is hidden in a metal box and rarely read, there are very obvious signs of wear and tear on it. If it were not bound by extremely tough animal skin, it might have completely rotted away. Moreover, this seemingly ancient book is more than 30 centimeters thick. Xiao Han only took one look and could guess that there were many ancient secrets recorded in it. At this time, Tan Yuntian carefully held the book in his hands, turned it to about 2/3 of the way, and then flipped through dozens of books in succession before saying, "That's right. This is the talisman." The talisman that could plunder luck was right in front of him, and Xiao Han immediately stepped forward to take a look impatiently. On the animal skin book, there is also an extremely complex talisman drawn on. At the same time, there are 3 large seal characters with extremely complex strokes next to the talisman. Tan Yuntian pointed at the big seal script and said, "You may not recognize these 3 characters, but they are fonts from ancient times. And this talisman is the heaven-seizing talisman that can plunder luck." "The heaven-seizing talisman?" Xiao Han whispered with his eyes shining, and immediately pointed to the words on the side of the talisman and asked, "What? Are these big seals recorded? Are they the method of making the heaven-seizing talisman?" Tan Yuntian nodded in response. He continued, "If you want to make a heaven-capturing talisman, the conditions are extremely harsh. First of all, you have to have animal skins that are at the level of mythical beasts. Only the hides of divine beasts or ferocious beasts can withstand the infusion of the power of luck in a short period of time. Secondly, you need divine beast-level blood essence and inner elixir. Then, you need to grind the inner elixir into powder and mix it with the essence and blood. Then draw the heaven-seizing talisman on the animal skin, but the chance of success should not be more than 10%. At this point, Tan Yuntian paused for a moment, and then continued, "If you didn't have the holy light unicorn and the ability to kill ferocious beasts, I would not teach you this talisman. But even then, it's not easy to make it. Nowadays, let alone the 9th level Fulu Grand Master, even the 7th level Fulu Master has become a rare existence. Even if you have the ability to kill a ferocious beast and collect all the materials to make a talisman, there is still no way to make the heaven-seizing talisman." "Hey, that's not necessarily the case." Xiao Han looked at the talisman on the animal skin and whispered excitedly, "The 9th level Talisman Grand Master is indeed a rare existence. Even if it is a 7th level Talisman Master, it is not easy to find him. But half a month ago, when inlaying the gems into the equipment, he had to upgrade the Magic Pattern Master's level to level 9. Only by carving out the 9th level magic pattern can the energy of the gems embedded in the equipment be balanced. For those magic patterns, even with the 100-fold reward effect on improving proficiency, it took him half a month to successfully be promoted to the 9th level Talisman Grand Master. Even the level of the alchemist, which he has always relied on the most and has been trying to improve, is only at level 8 now. Because high-level medicinal materials are extremely difficult to find, it is really difficult for an alchemist to break through to level 9. But the engraving of magic patterns is much simpler. It is 90% similar to the talisman. It also grinds the inner elixir and then mixes it with blood essence and some medicinal powder to carve the magic pattern on the equipment. It just so happens that his space ring contains a lot of inner elixirs and blood essences for those above the Emperor level. That's why it can be upgraded to level 9 within half a month. Now, it shouldn't be too difficult for a 9th level Magic Pattern Master to make a 9th level heaven-seizing talisman. It just so happened that in the space ring, there was also the inner elixir of the ferocious beast-level Demon Flame Nightmare Beast, and there happened to be more than a dozen bottles of its blood essence. "Hey, isn't this talisman tailor-made for me?" Xiao Han muttered excitedly in his heart, and continued with a smile on his face. "Actually, I am not only an alchemy master but also a 9th level Talisman Master." "You, the Grand Master of Talisman?" Tan Yuntian was stunned for a moment, and then said with doubt on his face, "Person's energy is extremely limited. If you can become an alchemy master in your 20s, you are already considered a genius. Although making talismans is easier than refining elixirs, the difference in difficulty is actually not that big. How can you become a grand master of talismans in this limited life?" "Hey, it has something to do with talent." Xiao Han chuckled and continued, confidently, "Actually, I didn't spend too much time refining medicine and making talismans. These are things that can be learned easily with just a little study." Taking out his 9 nether demon-slaying spear, Xiao Han continued with a smile. Look, this spear was made by me myself. In addition to the Master of Alchemy and the Grand Master of Talismans, I am also a Master of Weapon Refining. By the way, I actually have some superficial understanding of formations, and now I can lay out a 7th level formation. Grandmaster of Medicine Refining, Master of Weapon Refining, Master of Formations, and Grand Master of Talismans. Tan Yuntian muttered a few words in a low voice and couldn't help but whisper, "Holy shit! Is there really such a person in the world?" As he said this, he couldn't help but think of himself. 100 years ago, he was able to deploy a 7-level formation, but he has not been able to go any further. Although refining medicine and making talismans are also dabbled in, the former is stuck at level 3, and the latter has only reached level 6. In the next 100 years, even though a lot of money and energy were spent on this, we still couldn't make any progress. Looking at the cheap apprentice in front of him, Tan Yuntian felt like there were 10,000 grass and mud horses running past him. At the same time, he also had 10,000 MP in his heart, and he didn't know how to curse him. Is my talent really that bad? Tan Yuntian even became a little suspicious when he thought about how crazy his master looked when he successfully accepted him as his disciple. However, thinking that he was the chosen one, he immediately regained his balance. While reaching out to hand over the ancient book, he said in a deep voice, "This book can only be read here. After you have thoroughly studied it, return him to me." #C1427 Ancient Secrets 1. As Tan Yuntian left, Xiao Han immediately looked at the ancient book of animal skins with shining eyes. Once the heaven-stealing talisman was made, his 100-fold reward would be restored. At that time, he would not only have a 100-fold physical strength and a 100-fold strength, but he would also plunder even a 100-fold agility. But before that, he had to find a way to figure out what this nameless ancient book recorded. What happened in the ancient times should be able to find some answers in it. With this in mind, Xiao Han immediately turned on the video recording function, flipped through more than 100 pages and planned to send it to Bai Xiaoxing. "Hey, why can't I record it?" Clicking on Bai Xiaoxing's avatar, but not finding the video he had just recorded, Xiao Han couldn't help but mutter in a low voice, and immediately recorded it again. But the second time it still didn't work. This made him frown slightly, and he took a few photos in disbelief, but the words on the ancient book were still not captured. Unable to figure out why this happened, Xiao Han was stunned for a moment and took a few selfies. But strangely, the selfies could be displayed. This made his eyes condense, and he couldn't help but whisper, "Since selfies are allowed, it's not because of this study. Could it be that this ancient book is protected by some unknown mysterious power?" Unable to figure out why this happened, Xiao Han looked at the large seal characters on it with a headache, his eyes full of helplessness. Tan Yuntian had already translated all the methods of making the heaven-stealing talisman for him. It was only a matter of time to slowly study how to make the heaven-stealing talisman, but it would be more difficult to know what was recorded in this ancient book. He didn't recognize any of these large seal characters. Looking at the extremely complex square characters on the book, Xiao Han couldn't help but whisper, "No, I must find out what is recorded in it." Thinking of this, he also found that these large seal characters also exist in reality. This complex text was used in the Western Zhou dynasty of Yanhua, and even in the more ancient Xia dynasty. Even though no one in Kyoto knew this text, the National Library there was not damaged by the appearance of mutant beasts. So there should be a translation table of large seal characters and the current simplified characters. With this thought in mind, Xiao Han found that Jiangxia had returned to Stormwind City, so he immediately sent him a message and asked him to communicate with Kyoto. Then, he turned directly to the page of the heaven-stealing talisman and also looked at the white paper on the desk where the ink had not completely dried. although the method of making the heaven-stealing talisman has been translated, but for some reason it was not generated in the attribute list like the pill, recipe and the formation diagram. And this also made the talisman production he took on full of uncertainty. Looking at the extremely complex talisman on the animal skin ancient book, Xiao Han couldn't help but whispered, "No matter what, this talisman must be made. There are quite a lot of furs of fierce beasts. According to the size of this talisman, even if 300 or 500 are made, it will be enough. But the essence and inner elixir are not enough for me to squander. So now I'd better practice with some emperor-level materials first and try again after I become proficient, whether I can make the heaven-stealing talisman." After thinking clearly about what to do next, Xiao Han immediately took out a portion of emperor-level materials, ground and blended it, and then copied it on the animal skin with a serious face. The making of the heaven-stealing talisman is very simple to say as long as it is copied, but after really copying it, I can feel that it is not simple. First of all, the lines of the heaven-stealing talisman are extremely complex. If you want to successfully make it, the prerequisite is to draw it in one stroke. But now I don't even know where to start. Looking at the talismans on the ancient books, Xiao Han's eyes flashed with helplessness, and he pushed the viscous liquid he had just prepared aside. Then he took out a pile of emperor animal skins and several bottles of emperor-level blood and tried to copy them. Sha, sha, sha. The tip of the pen was stained with a little blood, and it was scratched on the animal skins, making a slight sound. And the animal skins were constantly thrown out. Time passed slowly, and Xiao Han copied tirelessly and seriously, using one bottle of blood after another, and even the discarded animal skins were piled up into a pile. Failure, failure, and still failure. Continuous failures made Xiao Han slowly raise his head, rub his slightly swollen eyes, and whispered, "It seems that this cannot be completed in a short time. But it doesn't matter, I have plenty of time. If it doesn't work in 1 day, then 10 days. If it doesn't work in 10 days, then 1 month. I don't believe that I can't make the heaven-stealing talisman," Xiao Han whispered, but he didn't continue to copy. Instead, he put the brush aside and looked at the information sent by Jiangzhe. He had asked Kyoto to come over for the translation table of large seal characters and simplified characters. In his current mental state, it is no longer suitable to continue copying. It's just right to take advantage of the rest time to see what is recorded in this ancient book. Opening the first page of the animal skin ancient book, Xiao Han immediately looked at the translation table while looking at the large seal characters in the ancient book. Whenever he found a word, he would record it on the animal skin beside him. However, sometimes some words cannot be found at all. But fortunately, even if a few words are missing, we can roughly understand what is recorded in the animal skin book by guessing. And the first page records the abyss in ancient times. It is said that at that time, the abyss was not the 9 layers he knows now. At least more than 7,000 years ago, when the abyss demons had not yet rushed out of the ground, the abyss had only 8 layers in total. As for why this happened, there is no detailed record in the animal skin ancient book. Xiao Han was also very curious about this and hurriedly compared the translation table and began to translate the second page. However, the second page recorded the information of the Devouring Lord, an abyss demon lord who existed in the 9th layer of the abyss. This made Xiao Han a little disappointed, but he still translated it. But the content in it almost made him drop his jaw. This is an abyss demon lord infinitely close to God, and it takes the 4 sacred beasts to join forces to barely fight it to a draw. At the same time, it is also the only abyss demon lord who successfully escaped back to the abyss and was not suppressed. Fuck! Is he so perverted? Xiao Han muttered softly, but found that he had only translated 2 pages in 2 hours. After thinking for a while, he copied the text on the ancient animal skin book and sent it to Jiangzhe. He picked up the brush and continued to copy. #C1428 Ancient Secrets. 2. After 3 days of exploration, Xiao Han finally knew where to start and finished the heaven-stealing talisman. But this was not something he figured out by himself. Instead, he copied the talisman and posted it online, gathering all the players in Yanhua to finally solve this problem. At the same time, during this period, almost 1/5 of the ancient animal skin book had been translated. This was because he only copied 1/5, otherwise it would not be too difficult to translate it all. And it was this 1/5 of the content that made Xiao Han know that there were a total of 9 Abyss Lords in the Abyss. From 1 to 9 they are the Lord of Plague, the Lord of Corruption, the Lord of Nothingness, the Lord of the Dead, the Lord of Lava, the Lord of the Netherworld, the Lord of Darkness, the Lord of Greed, and the Lord of Devouring, who is close to God. At the same time, he also knew that the demon lord suppressed by Xuanwu under Qianxi Island was the Lord of the Netherworld on the 6th floor, and the Lord of Lava on the 5th floor was suppressed by Zhuke under the Baisha ruins. If you continue to travel westward from the White Sand ruins and cross the thousands of miles of desert, you will find the Lord of the Dead suppressed in the Karas Mountains in the west, and the Lord of Darkness suppressed in the Longza Valley in the west. In addition to the Lord of Devouring, this ancient animal skin book records the exact seal location of each Abyss Demon Lord. According to the ancient book, if there is no Holy Spirit guarding each seal location, there will be 1 or 2 groups of divine beasts guarding nearby. The undead cave behind the Ice City is of course no exception. But for some unknown reason, all the ice phoenixes guarding there disappeared, and even the ice-crowned snow phoenix with the strength of a divine beast disappeared without a trace. In addition to this news, the biggest gain is that the black and white helmet actually appeared in this world during the last demon disaster. It is said that it is a heavenly artifact. As long as you can get any of them, you can have the power of a god. However, if the existence below the god of war touches it, it will be sucked into a mummy in an instant. Although the god of war can barely use it, it will not last more than a minute at most, and will also be sucked into a mummy by the black and white helmet. Only the chosen ones can barely use the black and white helmet. However, they cannot use it unlimitedly. If they have the strength of the god of war, they can barely support it for 3 to 5 minutes, and they can also save their lives and strength. If they are below the god of war, even if they just launch a few attacks casually, they are at risk of becoming a mummy. Perhaps with the protection of the power of luck, they can barely survive for the time being, but their lifespan will only be about 3 to 5 months at most. The appearance of the black and white helmet also prompted the 10,000 races to successfully suppress the 8 Abyss Demon Lords. But that is actually because the Abyss Demon Lords are very cherishing their lives and are unwilling to fight to the death with black helmets. Otherwise, what the final result will be is really an uncertain thing. Getting such information from the Animal Skin Ancient Book, not only Xiao Han himself was confused, but even Qiu Mingyuan and Han Feng in Kyoto were all confused, because the black helmet is an item in reality. In theory, it is impossible to appear in this game. What's more important is that the 2 helmets are the medium to enter this world, and even the imitations have such functions. This incredible thing made everyone wonder what the reason was, and they could only increase the research efforts on the 2 helmets. Even Kyoto has begun to contact Ross to jointly study the white helmet. This also forced Xiao Han, who was studying the heaven-stealing talisman, to squeeze out a lot of time every day to copy the ancient animal skin books. Even if there were only a few things recorded in the ancient books about helmets, he had to continue copying. As time passed day by day, the entire book was finally copied. After sending it to Jiangzhe, Xiao Han breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, he didn't even have time to read the translated ancient books, but immediately picked up the brush beside him and began to copy the heaven-stealing talisman. He has been in this study for half a month. If it weren't for the heaven-stealing talisman, he would have gone to the dead Silence Cave and asked the 7-colored dragon to help him break through the current realm. At the same time, he had to go to the elf ruins to materialize the purple-eyed thunder pattern be inside. There are many things on hand, and he doesn't want to delay here any longer. After all, the Lord of Greed and the Lord of Nothingness have fled back to the abyss. Who knows when the abyss demons will rush out of the abyss? So he must speed up and restore the disappeared 100-fold reward in the shortest possible time. Thinking of this in his heart, the tip of the pen in his hand immediately stained a few drops of the blood of the Dark Bull King. However, he did not immediately copy the heaven-stealing talisman, but whispered softly, "Although Kyoto has mobilized all its resources, Turgenev, who has 100 times the power, is still missing. Even the ghost wolf in Fusang is now completely unknown. Only on the Gnostic side, Felix's traces can be found, but because of his impending death, the time he appears in perfect world is getting less and less. I have to hurry up and make the heaven-stealing talisman, otherwise once he dies, 100 times of physical strength will be wasted in vain." Speaking this, Xiao Han did not expect that the guy who was almost sucked into a mummy was still alive. However, through the translated ancient books, he also understood Felix's current situation. Although the power of luck was forcibly keeping him alive, this state could not last too long, only about 3 to 5 months at most. Rather than wasting 100 times of physical strength, it would be better to let him absorb it. Hey! Thinking of having 200 times of talents, Xiao Han couldn't help but chuckle, and at the same time, the brush in his hand gently fell on the animal skin in front of him. Sha! 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 The tip of the brush gently scratched the animal skin of the Dark Bull King, making a series of almost inaudible subtle sounds. After a while, a talisman was outlined with one stroke. But as expected, this was a failed product. In response, Xiao Han's face did not show any frustrated expression. While throwing the animal skin away, he copied it on another animal skin. Time passed slowly by minute by minute. Xiao Han rested when he was tired and continued when he woke up. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. At this time, Xiao Han was already very familiar with the strokes of the heaven-stealing talisman. Even with his eyes closed, he could draw it accurately. Standing quietly in front of the desk, Xiao Han picked up the brush with concentration. With a slight movement of his wrist, the brush in his hand quickly swept across the black animal skin like a dragon. When he put down the last stroke, a system prompt suddenly sounded in his ears. "Ding, you have successfully comprehended the method of drawing the heaven-stealing talisman. Ding, you have successfully made a heaven-stealing talisman. #C1429 finished heaven-stealing talisman." Xiao Han had never expected that the materials of the Emperor level could produce a heaven-stealing talisman. He looked at the talisman on the desk and couldn't help but sigh heavily. Ah! Although this talisman has been produced, it cannot be used to plunder the power of luck. Tan Yuntian has clearly said that only the heaven-stealing talisman made of materials of the divine beast and fierce beast level can withstand the power of luck for a short time, and the talisman on the desk may really be able to plunder the power of luck. But the heaven-stealing talisman made of Emperor-level materials is estimated to be unable to lock the power of luck. It will either explode directly or the power of luck in the talisman will quickly dissipate. Looking at the talisman that he had made with great difficulty, Xiao Han's depression could not be expressed in words, and he could not help but whisper to himself, "It's a pity that the 100-fold reward is gone. If the 100-fold reward is still there, this talisman can be directly upgraded by 1 grade, and there is no need to continue making it. But it's useless to worry about this now. Let's hurry up and use the inner elixir and blood essence of the demon flame nightmare beast to make a talisman that can withstand the power of luck. Today's feel seems to be pretty good. Maybe after a few more tries I can successfully make the heaven-stealing talisman." As he said this, Xiao Han immediately took out a black inner elixir, put it into the metal slot, and ground it with a black metal stick. Yang! 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 The dull sound of impact continued to ring, but Xiao Han did not look at the situation in the metal slot but opened the attribute list and immediately looked at the heaven-stealing talisman that he had just comprehended. On the magic pattern master page, the talisman that had just been comprehended had already appeared. A picture and a series of extremely detailed text introductions also came into his eyes. After reading the text introduction, Xiao Han couldn't help but sigh, "Oh my God, if I had seen such a detailed introduction earlier, I would have made the heaven-stealing talisman a long time ago." Yang! 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 While he was talking, his hands did not stop moving at all. In just 1 or 2 minutes, the hard inner elixir of the demon flame nightmare beast was ground into powder. With the essence and blood and several relatively rare medicinal materials, Xiao Han quickly mixed it into the rune liquid needed for copying the talisman. At this time, his condition was not bad, so he immediately took out a small piece of animal skin to copy it. Sha! 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 The tip of the pen slid gently on the animal skin. In just over 10 seconds, the extremely complex heaven-stealing talisman was copied in one stroke. But the system prompt sound did not sound again. Xiao Han was not surprised by this, and he never thought of making it in one go. He threw away the failed product and picked up the brush to continue copying. Sha! 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 Time passed slowly, and one failed product after another was thrown away, but Xiao Han's movements became more and more smooth. Even the tip of the pen produced a small cyclone. It seemed that there was an invisible force that was infused into the talisman. When the tip of the pen passed through the animal skin, sha! 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 The subtle friction sound continued, and Xiao Han's wrist suddenly paused at this time, and then a flash of ecstasy flashed across his face. At this time, the long-awaited system prompt sound finally rang in his ears. Again. Ding! You successfully made a heaven-stealing talisman. Ding! You successfully made a heaven-stealing talisman and gained 1 point of proficiency. The two voices rang in his ears, and Xiao Han didn't care about the effect of not having a 100-fold reward. He quickly picked up the talisman on the desk and observed it with excitement. This talisman, in fact, does not look much different from the one just made from the Emperor's materials. But Xiao Han still felt that this talisman was a little different. But he couldn't tell exactly what was different for a while. Hey! After laughing in a low voice with some excitement, Xiao Han stopped dwelling on this issue and quickly tidied up the materials on the desk. At the same time, he also picked up all the discarded animal skins on the ground. After restoring the study to the way it was when he came in, he didn't delay anymore and walked out. As soon as he returned to the ground, a voice sounded in his ears and asked, in a deep voice, "It only took half a month for you to come out. It seems that the talent of the chosen son is indeed not comparable to that of ordinary people. I don't know whether it is right or wrong to do this. I hope you can live up to the things I gave you." "Master, don't worry." Seeing that Tan Yuntian was still tangled, Xiao Han immediately promised, "I will definitely refine the Honghuang cleansing demon pill. And if my luck power can be restored, it will definitely be more useful than others. You don't need to worry too much. Just watch what I do in the future. I will be able to kill the abyss demons of the fierce beast level within a month." Hee. I have to kill it. Tan Yuntian chuckled and exhaled a long breath, saying, "Without fierce beast level materials, you can't make the heaven-stealing talisman. Anyway, I have already taught you, and it's too late to regret it now. But this kind of talisman is against the way of heaven after all. You still have to pay more attention to it, and you must not use it frequently." "Yes." Xiao Han nodded in response without taking out the talisman he had made and continued with a serious face, "I know this, and I will definitely not abuse it. Although the power of luck is a good thing, more is not always better. As you said, this is a power given by God. Ordinary people are simply unable to bear it, not even the god of war. If I absorb too much, maybe even I will explode and die. Oh, that's good if you understand. Tan Yuntian nodded slightly and continued. Now that you have learned the heaven-seizing talisman, go back. Quickly. I still have some things to deal with here, so I won't leave you here to have dinner. If you come to me for anything in the future, just leave me a message in the dark room in the study. I will check it out every time you come back. That's not necessary. Xiao Han chuckled and continued. If I really need to find you, I will have someone waiting for you at the door. Even if you wait 10 or 20 days, there will be no problem. But if you want to find me, then teleport directly to Yunxiao City. Yunxiao. Auction house is my property. Just leave a message there. As soon as I receive the news, I will rush back immediately. Well, that's fine too. Tan Yuntian nodded in agreement and raised his hand to summon the black mouse again. Grumble, grumble, grumble. The black mouse squeaked softly and immediately ran out of the courtyard. When Tan Yuntian saw this, he followed him without any hesitation and disappeared from sight in a blink of an eye. This made Xiao Han couldn't help but be stunned. Just when he was about to shout something, he couldn't help but stopped and whispered helplessly, "Forget it. I'll ask you next time we meet." Hashtag C1430 Weird Policy. Coming out of Lu Yan's small courtyard, Xiao Han immediately walked towards the teleportation hall in the east of the city. Now, he had to go to the Cave of Death immediately. In the last mission to collect spiritual sources, he had handed over 2 level 5 spiritual sources and 1 level 7 spiritual source. As for the mission rewards, I haven't had time to claim them yet. Zhan Tian's 100-fold damage definitely cannot be plundered, so if you want to restore the 100-fold reward, you will definitely not be able to do it in China. He just wants to go abroad, but his current strength may be a little insufficient. After all, whether it is the Sea of Silence, the Sea of Storms, or the Sea of Death and the Sea of Silence, it is not that easy to cross. Even if there is a holy light unicorn, there is no guarantee that it can be crossed. So now he wants to try his best to improve his strength. If you can break through the bottleneck, you will be more resistant to danger. With this thought in his mind, Xiao Han immediately sent a message to both Jiang Xiaoyun and Han Su, and then his speed suddenly increased. In just 2 minutes, it was teleported to Baihe City. At this time, Jiang Xiaoyun was already waiting here, but Han Su couldn't rush over immediately because he was leading people to upgrade. But the Jinyao unicorn cub assigned to him has already reached level 30. He should be back in about 10 minutes at most. At this time, seeing the figure standing outside the teleportation array, Xiao Han's face darkened, and he immediately walked over with a complicated expression on his face and whispered in a low voice, "I'm sorry, Lu Yan is, because..." I wanted to explain, but the moment I saw Jiang Xiaoyun, I didn't know how to explain it. After all, no one was right or wrong in this kind of thing, but he couldn't ignore Lu Yan, so he had to say apologetically, "I don't want to be like this, but she is possessed by me, so I can't ignore her." "Yeah, I know." Jiang Xiaoyun nodded slightly and continued, "Actually, you are right, and there is no need to apologize to me. Although I am a little unhappy, I have actually been prepared for it." "Have you been mentally prepared?" Xiao Han repeated and asked with confusion on his face. "What do you mean, why can't I understand it?" "Oh." Jiang Xiaoyun chuckled lightly and continued, "Actually, since you came back from Tiancheng, I always thought you would start a harem. I was even ready to promise you, but you didn't even mention it." "Opening a harem?" Xiao Han was a little confused and asked angrily, "Opening a harem? Why do you have such messy thoughts?" "Hey, this is not a random idea," Jiang Xiaoyun said with a smile and explained softly. "You may not know yet, in order to increase the population, this is the policy that Jing'an City is currently implementing." "Policy?" Xiao Han frowned slightly and couldn't help but wonder. There haven't been many deaths in Jing'an City in the past few months. Logically speaking, the ratio of men to women here in Jing'an should be about The same. Even if it is to encourage childbirth, we must try our best to allow both men and women to unite voluntarily. Hey, that's because you still don't understand the current situation. Jiang. Xiaoyun sighed bitterly and explained softly. We, Kyoto and Liangzhou's teleportation arrays have now been built. The situation in Liangzhou is much worse than that in Jing'an. In order to repel the attack of mutant beasts, more than 200,000 adult males died there. This time. So there will be many widows, and they are now all arranged to come to Jing'an. Brother Guo complained to me some time ago, saying that as long as there are evolutionaries in Jing'an, each person is forced to have 3 women, and there are even as many as 5 evolutionaries above level 4. It is said that the descendants of evolvers have a higher chance of becoming evolved. This horse riding. Xiao Han cursed in a low voice, but he didn't know what to say. He could only ask, according to what you said, City Lord Jiang and General Fu also took in more than 5 women. Jiang Xiaoyun nodded slightly and continued with a blushing face. Originally, there were 10 people, but they couldn't spare the time, so they reduced it to 5. So as long as you ask, I won't mind. It's just that you can't have children in this game, so you asked me to help persuade Lu Yen to quit, and I agreed to you. In reality, I wouldn't help. Ha! You are so generous.
Xiao Han huckled.
Even if he knew that Jiang Xiaoyun was pretending to be generous, he couldn't say anything more at this time, because continuing to discuss this issue will only make both of them unhappy. In fact, he still doesn't know how to deal with Lu Yen. But one thing is very clear, that is, she must be rescued from the abyss. For whether they can finally get together, there is no need to consider this issue for the time being. The reason why he said that in the abyss passage last time was actually just to stabilize her. I should like Lu Yen. After all, every man will have an innate impulse whenever he sees a beautiful woman. But liking doesn't mean you have to come together. As for Jiang Xiaoyun, it's not just a simple love. They have already proven it, and it is more of a responsibility as a man. Now as his strength continues to increase, he is becoming more and more sensitive to the changes in other people's emotions. Feeling the beautiful figure in front of him, although still smiling, but in a low mood. Xiao Han immediately changed the subject and said, "Where is Han Su? Why hasn't Han Su arrived yet?" Here. As he was talking, a man ran over from a distance and shouted loudly, "Why are you calling me here so urgently? Is there something important?" "Yes, but it's a good thing," Xiao Han responded, then took Jiang Xiaoyun's arm and walked onto the teleportation array, smiling and continued, "There are many people here, let's talk later." Seeing this, Han Su didn't ask any more questions, and directly flashed and landed on the teleportation array. When he appeared again, he had already arrived in the dead cave. At this time, Xiao Han walked down from the teleportation array slowly and immediately said to Han Su, "You are now a level 4 evolver, so you have not yet broken through the level limit of level 90. I called you here this time to help you break through this limit." "Break through the limit? What do you mean?" Han Su's eyes glared and said, with a puzzled look on his face, "If you want to break through the level limit, don't you have to become a level 5 evolver first? It's only been less than 2 months since I broke through, and it should be impossible for me to break through to level 5 for the time being. No, is there any way for you to not be restricted by level 90 without breaking through to become a level 5 evolver?" "Yeah." Xiao Han nodded in response, and continued with a serious face. "Although I don't know it very well now, I think after breaking through the limit of level 90, there may be some unknown changes in reality." "In reality?" Han Su muttered in a low voice, and immediately exclaimed, "Could it be that, if you break through the bottleneck in the game, you can also advance in reality? #C1431 Missing Memories." Xiao Han is actually not very sure about this issue, but he has a strong feeling that as long as he achieves a breakthrough in the game, he should also be promoted in reality. The reason why Jiang Xiaoyun was called over was because he wanted her to break through to level 5. Only if the strength increases, the lifespan of the evolved person will be longer. Seeing the excitement on Han Su's face, Xiao Han immediately explained, "Actually, I don't know about this question. But since the strength in reality limits the strength in perfect world, then if the strength in perfect world is improved, won't it have any impact on reality? So, this is just your guess." Han Su muttered in a low voice, and then immediately said, "But it doesn't matter, let's just give it a try. If we can really break through to level 5, that would be awesome." As the words fell, he immediately looked at Xiao Han with bright eyes, and asked anxiously, "Since we are here, let's start right away." Xiao Han responded and immediately said, "But before that, do you need to go offline to prepare? After all, if we can really break through then, there will be some commotion." "No need. I'm lying down in my villa," Han Su said impatiently and then added, hurriedly, "If we can break through to level 5, we can demolish the villa." "Oh, then I'll start." Xiao Han laughed, looked at Jiang Xiaoyun again, and then said with a smile, "You don't seem to need to prepare, you can't demolish the administrative hall. Anyway," as he spoke, he immediately took a deep breath. "You're here." But before he could shout, a voice rang in his ears, and then a colorful dragon swam out from the ice wall and said expectantly, "Did you bring the spiritual source here this time?" "No, there are so many spiritual sources." Xiao Han shook his head and continued, "The Lord of Greed has fled back to the abyss, and I don't dare to enter the abyss at will now. I came here this time just to improve my strength. When I become stronger, I will have the confidence to enter the abyss again, and find enough spiritual sources for you to absorb." "Oh," colorful Yulong said in disappointment, and while looking at Han Su and Jiang Xiaoyun, he asked in a low voice, "Are they too here to improve their strength too?" "It's just that their strength seems a bit weak. Even if I can directly help them advance to the next level, I can't help you with such strength." "It's okay." Xiao Han glanced at the two of them and continued, "Even if they can't go to the abyss with me, they can still help me with other things. Only those who are strong can do more." "Well, that's right." Colorful Dragon nodded and immediately said, "Now that you have decided, let's get everything ready." "Get everything ready?" Xiao Han couldn't help being stunned, and quickly confirmed again, "Is it possible that the three of us want to complete the breakthrough together? Otherwise?" Chitsai Yulong rolled his eyes and continued, "The strength of the two of them is too weak, it's just incidental. I have completely digested the previous 7th level spiritual source. Your strength is not weak. When you break through later, more energy will be dissipated. They can easily advance by just absorbing a little. Then, okay." Xiao Han originally wanted Zhan Tian to test it out first, but since Divine Vein has asked for it, there's nothing wrong with advancing together. Anyway, this promotion will definitely be successful. Even if it cannot be reflected in reality, it will not have any bad impact. Glancing at the two people around him, it was clear that they were all ready. Xiao Han immediately asked, "We are ready. What should we do now?" Click, click, click. As his words fell, the ice wall on the side immediately cracked a big hole. At this time, Kikialong continued, "I have treated the ice around this ice room, which can effectively prevent the spiritual energy from escaping. You just sit in the middle of the ice room and the two of them sit in the corner." As he spoke, he took the lead and flew in. When Xiao Han saw this, he no longer hesitated at all and followed in the same way. Inside the ice room, there are only a dozen square meters. Han Su, who came in behind him, immediately ran to the corner and crossed his legs with a look of anticipation on his face. Click, click, click. At this time, the ice wall that had just cracked healed again, and the ice chamber completely became a sealed space. Seeing Jiang Xiaoyun follow suit and sit down in the corner, Xiao Han also quickly sat down cross-legged. The colorful dragon flicked its tail and immediately said in a deep voice, "I'm going to start. You just need to run the technique to absorb energy. Close your eyes, concentrate, and don't have distracting thoughts." As the words fell, wisps of colorful smoke immediately escaped from its body, filling the ice room like a dream. At this time, Xiao Han, who was sitting cross-legged in the center of the ice room, immediately felt the energy around him through Xuanwuzhen Gong, and it instantly became richer. Even some hazy figures slowly emerged in his mind. As time slowly passed, these figures became clearer and clearer, and even these illusory figures had a kind of coercion that belonged only to the strong. What's going on? Could this be the key to the breakthrough? Feeling the picture in his mind becoming clearer and clearer, Xiao Han couldn't help but mutter in a low voice, and then his mind moved, and he immediately faced the pressure with a solemn face and felt it seriously. Woo, woo, woo. As more and more colorful energy escaped, there were even bursts of slight, whistling wind in the ice room. And not only did energy vortices appear on Xiao Han's body, but he could even vaguely see a creature with a dragon head, a turtle back, and a snake tail lying on him. As time passed, the pressure on him became stronger and stronger. Woo, woo, woo. At the same time, the speed of the energy vortex in the ice room became faster and faster. But the figure in the center of the ice room was like a dry land that had dried up for several years, eagerly absorbing the energy in the ice room. Even the seven-colored dragon's expression changed, and he whispered to himself, "It's really surprising. He can actually learn the cultivation method of the black tortoise holy spirit. No, how did I recognize the cultivation method of the black tortoise? Creatures? This space is about to. What's going on? Why can't I remember? My memory, what's going on? My memory seems to be missing a part. Hashtag C1432 Level 7 Beastman 1. Woo, woo, woo." In the ice room filled with colorful mist, no one noticed the changes of the colorful dragon, and the whistling sound of the vortex surrounding Xiao Han became louder and louder. At this time, the two figures in the corner showed a touch of joy on their faces. When they opened their eyes, they looked at each other with surprise. However, the movement in the center of the ice room was even louder. Before the two of them could speak, they were immediately attracted by the figure sitting cross-legged on the ground. Woo, woo, woo. The whistling sound continued to sound, and the colorful mist escaping from the colorful dragon was constantly absorbed by the figure. After a while, Han Su, who broke through the level limit, said with a shocked face, "With so much energy, is brother Xiao Han really going to break through to level 7? Thinking about everything that happened in the past few months, a touch of emotion flashed across his face. After meeting Xiao Han, he finally caught a Peiyuan pill and successfully broke through the bottleneck of the peak of level 3 and became a level 4 beast. However, for such a long time, although there was no shortage of elixirs for cultivation, he still could not make further progress. But the man in front of him soared from a level 1 evolver to a level 6 beast. No, he was also a level 6 warrior with level 8 combat power. Thinking of this in his heart, Han Su was so envious. Now the bottleneck in the game has been broken, but he doesn't know if he can make further progress in reality. At this moment, he even wanted to log off immediately. However, the ice room has been closed, and it is not good to disappear suddenly, so he can only continue to look at the figure in the center of the ice room, madly absorbing the colorful mist. Woo, woo, woo. The whistling sound of the wind became louder and louder, and Han Su even saw a phantom with a dragon head, a turtle back, and a snake tail appearing on Xiao Han's body. Roar. Suddenly, the dragon head raised its head to the sky and roared, then opened its mouth and sucked fiercely, and the colorful mist in the ice room was instantly sucked out. Han Su even felt that the energy in his body was about to burst out. Fortunately, at this time, the colorful dragon immediately sprayed a large amount of colorful mist. After the dragon head absorbed enough colorful mist, it finally turned into a black tattoo attached to Xiao Han's face. In just less than 2 seconds, the black tattoo suddenly disappeared, as if it had never existed. At this time, Xiao Han, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, finally opened his eyes slowly and then exhaled a breath of turbid air. Whoosh! And the turbid air, like an arrow, shot directly through the ice wall with a click. Feeling a strong force flowing in his body, Xiao Han slowly raised his hand and clenched his fist, whispering to himself, "This feeling is really different. Of course it's different." The seven-colored dragon put aside his doubts and continued, "You have broken through the advanced general, and now you are also a war king. Although it is a primary war king, it is already a world of difference from a war general. War king." Xiao Han whispered in his mouth and immediately thought of some level divisions such as the Emperor, the Beast, etc., and he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Unexpectedly, today he also broke through to the War King. In fact, the realm division of Perfect World is first the primary, intermediate, and advanced warriors, then the primary, intermediate, and advanced generals, and then the primary, intermediate, and advanced war kings. Above the War King is the God of War, and there is no realm of the Emperor and the Beast. Even the magician, archer, and knight professions do not have the realm of the Emperor and the Beast. The difference is that the generals have become wizards, wind chasers, and guards under the knights. The other professions equivalent to the War King are magicians, wind riders, and guardians. As for the Emperor and the Divine Beast, they are actually the names handed down from ancient times. The abyss demons and the monsters on the ground have continued to use such names and have not followed the names changed by humans. For example, the Emperor is equivalent to the current high-level War King. The Divine Beasts and the Fierce Beasts of the Abyss Demons are equivalent to the Peak of the War King or the Peak of the Magician, the Peak of the Wind Rider, and the Peak of the Guardian. As long as you go one step further, you can become a Holy Spirit. Now that he has only been promoted to the primary War King, Xiao Han feels that his strength has become several times stronger. I don't know how powerful he will be after becoming a god of war. Thinking this way, he couldn't help but have a strong ambition and couldn't wait to plunder the luck, so he said directly, "Since it's done, I'll go back." This time, not only did the Lord of Greed escape, but even the Lord of Nothingness broke free from the seal. It shouldn't be too long before the Lord of the Abyss rushes out of the ground. I have to hurry up and prepare for the next demon disaster. Yeah. The colorful dragon didn't keep it and just flicked its tail lightly, and bursts of crackling sounds rang out on the ice wall. The previous gap also appeared again. At this time, it continued, "If possible, try to find more spiritual sources. For me." Then he looked up and looked around and whispered, "I always feel that this world, no, this space, seems to be a little wrong." After the voice fell, the colorful dragon didn't say anything more, and his figure flashed and disappeared in the ice wall. This actually made Xiao Han a little stunned, and he couldn't help but whisper, "This space, what does it mean?" "Have no idea." Han Su looked around and then said with a nonchalant expression, "Why do you care about this? As long as you are strong, you will know it later. Actually, everyone found something wrong with Perfect World. It's just that we have no other choice now. If we want to survive in a world full of mutant beasts, we must obtain the resources of this world. As long as the strength is strong enough, no matter what kind of crisis, it can be easily dealt with." "Well, you're right." Xiao Han nodded and continued with a smile. "Since you have all broken through, let's go offline and take a look. Let's see if the breakthrough in strength in the game will affect reality." "Hey, I can't wait for a long time." Han Su grinned and then took the lead and rushed towards the crack. "Let's go." Xiao Han glanced at Jiang Xiaoyun and rushed out of the ice room. After a while, the three of them all appeared in Beha City and then teleported to Yunshao City. After each found a quiet room in Yunshao auction house, the three of them didn't say much and immediately chose to log off with expectant faces. #C 1433 Level 7 Beastman 2. When his consciousness left Perfect World, Xiao Han immediately took off his gaming helmet and sat up from the black jade ice coffin. Creak. At this time, Jiang Xiaoyun pushed open the lid of the Hanming ice coffin. But there was a hint of disappointment on her face, and then she whispered, "It seems useless. The strength in the game cannot affect the reality." Well, it is indeed useless. After carefully feeling the condition in his body, there was still no sign of a breakthrough. Xiao Han said in a low voice with a depressed face. Before this, he was actually looking forward to it. After all, the strength in reality limits the level increase in Perfect World. This made him make a wrong judgment, thinking that as long as he broke through the realm in Perfect World, he would also break through in reality. But now it seems that this idea is a bit naive. Fortunately, there is no loss and this result has been expected before, so it is still acceptable. Taking out the game helmet again, Xiao Han could only smile bitterly and said, "I thought there would be a surprise, but I didn't expect it to be like this. But if it's useless anyway. Since it can't improve the strength in reality, the role of the divine vein in the game is not great, so let's find a way to materialize it." After killing the Black Flame Nightmare Beast, the divine level spiritual vein materialization talisman that exploded has not been used yet. I thought that if the strength in Perfect World could affect the reality, then go to the abyss to dig more spiritual sources and greatly improve the overall strength of mankind. At least Jiang Xiaoyun should be forcibly promoted to a level 9 evolver. Now that this expectation has been dashed, materializing it will bring more benefits. Even the spiritual energy of Jing'an City will be greatly improved, and a large number of evolvers will appear in just a few months at most. Tianshui is just a ground vein, but it has already been called the cradle of evolvers. And if a divine-level spiritual vein is buried in Jing'an, even a fool can awaken and become an evolver. Thinking of this, Xiao Han immediately wanted to put the helmet on his head. Roar! But at this moment, a roar suddenly came from the top of his head.
Xiao Han
couldn't help but frown slightly, and whispered with some dissatisfaction, "What is Ola shouting for? Is he itching for trouble again?" As he said this, he also pushed open the black crystal stone door and walked out directly. Roar! Another roar came, and the frost dragon lying on the roof of the administrative hall also raised its head high and looked towards the south, with a serious face. This made Xiao Han's face look doubtful, and he couldn't help but look towards the south. What is that? At this time, Jiang Xiaoyun also walked out of the administrative hall. Seeing a colorful beam of light shooting towards this side from the south, he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Get out of the way, that beam is coming this way." Are those Na6 guys crazy? They actually used laser weapons to attack Jing'an. Fuck! Xiao Han cursed angrily, and then his body suddenly expanded, instantly turning into a giant ape over 3 meters tall, protecting Jiang Xiaoyun beside him. Puff! And at this moment, the colorful beam of light had already landed on his back. But at this moment he didn't feel any pain. He could even clearly feel that there was an extremely huge amount of energy rushing into his body. This made Xiao Han stunned, frowning and whispering, "What's going on? This doesn't seem to be a laser weapon." Roar! As the energy continued to flow into his body, Xiao Han couldn't help but roar, and there was a constant click sound in his body, and his body began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this time, Xiao Han finally realized that something was wrong. This colorful beam gave him the feeling of the colorful fog in Perfect World. Even though Jiang Xiaoyun was tightly protected by him, a beam of colorful beam turned a corner and poured into her body. Oh my god! The promotion in the game can really affect the real world. Feeling this change, Xiao Han couldn't help but exclaimed. While letting go of Jiang Xiaoyun, he immediately opened his arms and used his chest to welcome the colorful beams that kept coming. At this time, he could also see the colorful beams in the sky not only giving a finger-thick beam to Jiang Xiaoyun. At the same time, there was also a finger-thick beam that shot towards the Hongshan Villa district in Jing'an City. Hey! Thinking that Han Su lived in the Hongshan Villa district in Jing'an, Xiao Han couldn't help but grin and chuckle again, and then his body slowly floated up and took the initiative to meet the colorful beams shooting from the sky. As the energy entering his body rose steadily, his height slowly increased from the original 3 meters to 4 meters. But this trend still showed no sign of stopping. Even the pressure from the giant ape suspended in the air gradually became stronger and stronger. The sudden appearance of this strange colorful light in the sky also immediately attracted the attention of some people who were working. They looked up at the sky with fear on their faces. For the unknown, everyone had a trace of worry in their hearts. Looking at the beam in the sky, they discussed worriedly, "What is that? Could it be a laser weapon of Nasik's?" Those guys from Name and the Western Alliance were bullied by General Xiao last time, so they do have reasons to do this, but this doesn't look like it. It doesn't look like it. Laser weapons should attack from space, but this colorful light is flying from the south. It really is, but if you really want to retaliate, why not just drop a few hydrogen bombs? Laser weapons look powerful, but they can only kill a few people at most. Amid the discussions, the people of Jing'an gradually felt relieved that the colorful beams were not laser weapons. However, some people living in Mayun City suddenly widened their eyes, pointed at the sky and shouted, "Look, General Xiao Han is coming out. Fuck, his size is getting bigger and bigger. Is he gonna break through again? He's gonna break through again, wow, ha ha ha. Then he will become a level 7 giant ape beast. If he succeeds in breaking through, how powerful will he be? Hey, when he is level 6, he can beat up 4 level 7 evolvers, and if he breaks through to level 7, he can beat up level 8 evolvers and even level 9 mutant beasts. Now it's good. Jing'an not only has an 8-level dragon, but also a giant 8 beast with 9-level combat power. In the future, we don't have to worry about mutant beasts attacking the city anymore." Amid the waves of discussion, everyone's face was full of ecstasy. But there were also some people who were full of curiosity about the sudden appearance of the colorful beam. #C 1434 Level 7 Beastman 3. Antarctica, Prehistoric Ruins. As the colorful light continued to pour out from the bottomless ice cave at the pole, several surveillance satellites over Antarctica immediately transmitted this scene to the satellite monitoring centers of various countries. In just a dozen seconds, leaders of all countries knew about it. 10 years ago, due to the mutations in the North and South Poles, mutant beasts eventually drove humans into various large cities. Now, there are mutations in Antarctica again, and no one will ignore it anymore. All the countries that received the news immediately paid attention to it. As the colorful light speed moved northward, all countries immediately mobilized all resources to track the landing point of the beam. At this time, beside a teleportation array in Tianshui City, a figure asked, with a serious face, "Is it really confirmed that the landing point of the 7-color light speed is in Jing'an?" "Yes." Han Feng nodded and said with a serious face, "There has always been a satellite in Jing'an. It took less than 5 seconds for the 7-color light speed to rush out of the South Pole and fly to Jing'an. And its landing point is exactly the administrative hall in Moyun City. Don't know how Xiao Han is now. The landing point is Xiao Han's residence?" Qiu Mingyuan's face sank, and he said quickly, "That guy has just been quiet for half a month and he made such a big fuss again. I don't know whether this change is good or bad. But no matter what, Xiao Han must not be in trouble." Let's not delay and go over to take a look. As he said, Qiu Mingyuan had already stood on the teleportation array. After Han Feng also stood up, he immediately activated the teleportation array under his feet. But this teleportation array is only a second-level teleportation array that can teleport 500 kilometers. So they couldn't be teleported directly to Jing'an, thousands of miles away. Fortunately, there were no less than 20 transit teleportation arrays along the way. Although it was a little troublesome, it took less than 2 minutes for them to appear in Maoyun City. At this time, the colorful beams in the sky were even more dazzling. At the same time, there was a black giant ape nearly 5 meters tall in the sky, opening its arms and howling. This made the two people who had just been teleported stunned, and they couldn't help but whispered, "What's going on? Is Xiao Han going to break through to level 7? Yes, he is indeed breaking through," Jiang Zhe said with emotion, and while walking slowly, he continued, "It has lasted for 3 minutes, and it's not just Xiao Han who broke through this time. Isn't it just Xiao Han?" Qiu Mingyuan's face flashed with doubt, and he immediately frowned and asked, "What do you mean? Is there anyone else who broke through together?" "Yes. There are 2 more people who broke through together." Before Jiang Zhe could speak, Fu Qingji on the side he interrupted and explained, "When the 7-colored light fell, it split into 2 strands as thick as fingers and fell on Han Su and Jiang Xiaoyun, who were at level 4. Now both of them have become level 5 evolvers. They broke through with just 2 strands as thick as fingers?" Han Feng whispered in disbelief, and immediately asked, "What happened? How could they break through?" "I don't know much about Han Su, but it hasn't been long since Jiang Xiaoyun broke through to level 4. Even if he doesn't lack the elixirs needed for cultivation, he should still be some distance away from the peak of level 4. How did he suddenly break through to level 5? I asked. Fu Chengji's eyes flashed, and he continued, "Han Su broke through to the intermediate general in the game, and Jiang Xiaoyun also broke through to become an intermediate magician. Corresponding to the strength in reality, it is just a level 5 evolver." Then not long after they came out of the game, the colorful beams suddenly flew to Jing'an, and then it became like this. "Breakthrough in the game?" Qiu Mingyuan whispered, and immediately asked, "If the strength in reality is not up to standard, isn't it impossible to break through in the game? How did they do it?" "I don't know about this." Fu Chengji looked at the figure in the sky and continued, "Han Su refused to say. He asked us to ask Xiao Han. But from what he said, it seems that if we find something in the game we can directly promote people in batches." "Promote in batches?" Qiu Mingyuan's eyes flickered, and he couldn't help but said in a deep voice, "Is there no restriction on this kind of promotion? Xiao Han can be promoted to level 7 by this. So can others? It should be possible," Fu Chengji said in a low voice, and continued in a low voice. "But we have to ask Xiao Han to find out the specific situation." Roar. As the few people were talking, a roar suddenly came from the sky, and the black giant ape suddenly opened his arms and slapped his chest hard. Bang! 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 Amid the dull bombardment, the V-shaped golden hair on his chest actually emitted a faint glow. At the same time, a tuft of golden hair grew on his forehead. From a distance, it actually looked like a golden pupil. This made the eyes of the people standing far away all stare at him. Qiu Mingyuan narrowed his eyes and said, "Xiao Han's beast transformation seems to be very unusual." "Hey, of course it's not ordinary," Jiang Zhe said in a low voice and continued. "When he awakened, he drank several bottles of energy liquid. But I don't know what happened. Only my ears woke up. Later, I was chased by Nie Yen, Qing Biao, and Tong Li. Fortunately, I awakened the ability to transform into a beast in Linchuan City, and I just awakened to level 4. If he had been simpler, he might have died long ago. Yes, He would have died a long time ago if it were simple, Qiu Mingyuan said, with emotion, and then immediately added, fortunately he survived, and no one can do anything to him in the future. If Wang Lei and Wang Li knew that Xiao Han would reach this point, I wonder if they would regret everything they did. Hey! Fu Chengji chuckled lightly and said with a gloating look on his face, Xiao Han has been very busy and has no time to deal with them now. Otherwise, even if he fails to advance, Wang Lei will not be his opponent. If he knew better, it would be better to send Wang Li over to make amends. If Xiao Han really goes to Kyoto, we can't say what will happen then. Yes, Qiu Mingyuan said with emotion, and then immediately said, it seems that I will have to persuade him when I go back this time. Roar. Just as he was talking, there was another roar from the sky, and the colorful beams of light flying from the south were also absorbed at this time. At this time, the black giant ape in the sky can float in midair without relying on the power of thunder wings. 7th level evolvers already have the ability to fly. The black giant ape in the sky glanced at Han Feng, Jiangzhe, and Qiu Mingyuan and then walked over slowly. As he walked over, his body shape slowly returned to its original shape, and he chuckled and said, oh, they're all here. Hashtag C1435 game versus reality. Oh, aren't they all here? Qiu Mingyuan chuckled and continued, you are making such a big noise here, even if you don't think about it. Even Nosix, Western Alliance, and Ross all know about it now. Do they know about it too? Xiao Han frowned slightly and said with some confusion, did they know about what happened in Jing'an so quickly? It seems that there are many of their spies in Demon Cloud City. Hey, this is unavoidable. Qiu Mingyuan sighed and continued, but the fact that they noticed this has nothing to do with spies. It has nothing to do with spies? Xiao Han repeated in a low voice, frowning, and asked, if it wasn't because of spies, how did they know? Antarctica, Qiu Mingyuan said with a solemn expression, and immediately added, the colorful beam of light just now was shot from the prehistoric ruins in Antarctica, and above the Antarctic, Nami, Western Union, and Ross have surveillance satellites. As soon as the colorful beam appeared, they all received the message. They will probably send a message soon to ask what happened. Ha! That's it. Xiao Han chuckled, but his eyes suddenly became serious, and he whispered, Antarctica. The colorful light beams come from the Antarctic. The energy in the game is actually transferred from the prehistoric ruins in Antarctica. Does this mean that perfect world must have a deep connection with reality? And it is not just a game. But what is the connection between games and reality? Don't think about it. No one can answer this question. Qiu Mingyuan said, and continued in a deep voice. Since we knew about the manifestation talisman, we have started researching it. There is no way to understand the principle of tangible objects, so it is impossible to know what kind of bond there is between perfect world and reality. The most important thing for us now is to enhance our own strength. Only in this way can we be able to protect the people of Yanhua, as well as our wives, children, and parents when a crisis occurs. Well, you are right. Strength is the foundation of everything.
Xiao Han
Nodded slightly and continued with approval. As long as the strength is strong enough, nothing can threaten us. Even if it's a 9th level mutant beast, it's still not good. That's right. Xiao Han seemed to suddenly remember something, and asked, hurriedly, I asked you to help find Turgenev as well as the whereabouts of Ghost Wolf and Felix. Is there any news now? Not yet. Qiu Mingyuan shook his head. Although he didn't know why Xiao Han wanted to find them, he knew that it should be very important. He immediately replied, I have sent more people, but there is still no news. Felix appeared twice, but by the time my men rushed over, he was already offline. But the place where he went offline is in Colt City. If you really want to take action against him, you have to go to Colt City on the other side of Name and wait. Otherwise, even if you get the news, you will be beyond your reach. I know this. Xiao Han nodded in agreement and continued in a deep voice. Then I won't talk to you anymore, and I will go online to Name now. Don't worry, wait a moment. Qiu Mingyuan quickly stretched out his hand to stop him, and immediately said, urgently, there are some things I want to ask you for confirmation. What's the matter? Xiao Han asked casually, and then he immediately reacted, and said with a chuckle, if I guess correctly, what you want to ask about should be about the colorful beams and my sudden increase in strength. Shi Mingyuan did not deny it, and continued in a deep voice. I heard that this method can help people break through bottlenecks in batches. Compared to mutant beasts, human beings are still weaker after all. If this method is really feasible, I hope more people can advance through it. No matter how strong a person is, his abilities are limited. If we can make everyone stronger together, we will be more calm when a crisis occurs. The idea is good, but it is almost impossible to realize. Xiao Han knew that, if he did not explain clearly, the people in front of him might not be willing to accept it. After all, the temptation to directly advance to the first level is too great. Using the small return pill, the big return pill, and the Han Yen Shenyuan pill can also make people advance, but they must be at the critical breakthrough point of level 4, level 5, or even the peak of level 6. But the method he is using now has no such restrictions at all. If it can be promoted, Yan Hua can even overthrow the 4 Jedi and occupy the whole world in a matter of minutes. Seeing the expectant looks on their faces, he could only explain softly, if you want to directly advance to the first level, you need a spiritual source of the same level. When I was promoted to level 7, I handed over a level 7 spiritual source. What, you handed over a 7th level spiritual source? Shi Mingyuan's eyes widened and he said in disbelief, don't you have a spiritual vein?
Manifestation talisman?
Why don't you manifest it? That is a 7th level spiritual source, a 7th level spiritual source. That can derive dragon veins. Ha, are you sure? Xiao Han chuckled and said casually, I handed over 3 spiritual sources in total, all of which were dug out of the abyss. Are you sure you want to bring this dark spiritual source into reality? A spiritual source with dark attributes? Qiu Mingyuan was stunned for a moment, and then whispered with pity on his face. It's such a pity. It would be nice if it was a spiritual source with other attributes. Just as he was speaking, his eyes lit up again, and he asked hurriedly, you have dug out 3 spiritual sources in less than half a month since you went to the abyss. So, there are many spiritual veins in the abyss? Yeah. Xiao Han nodded in agreement, and then asked with a smile, why do you want people to go to the abyss? Isn't it possible? Qiu Mingyuan frowned and asked, then immediately added, anyway, if you die in the game, at most you will only explode a few pieces of equipment. If you are lucky enough to find a level 4 or higher spiritual source, you will make a profit no matter how you calculate it. This transaction is not a loss. It's indeed not a loss. Xiao Han nodded and continued, there are indeed many spiritual sources in the abyss, but they are not so easy to find. If you really want to do this, come to Yunshao City and find it later. I have a soul-seeking plate, which can sense the existence of spiritual energy within 1,000 meters. But if you want to get more soul-seeking plates, you can only find a way with Tan Yuntian.
Tan Yuntian.
Qiu Mingyuan repeated in a low voice and continued in a deep voice. Okay, I understand. By the way, if you go to Nai later, you can go to Dahan. #C1436 Lungfeng 1. Entering the game again, Xiao Han gave the soul-seeking plate to Guohuai and asked him to pass it to Qiu Mingyuan, and then teleported directly to Beha City. As for the 7-color holy dragon scales with better effects, he was reluctant to take them out, although the effect of the holy dragon scales was better if the strength was not strong enough. This weapon for finding the source of spirits might be lost. In the abyss. When the 100-fold reward was restored, he wanted to go to the abyss again. To dig out more sources of spirits. If he could get another level 8 source of spirits, wouldn't he be able to directly become a level 8 beast? Thinking of this in his heart, Xiao Han stepped onto the level 7 teleportation array of Beha City again. With the flash of the crystal stone, he had already appeared in Dahan. And the reason why he appeared here was because there was also a level 7 teleportation array in Chishui City, 100 kilometers away. By chance, he came to Dahan and killed millions of Fuso players. But after killing the 9 Nether Earth Python, he left directly and did not participate in the next battle. I thought that, with the advantage of numbers and equipment, the Fusong players in Dahan had been killed. But I didn't expect that Qiu Mingyuan secretly asked people to intervene and let the large guilds in various cities withdraw one after another. As the top masters withdrew from Dahan, although Yanhua's strength still had an advantage, there was no way to drive the Fusong players back. And Yanhua's players could also use this opportunity to stay in Dahan. Next, the development of things became even more interesting. The level 7 teleportation array that had been dismantled by the shadow was actually built in Chishui City. More importantly, there was also a level 7 teleportation array in Woi City, the native city of Fusong. This teleportation array can even be directly teleported to Nausix. After receiving such news, he certainly would not cross the largest and most dangerous sea of death again. Anyway, with the Huanxin mask, he can change his appearance at will, and it is not difficult to sneak into Chishui City. It may be a little troublesome to secretly teleport to Woi City, but even so, it will save a lot of time. At worst, he could create some trouble for those chickens in the basin. As long as Chishui City gets in chaos, his chance will come. Hey! Thinking excitedly, Xiao Han couldn't help but whispered, "This time we must keep a low profile and never make things worse. We can't let too many people know about forcibly plundering the power of luck. Otherwise, with 100 times the strength and 100 times the agility, it won't be so easy to plunder again, so the fewer people who know about Fusong this time, the better." In fact, he had thought it through when he came out of Yunshao City, and even his face was randomly transformed into an ordinary person. Otherwise, once he appeared in Dahan with the appearance of Han Shao with Yuing's vigilant character, it is estimated that the 7th level teleportation array in Chishui City would be dismantled immediately. Although it is easy to occupy Chishui City, it is not so easy to get that teleportation array. And now, he has no 100-fold reward. Although 3 sets of level 5 sky-splitting stones and level 5 teleportation array materials have been collected during this period of time, there is no way to build a level 7 teleportation array. So now if you want to go to Nami quickly, you can only use the teleportation array. Hey, Chishui City. Xiao Han walked out of Wushuang City quickly, whispered a little excitedly, and then identified the direction a little, and ran quickly towards Chishui City. At this time, a player immediately came over and shouted with a smile, "Hey, brother, do you want to team up together? Looking at your direction, it seems that you are going to Chishui City in the east. I heard that the Foot Basin chickens over there have been a little restless recently. Let's go there together to kill their arrogance. Maybe we can even get some good equipment."
No.
Xiao Han was about to speed up, and after seeing 5 players approaching, he immediately smiled and refused. "It's just some Foot Basin chickens, I can handle it alone." Brother is so confident. It seems that you are a master. He looked carefully. The figure in front of him felt that his equipment was also very ordinary. Chong Lu smiled and continued to persuade. "If you go to kill monsters nearby to level up, you can do it alone. But if you go to hunt the Foot Basin chicken, it's better to team up. Since the major guilds withdrew from Dahan, no one can take advantage of the battle here, and we will even suffer losses in many cases. If you accidentally fail to hunt and get hunted, it will be too ugly." Well, you are right. Xiao Han thought about it and felt that if he went Directly to Chishui City it would be easy to get in. But it would not be so easy to secretly teleport to Woi City. Since someone invited him, cooperating with them to do something seemed to just fit his idea of disrupting Chishui City. Although he wanted to keep a low profile, he couldn't go to Name without making some trouble. So he just cooperated and made things bigger as an ordinary person. Since he had made up his mind, Xiao Han said directly, "We can go together, but I'm afraid that if I kill too hard, it will implicate you." "Ha! What's there to implicate?" Zhonglo laughed without caring, and then immediately said with a murderous look on his face, "Our ancestors are all from Nandu and we have a blood feud with that chicken. If you can kill 100 of them, let alone being implicated, you can be a bull and a horse." "Oh, are you sure?" Xiao Han showed a smile on his lips and continued, "It's just 100 chickens, which is really not much to me. If you say that, I take it seriously. You are so confident. It seems you are really a master." Chonglo's eyes lit up and he immediately said with excitement, "Since I dare to say this, of course I am not afraid that you will take it seriously. As long as you kill enough chickens, it doesn't matter if you become a cow or a horse." As he spoke, he pointed to a player holding a bow and arrow next to him and said, "He is Fei Ying, a level 90 archer. This is Xiaobing, a level 90 knight." After introducing 4 people in a row, Zhonglo pointed to himself and said, "My name is Zhonglo, a warrior at level 110. I wonder what I call my brother." "Leng Feng." Xiao Han casually mentioned a name and continued with a smile, "There shouldn't be many warriors at level 130 and those Fuso chickens who are my opponents." "Level 130? Chonglo's eyes lit up again, and he couldn't help but said, excitedly, "Hey, I didn't expect that just picking someone up is really a master." After saying that, he couldn't wait to shout, "Then let's not hang around here, and go to Chishui City as soon as possible. There are quite a lot of foot-pot chickens over there." "Chishui City?" Xiao Han murmured in a low voice, but his eyes suddenly looked to the northeast and then he sneered and said, "If you want to kill a chicken, you don't need to go to Chishui City. Those restless guys seem to have arrived." #C1437 Lung Feng 2. The reason why they left the Fuso players was that they wanted to stay in Dahan by force. After all, Yanhua has always considered their reputation since ancient times. If they killed all the Fuso players and wanted to stay in Dahan, it would not make sense from the perspective of public opinion. Although now they don't have to care about this thing at all. But the inertial thinking left over from ancient times made Han Feng and Qiu Mingyuan not realize that the world has become completely different. In a world full of mutant beasts, the human order has almost completely collapsed. If you want something, you can just do it directly. There is no need for so many twists and turns. But now it seems that it is a wise decision for them to leave the Fuso players. As the situation in Dahan stalemates, a large number of ordinary players from both Yanhua and Fuso enter Dahan. After the level cannot be upgraded, the battle between ordinary players is inevitable. A large number of players appeared near Chishui City, hunting all the Fuso players they can see. Similarly, of course, there will be some Fusang players who think they are strong and appear in groups near Wushuang City to hunt Yanhua players coming out of the city. After being promoted to level 7, Xiao Han's ears have become more sensitive. Even in an unconscious state, he can hear sounds more than 10 kilometers away and even more than 1. At this time, he didn't want to show his uniqueness, but just pointed to a dense forest in the northeast and sneered and said, "Over there, I just saw 2 sneaky guys. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be Fusang's foot basin chicken. Hey, what are you waiting for?" Chonglo's eyes flashed with a cold light, and then he immediately summoned a red warhorse and rushed directly to the dense forest. "Chiu! Chiu! Chiu!" At this time, several more neighs sounded, and Fei Ying, Xiaobing, Turtle Dove, and Pumpkin also summoned a group of red warhorses. Da! 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 The rapid sound of horse hooves also followed Chonglu, who was one step ahead and quickly went far away. Hey, you're really impatient. When Xiao Han heard that the chicken in the jungle hadn't left, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he couldn't help but whispered. But his actions at this moment didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. Since he wanted to make a big deal, it would not work with his own strength. At least more than half of the players in Wushuang City had to be dragged into the water, and letting the Fuso players kill a few Yanhua players here should have a better effect. Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han ran over there at a moderate speed. Yang! As several people rushed to the jungle, there were bursts of crisp weapon collisions and the roars of Chonglu and Xiaobing. But soon they retreated from the jungle again, and even Pumpkin had disappeared. At this time, some nearby players also discovered the situation over there, and immediately shouted angrily, "Foot Basin Chicken! Fusong's Foot Basin! Chicken! Fuck! Those dwarfs are getting bolder and bolder. They have come to my doorstep, and you are still talking nonsense here. Come with me, all of you, and kill them all. Fuck, do you really think that there is no one in Wushuang City when the great demon Han Xiao is gone? What cats and dogs dare to come and show their teeth and claws? Brothers with brothers. Kill them all." As the roars continued, nearly 100 people rushed to the dense forest. Immediately, at this time many people were afraid that if they went too late they might not even have a sip of soup, so they summoned their mounts. And wild boars, mice, and even strange mounts such as turtles were also summoned. Roar! The roars passed by Xiao Han along with the shouts of killing. Xiao Han seemed to have not seen it, and continued to run slowly, while also looking at the 4 people rushing out of the dense forest. Even though the number of Yanhua players has exceeded 100, they still have no fear. There is even a figure holding a magic wand, and he snorted disdainfully. "Relying on the absence of masters, are you here to slaughter Yanhua players?" Again, seeing that figure slowly raise the magic wand in his hand, Xiao Han muttered softly and then slowly took out a black spear. But he did not act immediately, but waited slowly. Exploding fireball. Suddenly, a roar came from a distance, and then an orange-red fireball the size of a face suddenly flew from the magic wand. Then, in a flash, it flew to the center of the crowd. Boom! With a violent explosion, a series of blood-colored damage values immediately appeared, and among the nearly 100 Yanhua players who rushed over, 30 or 40 of them immediately had their health bars on their heads emptied in an instant and fell down stiffly. There were nearly 100 more pieces of equipment on the ground. Even Xiaobing was almost killed instantly by the explosive fireball. Heh! It seems that they are really strong. Seeing that even with such a large number of casualties, the remaining players did not retreat at all and rushed forward fearlessly, Xiao Han could not help but whispered. At this time, the Fuso player holding the longbow had already raised the longbow in his hand with a grim smile on his face. At the same time, a black halo appeared on the black longbow. Although the arrow had not been shot out yet, Xiao Han immediately judged that this skill should be very complicated, and it was even very likely to be a group attack skill. Heh! The master didn't come. And you really thought Yanhua had no one? He didn't rescue the first wave of attacks, just to make things worse. Of course, he wouldn't watch the second wave like this. Seeing that man's face full of grim smiles, Xiao Han flashed and adjusted the angle. Then the energy in his body immediately gushed out, and his right hand holding the black spear also began to stretch back violently. Whoosh! The next second, a sharp whistle sounded immediately. Then it was just a flash, and it was like a black lightning piercing a transparent hole in the chest of the Fuso archer. Before the black arrow could be shot out, the Fuso archer was instantly killed. At this time, the black spear still did not stop. After shooting into the Fuso archer's chest, it drilled out from his back and opened a transparent hole in the mage's chest. One shot killed 2 main outputs in 1 second, but the huge kinetic energy on The black spear still did not disappear, and pierced through another soldier's body. 3654820-1346787 1506492. 3 blood-red damage values exceeding 1 million appeared instantly, shocking all the Yanhua players who rushed over. And Chong Lu, who was running away, couldn't help but exclaimed, "Fuck! 1 shot kills 3. Hashtag C1438 massive killing 1. As the system prompt sounded, several pieces of equipment also fell down. Unfortunately, the 100-fold reward did not take effect at this time. Although the explosion rate for killing players from other countries will be slightly higher, it is only 3 to 5 at most. It will not be like having 100 times the reward, killing all the people with spears. Pity. Looking at the equipment falling on the ground, Xiao Han couldn't help but murmured softly, and he became even more eager to go to Nai. But at this time all the players turned their heads and looked over, their eyes full of shock. Then he turned to look at the Fuso players who had fallen dead, and exclaimed loudly, "Let me go, 1 shot has a damage value of more than 3 million. This is not a joke. Are you kidding? Haven't you already seen it? What kind of wind is blowing today?" A master came to the big cold and skewered 3 chickens with 1 shot. "There's another one. Don't let him get away." Amidst the numerous discussions, the crowd became restless again. Some went to grab the equipment on the ground, and some went to hunt down the remaining Fuso players. Chong Lu, on the other hand, took Xiaobing and Feiying and ran over quickly, with a look of wonder on his face. After carefully looking at Xiao Han up and down, he said with a face filled with ecstasy, "Brother Lung Feng, am I dazzled? That shot, the shot just now, was really shot by you. Haha. Haven't you seen it all?" Xiao Han chuckled and continued, "It's really not difficult for me to kill 100 or 200 chickens. But you were too impatient. You didn't even know if you were your opponent, so you just killed him directly. Thanks to the fact that it's not too far away from Wushuang City, and there are many Yanhua players nearby. Are you really planning to go to Chishui City like this? Why do I have a feeling that if I join a team with you I will eventually fall into the hands of a weakling?" Chong Lu was a little embarrassed and quickly explained, "Brother Lung Feng, please don't misunderstand me. The reason why I rushed over just now is because it is not far from Wushuang City, and although our strength is not too strong, it is actually not weak either. Even if we encounter danger, we can retreat calmly. If we were near Chishui City, we wouldn't be so reckless." "Really?" Xiao Han looked around and said with some distrust, "But just now, there were 5 of you there together. Why are there only 4 left now? If we could retreat calmly, why didn't Pumpkin come back with us?" Chong Lu breathed a sigh of relief and continued, "Pumpkin is an assassin, and he acts separately during battles. We are responsible for the frontal battle, and he is responsible for looking for opportunities to kill from the side." "Pumpkin is not dead yet?" Xiao Han said something unexpectedly and then immediately said, "Since he is fine, I won't say anything more. Next time if you encounter a footbath chicken, don't be so reckless. Hey, don't worry about this." Seeing that Lung Feng didn't want to fly solo, Zhonglo continued with some excitement, "There are not many Fusang chickens here in Wushuang City. If you want to kill 100 people, you have to go near Chishui City. Should we go there now?" "Of course I have to go there," Xiao Han said solemnly, but he couldn't summon his pet. After all, his weakest pets are all emperor-level silver-eyed moon wolves. If he were summoned directly, his identity might be exposed, so he raised his feet and ran directly in the direction of Chishui City. Seeing this, Chong Lu immediately followed him quickly. After hesitating for a moment, I asked with curiosity on his face, "Brother Lung Feng, has your attack already reached more than 3 million? Even among the top guilds in various cities, such masters are extremely rare." Why have I never heard of you? Ha! Because I'm not as good as those masters. Xiao Han chuckled and explained in a low voice. Actually, my physical attack is not as high as you think. There is just a skill that can trigger 10 times the damage. Trigger 10 times the damage? Chonglu couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but curious. What skill is so awesome? Full force attack? Have you heard of it? Seeing Chonglu's confused look, Xiao Han smiled and continued to explain. You must have heard of the demon Sealing Tower in Stormwind City. There is a boss there that uses a spear to throw, and it will unleash this skill that causes 10 times the damage. I was pretty lucky back then. I was lucky enough to grab a copy there. Demon Sealing Tower, Chonglu said with envy, and then immediately added, as long as you are a player in Yanhua, there is almost no player who doesn't know about Demon Sealing Tower. It's a pity that the Blood Demon General over there is no longer there. Otherwise I would have bought a skill book like this no matter what. Hey, it turns out you know. Xiao Han chuckled and continued. But this full blow is not as simple as you think. The full strength strike I just learned only does twice the damage. The reason why you haven't heard my name is because I have been practicing this skill. I have now practiced this all-out attack to level 7. As long as the health value is less than 10 million, I can kill them instantly with one shot. I came to Dahan this time to establish my power by using these Fusong's foot basin chickens, but finding them is the most troublesome thing. Hey, this is not a trouble, Chonglu said excitedly, and immediately said, players who are often active in Wushuang City have contact with each other before. If you really want to kill a lot today, I can be responsible for contacting them. But after killing those foot basin chickens, the equipment that exploded must be distributed to them 1 or 2. Equipment, Xiao Han whispered, and said with a smile. As for the equipment, you can discuss it. I only want equipment above spiritual weapons. If it is below spiritual weapons, I can leave it alone. Hey! This is much simpler, Chonglu whispered excitedly, and immediately lowered his head to contact. At this time, although Xiao Han heard that there was a group of 5 Fusong teams hidden only a kilometer away, he did not tell anyone. This time in Dahan, he wanted to hide all traces of his possible appearance. After all, he didn't intend to plunder the power of luck only once. So it was never too careful. Thinking this in his heart, Xiao Han continued to run towards Chishui City. To the east, there is a group of Fuso people in the northeast. At this moment, Chonglu suddenly shouted loudly with excitement on his face, and then slapped the red warhorse that was about to get off and shouted loudly, Brother Leng Feng, hurry up and get on the horse, I'll take you there. No, just lead the way. Xiao Han waved his hand and continued. My speed is not slow. I should be able to catch up with you. #C 1439 Massive Killing. 2. After getting the exact coordinates, Chonglu met the team of Yanhua players, who had sent the message before in just a few minutes. Then, under their leadership, they found a team of Fuso players behind a hill. At this time, several Yanhua players died in their hands. Even the players who were left behind to follow were killed. If they came later, they might never find this team of Fuso players again. Seeing Chonglu and Lengshi, who he had just met, all had raging anger in their eyes, Xiao Han did not delay any further and raised his hand to take out a spear. Then he flashed directly and adjusted his position again. Whoosh! The next second, the spear in his hand instantly shot straight at the few foot basin chickens, cleaning the battlefield like a black lightning. Puff! 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 Before they even reacted, 3 of the 6-member Fuso team were directly pierced by the spear. Fuck! Lengshi, who was 100 meters away, saw this scene and opened his mouth to say a classic Chinese curse. Swish! Swish! At this time, 2 more black spears shot over. Even though the remaining 3 chickens were prepared, the spears were too fast and they couldn't dodge at all. One of them was nailed to death by a single shot and a blood-colored damage. Value of 5 million appeared on his head. The remaining 2 were also pierced by the black spears like the previous 3. More than 10 pieces of equipment exploded in succession. Leng Shi said in a daze, "Oh my god! I killed 6 people with 3 shots, and they were all killed instantly." Brother Chong Lu, where did you find this expert from? 5 million damage with 1 shot, even the top masters like Kanjian, Lei Huang, and Yijin Juefeng should not be able to do this. Hey, why are you asking so many questions? Chong Lu chuckled excitedly, and continued with excitement on his face. Anyway, none of the exploded equipment will be missing from you. That's good. Seeing that Leng Feng, who killed a team of Fuso players, did not pick up the equipment, Leng Shi could not help but ask anxiously, "Brother Leng Feng, you should not have planned yet stop it. If I can provide more coordinates, will the equipment I get be divided in half?" "That's a must," Chong Lu said with a smile and immediately said, "But I have contacted many people, and the coordinates of the next location are already available." As he said, he turned his head to look at Fei Ying, and said in a deep voice, "You stay and deal with the equipment that exploded here. Less than 3,000 meters to the west, there are 2 more powerful foot basin chickens. I heard that they have killed many brothers of Yanhua, and I guess they should have better equipment. I will lead Brother Lengfeng over there." "Okay," Fei Ying responded, and immediately followed Leng Shi to run to the place where the Fuso player was killed. And Chong Lu did not stop at all, slapped the red warhorse under him hard, and ran towards Xiao Han and shouted loudly, "Brother Lengfeng, this way, follow me." As he said, the speed instantly increased to the extreme. It only took a few minutes for several people to cover a distance of 3,000 meters. This time, no one came to help, because the player who provided the coordinates was lying on the ground, and the 2 Fuso players were confident of their strength and had no intention of retreating. Instead, they muttered something and rushed over with a grim smile on their faces. "Heh! You were quite courageous." Seeing this, Xiao Han couldn't help but chuckle, and then a black spear appeared in his hand again, and he threw it without hesitation. Whoosh! Amid the piercing whistle, the 2 Fuso players also dodged in a hurry and successfully avoided the attack of the spear. In the case of a frontal attack, it is actually not easy to hit them. Baga! Then 2 disdainful curses came from a distance, but Xiao Han's movements in his hands still did not stop, and another spear was thrown out. Whoosh! At the same time as the whistle sounded, the thrown spear had not hit the target, and 5 more black spears were shot out together. Whoosh! 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 Amid the piercing whistles, the first 4 spears shot out, forcing the 2 Fuso players to dodge to the left and right, but the last 2 spears still pierced them through. Ding! When the system prompt sounded, Xiao Han's eyes lit up, and he whispered, "Oh, there is actually another spiritual weapon." He was actually very surprised when he said this. After all, without the 100-fold reward, it is not an easy thing to explode good things. And the reason why he wanted the spiritual weapon was to upgrade the Huanxin mask by 2 levels. Although the number of spiritual equipment exploded before has long exceeded 100, many of them can be used by Guohuai, Jiangzhe, and Fu Qingji. Originally, thinking that there would be a 100-fold reward, he did not use all the spiritual weapons to swallow the Huanxin mask. Now, he has to quickly gather the remaining dozen pieces and then directly upgrade them to immortal weapons. When the 100-fold reward is restored, he can directly upgrade from immortal weapon to holy weapon. And now, there are only a few pieces of immortal equipment left. Thinking of this, Xiao Han flashed and picked up a long sword on the ground, and also picked up the long spear he threw out. After all, there might be a lot of people he has to kill next. Although there are more than 1,000 spears in the space ring, it may not be enough for what is to be done next. Da. At this time, Chong Lu, Xiaobing, and Pumpkin also ran over. Xiao Han turned around and said with a smile, "Not bad. I got a spiritual weapon. There are 2 treasures in the remaining equipment. Leave someone here to clean up the battlefield. Are there any other coordinates of the foot basin?" Chicken. Yes, of course. Chong Lu stared at the corpse on the ground with shining eyes, his eyes full of disbelief. These 2 guys are not simple. Even if there are not 1,000 Yanhua players who died in their hands, there are at least 800. In the area of Dahan, they are already considered top masters. But even so, they were shot to death by Lung Feng with a few shots, and they didn't even have the ability to resist. If he went directly to Chishui City, what kind of lethality could he cause? Thinking of this, Chong Lu couldn't help but get excited and said quickly, "But Brother Lengfeng, isn't it too troublesome to search one by one like this? I think with your strength you can definitely go to Chishui City to have some fun. There are a lot of Fuso foot basin chickens over there. As long as you can kill the master players of Fuso, I can summon the brothers of Wushuang City and take down Chishui City directly." "Take down Chishui City?" Xiao Han whispered, with a hint of hesitation in his eyes. #C1440 Massive Killing 3. He was actually not very interested in conquering Chishui City. The reason why he is doing this now is just to cause chaos in Chishui City so that he can have a chance to fish in troubled waters. However, if you just kill some people on the periphery, it will not be easy to cause chaos. But if he breaks into Chishui City, it will be impossible for him to teleport to Woi City. It seems that there is still a degree to be mastered. Muttering secretly in his heart, Xiao Han continued to think, "We can't break the city, but we also have to beat the Fuso players. And in this case, the only choice is to go to Chishui City to block the gate. Fortunately, I am not the only one who has done this kind of thing. It seems that Mad Lion and Thunder Emperor have also done it, but in the end they were beaten back in despair. But as long as I do this, all the masters in Chishui City will come out, and my chance will come." After thinking about the pros and cons, Xiao Han no longer hesitated and immediately nodded and said, "That's fine. I'm also thinking of going to Chishui City for a visit. But if you really go to Chishui City, I won't be able to protect you then." "Hey, what are you afraid of?" Chong Lu looked at a few pieces of equipment on the ground and said with a smile, "There are 2 treasures here. Even if we die there, we will still make a profit. There's nothing better than fucking a little bastard to death." "Yes," Xiao Han replied with a smile and sighed with approval. "There is, indeed, nothing more satisfying than killing the little bastard. Since you are all mentally prepared, I will no longer advise you. There may be a lot of equipment exploded by then, and how much you can pick up depends on your ability." With that said, Xiao Han stopped talking nonsense, and as soon as his footsteps moved, he ran straight towards Chishui City. Upon seeing this, Chong Lu immediately followed him and opened his friend list. After thinking for a moment, he immediately edited a message and sent it directly to the group. At this time, it was a few kilometers away. After Lung Shi heard a soft ding sound in his ear, he immediately opened his friend list and took a look. Then his eyes suddenly froze and he shouted in disbelief, "Fuck, are you so big?" Both Kamida and Matsushita were killed, and they were also killed instantly. Lung Feng's strength is not weak. The possibility of directly attacking Chishui City is unlikely, but it would be nice to have a fight with him. With this thought in his mind, Lung Shi immediately sent a message to his brothers who had just dispersed to look for Fusang foot pot chicken. At the same time, Lung Feng's deeds had spread in Wushuang City. Now that it was learned that he was going directly to Chishui City, the players who got the news immediately became excited. However, there was some hesitation in my heart about whether to go to support. After all, once a fight breaks out, the weaker players like them will be the most injured, and they will be reduced to cannon fodder. But there were also some people who became excited in an instant. They walked around the streets in Wushuang City and shouted loudly, "Brothers who have the guts to kill with me to Chishui City. We have been bullied a lot during this period. Don't you all want revenge? The major guilds in the country are all cowards. We helped them do what they dare not do today. Let them take a good look at who is truly patriotic." As the crowd continued to clamor, more and more players poured out of Wushuang City and ran towards Chishui City. The news here also reached Yanhua. This made Xiao Mingyuan, who knew the inside story, couldn't help but show an expression that it was true, and then whispered, "Sure enough, no matter where that guy goes, there will be a bloody storm. Oh, it's pretty good this time." Han Feng shook his head and smiled bitterly, and continued, "At least the one without wings killed all those guys in Fusang instantly with a wave of his wings. But this won't be good for our plan. Why don't we say hello to him and let Xiao Han relax for a while in Chishui City? Don't shoot the players in Fuso to death. No need." Xiao Mingyuan shook his head gently and continued in a deep voice, "I have already told him what needs to be said." Although Xiao Han acts a little arrogantly, he knows everything about what should be done and what should not be done. In Kyoto, even if they got the news that Xiao Han was causing trouble in the Great Cold, they only paid a little attention to it and did not take any action. But Jiangzhe, who also learned that Xiao Han had gone to Dahan, could not be as calm as Qiu Mingyuan. It was immediately transmitted to Dahan, and a communication request was dialed. At this time, Xiao Han was less than 10 kilometers away from Chishui City. Since he was not alone, it was not convenient to talk to him. I just sent a message to explain, and asked him to send some experts from the Veterans Guild over. They do not need to participate in the battle on Chishui City's side. They only need to help defend Wushuang City to prevent the anxious Fuso players from jumping over the wall. After explaining everything, Xiao Han's speed suddenly increased. At this time, Fuso players had appeared nearby, and they even discovered that they were Yanhua players and killed them directly. Of course, Xiao Han would not be polite about this and shot out the spear in his hand. Experts like Kamita and Matsushita could still dodge his spears, and for ordinary Fuso players it was not much harder than crushing an ant. As long as they were within 1,000 meters, no chicken could survive. Xiao Han did not stop at all along the way, and Chonglu, Feiying, Xiaobing, and others were almost ecstatic. In just a short while the backpack was full. Even when they had to, they threw away some legendary equipment with poor attributes. Whoosh! 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 Fuso players were constantly shot and killed in the piercing screams, and Chonglu, Feiying, Xiaobing and others were in pain and happiness all the way. The painful thing was that the backpack was too small. The happy thing was that all the equipment they picked up along the way was legendary or above, and even if they died in Chishui City now, they would still make a lot of money. Fuck! Are the top players so abnormal? He exclaimed in a low voice, and Lung Feng had stopped 1,000 meters away from the city wall, but no Fuso player dared to rush out from inside the city wall. Seeing this situation, Chonglu immediately sent all the spears he had picked. At this time, more and more Yanhua players had appeared in groups of 3 or 2 nearby, and they couldn't help but say excitedly, "Fuck! They really came to block the door." #C 1441 Infiltration 1. Chishui City. Yuji, who was responsible for staying behind, looked at the 2 people who had just been resurrected, and her expression had turned very ugly. After being silent for a while, he said coldly, "With both of your abilities, were you also killed by a single shot?" Matsushita responded, and after thinking for a moment, he frowned and said, "That guy throws the spear very fast, and the spear he throws is also very particular. The first 2 spears forced us to dodge, and the 3rd spear killed us directly. And I think his attack should be at least over 10 million. The reason why I think it is only over 5 million now is because those killed by him only had a life value of over 5 million at most. 10 million attacks? Yuji frowned and said, and then whispered, such a master is rare even in Yanhua. Except for that perverted great demon king Han Xiao, no one seems to be able to do it. Now here in Dahan, Yanhua is still useful for keeping us. There is no reason to send such a master out. If we abandon Chishui City, what reason will they have to stay in Dahan? This is indeed quite unpredictable. Matsushita frowned and said in a deep voice, then continued, but he is only one person, so there is no need to worry too much. And I've already asked people to inquire. Although this guy is strong, he doesn't belong to any large guild. Maybe he doesn't know about the decision-making level. If Yanhua's large guild takes action, then we have to be more careful. He is the only master now. We just need to gather people to kill him. Is it really that easy to kill him? Yuji whispered. Then her face suddenly changed and she couldn't help but said urgently, that guy couldn't be Han Xiao pretending to be him. A strange master with no reputation, and a strange master who appeared suddenly. I heard that that nasty guy Han Xiao has a mask that can change his body, shape and appearance at will. Is he planning to take action against us? With this thought suddenly popping up in her mind, Yuji immediately said, anxiously, no, we have to dismantle the teleportation array now. After this happens, find a hidden place and rebuild the teleportation array. Baga? Just Lung Feng. Did he scare you like this? Kamita cursed loudly, and immediately said, don't say he is not Han Xiao, even if he is. So what? Our current strength is no longer what it was a month ago. With Master Baki's guidance, Master Phantom Wolf and Master Shadow have already reached level 170, and are equipped with divine weapons and equipment. There is nothing to be afraid of. Hey, you don't know the terror of Han Xiao. Yuji sighed, and couldn't help but think of that time in Winter City. Han Xiao just killed millions of people with just one skill, and almost everyone's equipment was completely blown away. If most of the equipment hadn't been picked up after the war, they would have been almost completely destroyed at that station. Thinking about it now, it still makes me shudder. Seeing Kamita, who had not participated in that battle, say this, Yuji couldn't help but said, as long as Xiao Han comes, more than 90% of our soldiers will be wiped out in an instant, and all the equipment they have on them will be exposed. So for the sake of caution, it is better to put away the 7th level space cracking stone first and then build the teleportation array again after the Va. That guy Han Xiao is indeed very scary, and it is the right thing to do, Matsushita said in a deep voice, and then immediately added, but he is not Han Xiao, so we don't need to mobilize so many troops. Not Han Xiao. Yuji whispered something, and then immediately said, how are you sure that the guy outside the city does not belong to Han Xiao? Hey, wasn't I killed just now? Panasonic laughed and continued, when I was in Winter City, I was also killed by Han Xiao, so I know his perverted abilities. As long as you are killed by it, either none of your equipment will explode, or all your equipment will explode. And in the National War, as long as you are killed, at least 3 to 5 pieces of equipment will explode. That death, I didn't even leave a copper plate in my backpack. But just half an hour ago, I only exploded one treasure. Only one thing exploded? Yuji whispered, and then said with a murderous look on her face, if you say so, the guy outside the city is indeed not Han Xiao in disguise. Hey, it definitely isn't. Matsushita sneered and said with the same murderous look on his face. That guy should be just a personal action. There will be no consequences if we kill him. And I even think that if he waits for another hour or two, Yanhua might have someone ask him to go back. Yes. Yuji nodded slightly and continued. They still want some face and don't want to be known as a friend who has taken over a friendly country. In this way, our existence becomes indispensable. But I have to say that Yanhua people like this seem to be more difficult to deal with, but today this guy named Lung Feng must be killed. Yes, he must die. Matsushita said in a deep voice, and immediately added, otherwise, if they shrink back today, they will think that our noble Yamato warriors are easy to bully. In that case, let's go and gather people separately. Yuji stood up from her seat and continued with a cold face. I will be responsible for dealing with the guy named Lung Feng. As for those Yanhua people who came with you, you must kill them all. No problem. Songsha's face flashed with murderous intent, and he agreed. Easily. Without Lung Feng, it's not easy to catch the others. But the guy named Lung Feng is quite powerful. Don't let me kill all the Yanhua people and you lose the chain here, it will be bad then. Hee, what's the matter with being not simple? He is just one person. A hint of disdain flashed in the corner of Yuji's eyes, and she really killed their impulse with a knife. But thinking of the relationship between the two and Lord Yaki, she could only suppress the impulse in her heart. After calming down a little, he immediately said in a deep voice, of course, if you are really worried, you can do it yourself. There are still 4 level 6 fighters in Chishui City, and they can all be handed over to you. Humph. Then let them all come over. Kamita snorted coldly, and continued with a rebellious face. I was careless before, otherwise Lung Feng would be nothing. Aunts, Ani, Antong, and Anmo are all here. Let them come with me. I will personally pull off Lung Feng's head and let him know that Yamato warriors are not easy to mess with. Okay. I have notified them. Yuji glanced at the door and immediately continued in a deep voice. If nothing unexpected happens, they should be here. Da. As he said this, there were bursts of footsteps outside the door. Kamita immediately looked outside and immediately walked up quickly. #C 1442 Infiltration 2. Watching the two people leave quickly, Yuji spitted with disdain on her face. If the seal suppressing Lord Yaki had not been opened by the two of them, she could easily deal with these two ignorant guys. Humph. 2 idiots. After cursing in a low voice, Yuji still didn't dare to act casually even though she knew that Lord Yaki might have completely forgotten about them. After all, he was a moody master and 8 heads had 8 thoughts. If she really did something, even if it was just 1 or 2 of them, and wanted to make decisions for Kamita and Matsushita, she would not be able to get out of the bag. And the war here is not that important. Since Yanhua needs them to stay in Dahan, it doesn't matter even if they lose, just let those 2 ignorant guys fight. It's nothing more than a few more pieces of equipment, and they are not her equipment. The most important thing now is to ensure that the 7th level teleportation array does not fall into Yanhua's hands, and the others are not so important. Even if she loses, it doesn't matter. After all, it's not the first time she loses in a battle with Yanhua. Thinking of this, Yuji immediately sent a message to her confidant, asking him to take away the sky-splitting stone and the sky-deep stone on the teleportation array immediately when the situation is not right. Then she immediately moved and called for people to run straight to the west city where Lung Feng was. When she appeared in the west city, all the players in the city were already densely standing on the top of the city. They looked outside the city, cursing, Baga, those damned pigs are too arrogant. Are we just going to watch? What if we don't watch? Didn't you see the corpses outside the city? Yeah, that Chinese guy is too perverted, his shots never miss and he almost kills one with 1 shot. Why didn't Lords Yulang and Yueying come? Are we just going to let these damned pigs block our door? Sure. Lord Yuji is here. Please speak softly. Amid the discussions, Yuji had already walked quickly to Matsushita's side and whispered, the manpower has been given to you, when are you going to start? Hey, I've wanted to start for a long time. Kamita grinned and sneered, and continued in a deep voice. If it weren't for waiting for you, I would have killed Lung Feng by now. After that, he stopped talking nonsense, stretched out his hand and waved it forward, and took the lead to jump down from the top of the city. The Shadow, Dark Wing, Dark Demon and others around him also followed. Immediately, although they jumped down together, their formation was very scattered, and they were obviously afraid of the spear shot by Xiao Han. Swish, swish, swish. At this time, several sharp whistles sounded, and 6 or 7 black spears immediately shot from a distance, heading straight for Kamita and Dark Demon, who were in the front. Both of them were very clear about the damage of the spear, so they had no intention of taking it hard. They dodged sideways and a spear immediately passed by. Before the two of them could even relax, another spear shot towards them. Kamita couldn't help but curse angrily. Fuck! It's like this again. But I won't use the same method twice. As he said that, his chest thrust forward, and at the same time a dazzling black light emerged from his body. Yang! At this moment the spear also accurately shot at his chest, but then a white immunity appeared from the top of his head. This made the Dark Demon, who had just dodged the second spear but could not avoid the third spear, brighten his eyes, and a faint golden light immediately appeared on his body. Yang! With a crisp sound, a white immunity suddenly appeared on his head. But the relief in his heart just rose, and 2 black spears appeared in front of him, shooting like lightning. Puff, puff. With a pain in his chest, the Dark Demon immediately felt that he had lost control of his body. At the same time, he saw Kamita's body stiffen in his peripheral vision. Fuck you. Matsushita, who was a little behind, couldn't help but curse in a low voice, and then without any hesitation, he flashed directly and returned to the city wall. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this time, the sound of the spear breaking through the air had not stopped, and he could not help but look outside the city. Kamita and Dark Demon were killed instantly, and Shadow, who was a little slower in reaction, was also pierced by the spear. At this time, Lung Feng's momentum was like a sword piercing the sky. Even all the Fuso players on the city wall were shocked and dared not make the slightest sound. Fuck! Is that still a human? Feeling that Lung Feng was not someone they could handle, Matsushita immediately said to Yuji beside him, Lord Yuji, this Lung Feng is really abnormal. In less than 2 seconds, he fired more than a dozen shots. Even semi-automatic rifles in reality don't have such a terrifying firing rate. I think we can't handle this guy. Why don't you contact Lord Yulang? With his speed and agility, this spear will definitely miss him. You can definitely kill this guy called Leng Feng. Yulang? Yuji repeated in a low voice, then shook her head and whispered, Don't think about it. Lord Yulang will definitely not come. If you really can't beat him, it doesn't matter if you throw away this Chishui city. Lord Yaki has arranged for Yulang to go for special training. He will definitely not be able to come back for at least the next 4 or 5 months. But Lung Feng doesn't seem to have group attack skills. Although it is difficult to kill him, it doesn't mean that Lord Yulang must come. After saying that, Yuji didn't mean to continue explaining. She turned around and said to the person behind her, Open the city gate and everyone kill them all together. Lung Feng's shooting speed is very fast, but the spear in his hand is not a Gatling gun. It's only 1,000 meters, and it only takes 20 to 30 seconds to rush over. I don't believe that he can kill all these tens of thousands of soldiers. Crackling. As the voice fell, the city gate was slowly opened, and the Fuso players standing on the city wall were also driven out of the city. Even if there were many unwillingness in their hearts, they could only bite the bullet and kill outside the city. Swish, swish, swish. As the Fuso players continued to charge, Xiao Han could penetrate 2 or even 3 with 1 shot, but he couldn't kill everyone instantly. As the crowd approached, he had to retreat. This scene instantly made Matsushita's eyes light up, and he couldn't help shouting, That Lung Feng, it seems that he is not good at close combat. Yeah. Yuji squinted her eyes and responded, and then immediately said, Then what are you waiting for? Let's go together and kill that guy for me. As long as he is killed, the other Chinese are a bunch of rabble. As she said, she moved her body and jumped directly from the city wall, hiding in the crowd, and rushed to Lung Feng to kill him. #C 1443 Infiltration 3. Special training? Listening to the ghost wolf mentioned by Yuji just now, Xiao Han couldn't help but frown slightly, and couldn't help but think of Zhang Tian, who had been taken away by Qinglong. With 100 times more agility, the spirit wolf is also the chosen one. And the time he left was only 4 or 5 months, so he couldn't help but think about it too much. I originally thought that if we made such a fuss, it might be possible to draw out the ghost wolf, which would be great. But now it seems that he really thought too much. Forget it. There will still be opportunities in the future. Muttering in his heart, Xiao Han raised his hand and fired another spear. The same time, he said to Chong Lu beside him, I don't have group attack skills, so I can't kill all these guys. And their masters are all hidden in the crowd. My role has been infinitely reduced, and our numbers are no longer superior. Hurry up and tell everyone to retreat. It's too late. Chong Lu shook his head and continued in a deep voice. Now that we are here, we actually have no intention of going back alive. Leave the rest to us. Just hunt down the masters you can see. With that said, Chong Lu stood up and stood on the horse's back, shouting loudly, Brothers, those damn chickens have come to kill them. What do you think we should do? Kill, kill, kill. The roar sounded from the nearby crowd and immediately spread to the distance. At the same time, the warriors and knights in the crowd immediately took a few steps forward and blocked the archers and mages. Seeing that the fighting spirit didn't need to be mobilized at all, it was already boiling. Zhonglo didn't delay at all and immediately shouted angrily, Brothers, those damn chickens still dare to come out. Let them know today that we are not easy to mess with. What's wrong with the small number of people? We are still upright men with the small number of people. Even if we die, we still have to support a few people. This Chishui city is too much of an eyesore here. We are going to level this city today. With that said, Zhonglo twitched his red war horse fiercely and rushed towards the Fuso player on the opposite side with great courage. And the Xiaobing beside him followed him without any hesitation. Someone took the lead and took the lead. The nearby players immediately became excited and started to kill the Fuso players who were rushing towards them. Kill, kill these sons of bitches. Roars and roars rang in his ears one after another. Xiao Han glanced towards Chishui city and couldn't help but whisper, These guys are too excited. I wanted to sneak in during the chaos, but now I have no choice but to stay a little longer. Without Chong Lu around him, he could now completely let go of his hands and feet, and his ears immediately moved slightly. More than 100 meters away, the people who had rushed over with Kamita before and fled back in panic were already rushing over here quickly. This made Xiao Han's mouth reveal a hint of coldness, and he couldn't help but said in a cold voice, Oh, you still want to come here and kill me? I have to say, these guys are really naive. As he said this, he bent his knees slightly, then kicked the ground violently. His figure immediately jumped into the air, and the spear in his hand was immediately shot out. Call out. Amidst the ear-piercing screams, a figure in the distance immediately wanted to dodge. But there were players all around him, and it was too late to dodge at this time. He could only watch the black spear passing through his chest like a bolt of lightning. Puff! With a soft sound, the spear not only penetrated Darkwing's body, but also killed the two people behind him instantly. But even so, tens of thousands of Fuso players still rushed over without fear of death. In order to hide his whereabouts, Xiao Han could not use group attack skills, such as Blood Rain, so he could only constantly shuttle among the crowd, shooting each of Fuso's master players. It's just that Yuji and Matsushita are inconvenient to shoot in case these excited guys can't hold back and really destroy Kyoto's strategy in the Great Cold. As more and more Yanhua players arrived, the battle at a disadvantage gradually became evenly matched. When Xiao Han saw this, he couldn't help but whisper, "In this situation, we won't be defeated even without me. And since the battle has reached a stalemate, Yuji should also ask for help. If we sneak into Chishui City at this time and teleport to Woi City silently, the possibility will be greater." With this thought in his mind, Xiao Han's figure gradually became illusory, without anyone noticing. Then he took a step in the air and flew slowly towards Chishui City. Due to his invisibility, he cannot move too fast. Fortunately, there were less than 10 players with the ability to fly nearby, and they were all trying to catch each other, so no one noticed him at all. At a distance of more than 3,000 meters, Xiao Han flew for half an hour before finally slipping into Chishui City without anyone noticing. As for the location of Chishui City's teleportation hall, he had already asked someone to find out. So after entering the city, we headed directly there. Clatter, clatter, clatter. At this time, bursts of footsteps continued to come from the teleportation hall. It was obvious that Fuso players had come to support them. Although he was a little worried about the Yanhua players outside the city, he looked in the direction of the teleportation hall and his eyes couldn't help but become excited. After all, this means that the level 7 teleportation array that can be teleported to Woi City has not been dismantled yet. In this way, it will be much more convenient for him to go to Name. Thinking of this in his heart, Xiao Han's pace could not help but speed up. Baga! Just as he walked outside the teleportation hall, an angry voice sounded, followed by a slap, as if someone was slapped. This made Xiao Han pause for a moment, and he immediately looked over there. I saw that Kamita, who was shot by him before, was talking angrily at the door of the teleportation hall, and at the same time he raised his hand and slapped him a few more times in a very arrogant manner. The two Fuso players who were guarding the door could only cover their mouths and silently step back a few steps. Hey! It turns out that there is a chance only when there is chaos. Seeing Kamita swaggering into the teleportation hall, Xiao Han's eyes lit up, and he immediately chased after him at the fastest speed in the invisible state. Originally, he wanted to sneak into the teleportation hall in stealth mode, and then try to teleport to Woi City. But this teleportation hall has always been open to exit but not entry. There are even players who have learned the pupil technique and stay here all the time, so he can only think of ways to make Chishui City chaotic first. And now, it seems to be working pretty well. At least the Fuso players who learned the pupil technique mentioned by Chiu Mingyuan before are no longer here. There is even the funny guy Kamita, who seems to want to teleport back to Fuso by force. Originally, the teleportation array here is also open to exit but not entry. The possibility of teleporting to Fuso's Woi City without anyone noticing is actually almost zero. But now it seems that he can take a ride. Seeing that Kamita has forcibly stopped the teleportation array from continuing to teleport, and he has already stood on the teleportation array, Xiao Han immediately stood on it quietly. #C1444 Free City. What's going on? Why is this teleportation array suddenly not allowing teleportation? It seems that someone on the other side is using it. Could it be that Chishui City can no longer hold on and send people back for help? I heard that Yanhua's large guilds didn't take action. Can't we even beat a bunch of rabble? Shoo! Keep your voice down. It's Lord Kamita who teleported here. Be careful not to let him hear it. As soon as he teleported here, Xiao Han heard a burst of discussions like birdsong, and Kamita in front of him immediately walked down from the teleportation array. At this time, the teleportation array under his feet was the 7th level teleportation array of Woi City. The teleportation hall, which covers an area of more than 100 square meters, was already full of people waiting to teleport. He was in stealth mode and no one nearby used pupil techniques, so no one could detect his presence. This made Xiao Han's mouth reveal a hint of excitement, and then he whispered, There should be only this level 7 teleportation array on Fusong's side. I thought that even if I found it, it would not be easy to teleport. But now, this level 7 teleportation array is right under my feet. I just don't know if I can teleport directly to Nami. Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han immediately moved a few steps, and in the invisible state, he gently touched the level 7 cracking stone on the teleportation array. At this time, a teleportation list was immediately presented in front of him. Although he didn't recognize the words on it, the spatial coordinates ranked first happened to belong to the coordinates of Chishui City. As for the remaining coordinates, although the numbers are slightly different, the gap between them is not big. So according to the coordinates here, it can be judged that the remaining dozen coordinates should all be the spatial coordinates of other cities in Fusong. Only the last one has a huge difference in numbers, and it is obvious that it is not Fusong. Hey, it's really there. After finding the teleportation coordinates belonging to Nami, Xiao Han couldn't help but mutter in his heart, and then his finger immediately tapped on the teleportation list. The next second, the energy crystal on the 7th level teleportation array under his feet immediately emitted a soft white light. This made all the Fuso players who were waiting for the teleportation look over curiously. However, there was no figure on the teleportation array at this time, which made them feel that something was wrong, but they couldn't tell what was wrong. At this time, the milky white light suddenly surrounded the entire 7th level teleportation array, and then the light suddenly dissipated, and everything returned to calm. But the Fuso players in the teleportation hall all had a look of doubt on their faces, and someone whispered, "What's going on? Why did this teleportation array suddenly start? It's really strange. There was no one on the teleportation array just now. Maybe Lord Kamita touched it by mistake just now, otherwise this teleportation array would definitely not be like this. Well, it's really possible, but he's gone, so we can't ask too much. Dahan still needs reinforcements, so let's teleport there quickly." Amid the discussions, no one noticed that this level 7 teleportation array had successfully teleported a Yanhua player to Nasik's, tens of thousands of miles away. Freedom City, a city that advocates self-reliance. It is also one of the few super main cities in Nasik's. Although this city has the name of freedom, it actually has nothing to do with freedom, because it is not easy to survive in such an apocalypse. The racial conflicts in reality also extend here. White people look down on black people look down on Japanese and Korean people, and at the same time they bully the Chinese people who are few in number. And the Latin Americans, who have an advantage in numbers, also want to obtain more resources. Riots are inevitable. Even if they are forcibly suppressed, there is no way to completely resolve the contradictions between the forces of the parties. After all, in the end of the world, as long as you take a step back, there is an abyss behind you, and with the emergence of mutant beasts, the former empire has collapsed, and the green currency that can be printed at will can no longer buy the required resources. After the daily necessities cannot be guaranteed, no method can reconcile this contradiction. At this time, Xiao Han still walked out of the teleportation hall in an invisible state, looking at the black and white figures passing by in front of him, and the buildings of completely different styles around him. He couldn't help but feel a little emotional. I thought it would not be an easy thing to come to Nasik's. At least it is not a simple thing to use the 7th level teleportation array in Fuso. But who would have thought that, after what he did in Dahan, he actually took advantage of Kamita's ride and was directly teleported to the 7th level teleportation array. Now, he is already standing on the land of Nasik's. Hey! With a low laugh of excitement, Xiao Han immediately copied a person's face at random and then teleported directly to an empty alley. After his face completely changed into a Western face, he whispered, "I don't know if I can teleport directly to Colt City." The Nasik side is actually somewhat similar to Yanhua. There are also several super main cities with a population of over 100 million, like Stormwind City, and Freedom City is one of them. Because of him, although the 7th level teleportation array is rare in Yanhua, each city has one so they can communicate with each other. But in Nassix, no one has been able to build a 7th level teleportation array so far. So if the Free City cannot teleport directly to Colt City, he may have to spend a few days flying there. Thinking of this, Xiao Han frowned slightly, and then whispered to himself, "The once strongest country in Blue Star is not as good as Fuso. Fortunately, we have arrived in Nassix. At most, we can cross the wilderness again. It's really unpleasant not to have a 100-fold reward. I have to find a way to seize Felix's luck power." As he said this, Xiao Han raised his hand and clicked on the friend list. Then, entered Yi Ying in the search bar and immediately clicked OK. At this time, a name also appeared immediately. This made Xiao Han's eyes light up, and he couldn't help but whisper, "Hey, it can be searched directly." It seems that Colt City is within the jurisdiction of Free City. If the distance between the two sides is too far, not only can there be no way to add friends, but even the name cannot be searched. Since it has been searched, it can be added as a friend. Thinking of the name Qiu Mingyuan told him, Xiao Han couldn't help but get a little excited. At this time, a system prompt also sounded in his ears. "Ding, Ying has passed your friend verification. Hashtag C1445 The Chosen Ones. 2. 1. After talking to Ying, Xiao Han returned to the outside of the teleportation hall again. Since the insider here has been contacted, he doesn't need to worry about how to go to Colt City next. After all, there is a language barrier. Even if he wants to ask someone, it won't work. According to the agreement made before, Xiao Han took out a treasure-level leopard leather armor from the space ring and stood outside the teleportation hall waiting quietly. At this time, several Chinese people came out of the teleportation hall from time to time. No matter which one he looked at, he looked like Yi Ying. But none of the Chinese people who passed by looked at him more. Some people even asked about the leather armor in his hand, but Xiao Han didn't know what they were talking about, so he could only ignore them. In the main city, even if those people were a little unhappy, they didn't dare to take action directly. Until more than 10 minutes later, a middle-aged man in blue leather armor came over, shook the leopard leather hat in his hand, turned around and walked into the teleportation hall again. Seeing this, Xiao Han immediately followed. Although Liberty City is also a super main city, it has less than 10% of the active players in Stormwind City. So there is no need to wait in line to enter the teleportation hall. In less than 2 minutes, he followed a middle-aged man holding a leopard print hat and teleported to a strange city. At the same time, under his leadership, he walked into a private courtyard that was slightly off the beaten track. At this time, the middle-aged man turned around and said curiously, "Yanhua is tens of thousands of kilometers away from here. Are you really from Yanhua?" "Oh, doesn't it look like it?" Xiao Han grinned and chuckled, and continued, "Looking at you, it seems that you are very surprised by my arrival. For me, this is more than just a surprise." Ying still felt a little unconvinced and continued in a deep voice. "When Kyoto asked me to receive you, I thought they were crazy. There is a sea of death between Yanhua and Nassix. It is said that even with the strength of the Emperor, the possibility of successfully crossing the Sea of Death is almost impossible. 0. Oh, not that exaggerated." Xiao Han did not explain the misunderstanding, and asked directly, "Did Felix not come online during this period?" "I don't know." Seeing the puzzlement in Xiao Han's eyes, Ying pointed to a white spire in the east and explained in a low voice, "The last time Felix appeared was in the Bayun Tower. As for whether he has come online again during this period, I really don't know. I can only tell you that during this period, we have been monitoring the Bayun Tower 24 hours a day, and he has never come out." "Never came out?" Xiao Han repeated in a low voice, frowning deeply, not knowing. He asked in a low voice, "In reality, can you find out about him?"
No.
Ying shook his head lightly, and immediately said in a deep voice, "My strength is actually pretty good, but it's just good. But the strength of a level 4 evolver is not valued at all in reality. Even if we know that Felix is in Twilight City, we can't go there because of our lack of strength. And Panama City won't allow us to leave." "Panama City," Xiao Han said in a low voice, then nodded and said, "If your strength is not strong enough, many things will indeed be beyond your control." As he said, he flipped his hand and took out 7 porcelain bottles and at the same time took out 7 manifestation talismans, and then immediately said, "There are some pills in here which are good for cultivation. The 2 red porcelain bottles can hold 10 small huandan and 10 huandan. There should be more than one brother helping here. These pills should allow you to cultivate to level 6 and there should be no problem. Kyoto also knows that you have worked hard, so I came here this time and also, let me bring some pills with me." Small. Is this a small huandan? Looking at the porcelain bottles in front of him, Yi Ying's eyes suddenly widened, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Although he had never been to Yanhua, he knew this pill. He didn't need the Dahuandan for the time being, and if there was a small Huandan, it would be enough for him to break through the current realm. At this time, he finally believed that the person in front of him really came from Yanhua. After all, in Nasix, let alone the extremely precious Dahuandan and Xiao Huandan, even the more common Huiqidan, very few people can refine it. Looking at the porcelain bottle on the stone table, Yi Ying couldn't help but tremble and said, These pills really given to us? Oh, how could it be false?" Xiao Han grinned and chuckled, and then immediately said, "In fact, Kyoto is still full of apologies to you. After all, the world has become what it is now, and your funding has long been cut off. With the patriotic heart in your heart, you have persisted until now and even came here immediately when a message came from Kyoto. But such pills are also very rare in the country, so I can only bring you so many. Please don't complain about it." "How could it be? How could we complain about it?" Yi Ying shook his head quickly and continued, "We are already very touched that the country still thinks of us. The only pity is that we may not be able to go back in this life." "Not really." Xiao Han comforted him softly and said with a smile, "Since you are in Panama City, you should have seen the battle outside Panama City last time." "Of course I saw it." Speaking of this, Yi Ying's eyes flashed with excitement, and then he immediately said, "Lord Zhongzhen has broken through to level 8 and Xiao Han, who has transformed into a giant ape, can actually fight a level 9 mutant beast alone. As long as Yanhua has a few of them, they will never let the mutant beasts break through the city again. Yes, they will not let the mutant beasts break through the city."
Xiao Han
agreed and continued to say with a smile, "And when they are strong enough, they will definitely take you back." "Take us back?" Yi Ying's eyes flashed with anticipation, and then he immediately asked, "Really, will you really take us back?" "Of course." Xiao Han said affirmatively, and continued with a smile, "Just because you can't do it now doesn't mean you can't do it in the future. And this time I came here to help Xiao Han collect some things. Only when he becomes stronger can he take you back from Nasix, and then no one dares to say no." "Well, I know," Yi Ying said in a low voice, and then immediately said, "To ensure that everything is foolproof, I will arrange a few more people." Yi Ying actually had a guess about the identity of the person in front of him, and now it is almost completely certain. But he will keep this news in his heart forever, and he won't even tell other comrades. After all, the fewer people know, the better it should be for the person in front of him. Thinking of this, Yi Ying immediately said, "I'll go offline later and see if I can find out any news about Felix in real life." "Well, that's fine." Xiao Han nodded and responded, not rejecting such a proposal. Hashtag C1446 The Chosen Ones. 2. 3 days passed in a flash. Although Xiao Han was very anxious, he could only wait quietly. Although he was reading the Wandan Dian, his mind was not on it at all. It seems that there is no one over there in the White Tower. Muttering softly, Xiao Han even suspected that Ying had checked wrong. But he did not dare to leave here casually. After all, Felix's current condition is not very good, and even if he is online, the time will not be too long. And once you miss it, you may miss it forever. Although Ying has sent several more people during this period of time, it is actually not necessary for him. After being promoted to a level 7 beast, his hearing has been strengthened. Again, he can clearly hear the breathing of a living person in the White Cloud Tower. But in the past 3 days, there has not been a single living person there. Thinking that Felix would not come online, Xiao Han could not help but get a little irritated, frowning and whispering, "Do we have to wait here forever?" He wanted to leave and go to Ross to find Turgenev, who had 100 times the power. But if he gave up like this, he was really unwilling. Wait for half a month. Muttering in a low voice, Xiao Han continued, "If I still can't find him within a month, then go to Ross to find Turgenev." Cough, cough, cough. While thinking this in his heart, he suddenly heard a cough in his ear. Xiao Han stood up from the stone bench abruptly, his eyes full of disbelief. Because he had contact with Felix in Panama, he was very familiar with this voice. Even if it was not a voice, it was just a cough. Thinking of his 100 times physical strength and the 100 times reward that was about to be restored, Xiao Han immediately put away the Wandan Dian, opened the door and walked out directly. Creaky. At this time, there was a sound of pushing the door from the Bayun Tower, followed by footsteps, walking quickly towards Felix. Although he didn't know who was looking for Felix, Xiao Han still wanted to thank him. If not, he might not have come online. But today he was unlucky, and he might die in the Bayun Tower like Felix. Thinking of this in his heart, Xiao Han was about to take off. "My lord!" Someone entered the Bayun Tower. At this moment, a surprised voice came from outside, and then Yi Ying's figure quickly ran over, his face full of excitement. Seeing him like this, Xiao Han paused for a moment as he was about to leave. He pretended to be excited and said, "Really? Did someone really go in?" As he said that, he immediately walked out of the door and said, "Who was the person who just went in? How much do you know about him?" Ying was stunned for a moment, and then immediately said, "How could I know him? Even if Nami has fewer people, it still has over 100 million people now. If the person who just went in was a high-level member of a guild or a powerful master, I might still know him. But he looks like an ordinary person, at least he is not famous in the free city. How can I know his information?" "Oh, so that's it." Xiao Han nodded with some understanding but did not force. Then he walked out of the slightly remote courtyard with Yi Ying. At this time, the person who went in had already started talking. But they all spoke English. Although he had learned this language before, he had long forgotten it. However, Xiao Han was still very curious about what they said. But after listening for a while, he was still confused. Cough, cough, cough. At this time, Felix, whose vitality was about to run out, spoke intermittently for a while, but Xiao Han still couldn't understand what he was saying and couldn't help but look at Yi Ying beside him. After Felix spoke again, he listened and learned to say a few sentences and then asked, "Do you know what these English sentences I just said mean?" Yi Ying was a little confused. What kind of shitty English did he speak? But he still frowned and said, "Well, I didn't hear it clearly just now. Can you say it again?" "Say it again?" Xiao Han was a little embarrassed. He had forgotten all the English he had learned just now. But fortunately, Felix was still talking, and he immediately learned a few sentences and then said again, "Forget about not hearing it clearly just now. What do these sentences mean?" Ying was confused again. Although he had listened carefully, these few English sentences were really terrible, and he still didn't understand what they meant. But he could understand the meaning of a few words, so he could only say, I still don't understand what you said. But there are a few words here that seem to mean there is a way to save me. What about 100 times physical strength? Yes, Felix has 100 times physical strength. This is no longer a secret. What you said just now seemed to mention 100 times critical strike. 100 times critical strike? Xiao Han couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. His eyes immediately lit up, and he couldn't help but secretly set in his heart, oh my God, there is actually a 100 times critical strike? Could it be that the guy who just entered is the owner of 100 times critical strike? If I kill him and Felix together, then I will not only have 100 times the reward, but also 100 times the physical strength and 100 times the critical strike. With 100 times the critical strike, Zhan Tian's 100 times damage is nothing. Thinking so, Xiao Han instantly became excited and immediately wanted to learn a few more sentences and asked Ying to help translate. But at this time, Felix was no longer talking, and the other guy's voice was too fast, and he couldn't learn it at all. Cough, cough, cough. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, a cough came, and Felix's breathless voice sounded again. At this time, Xiao Han did not dare to delay at all, and immediately followed, and learned seriously. When Felix stopped talking and another voice sounded, he asked impatiently, what exactly do I mean by what I just said? It seems to mention the abyss, and we are going to find something in the abyss, Ying said, frowning and thinking for a while, and then slowly continued. It seems to mention some demon lord and cultivation. It seems to mention selling the soul to the devil. The general meaning is that as long as he can survive, he can do anything. Soul sold to the devil? Hearing the content translated by Ying, Xiao Han couldn't help but whispered, and his eyes instantly became solemn. Mentioning the demon lord and cultivation, this matter is not simple. Perhaps the two may have been bewitched by the demon lord of the abyss, and then accepted the special training of the demon lord of the abyss like Zhan Tian accepted the special effects of Qinglong. And before coming here, Fusang's Yulang had also received special training. It seems that these two guys can't stay. Originally, Xiao Han was thinking about Tan Yuntian's instructions to plunder their luck, and he was a little bit afraid. Now he can be completely relieved. But since they are going to the abyss, it seems that there is no need to rush to do it now. Roar! I heard that the voices over there had stopped, and at the same time a roar sounded, and a black dragon immediately rose into the air from the Baiyun tower and quickly rushed away. Xiao Han didn't rush to catch up, and immediately said to Ying beside him, they left. I have to catch up immediately. The next thing, you don't need to help. Since Felix has appeared, your mission is considered to be completed. Don't tell anyone that I have been here. Hashtag C1447 Re-entering the Abyss. After leaving Colt City, Xiao Han did not summon the Holy Light Unicorn. Although there were more than 10 kilometers between Felix and him, and they had even completely disappeared from sight, he did not summon the faster mount. After all, even if Felix is disabled once his 100 times physical strength disappears, it will still attract the attention of Nasik's top management. Therefore, all traces of this activity in Na'ai must be hidden. Coming quietly and leaving quietly will not affect his ability to plunder Turgenev's 100-fold power. The characteristics of the Holy Light Unicorn are too obvious. Once it is summoned, it may cause some unnecessary trouble. Even with the strength he possesses now, he no longer has to worry about Nasik's revenge. But since Felix can turn around and fall into the arms of the Abyss demons, who knows if there are other Nasik's players who are also bewitched by the Abyss demons. If those people are like him and break through the existing realm in perfect world, then they need to be more careful. After all, rabbits will bite when cornered. Roar! At this time, the roar from more than 10 kilometers away came again. Xiao Han didn't even dare to summon his wings and could only run on the ground with his legs. Fortunately, although the two figures who had disappeared from sight could not be seen, their movements could always be accurately grasped. After being promoted to a 7th level beast shifter, he could even hear sounds 50 kilometers away. And the more than 100,000 points of agility given by the equipment can also prevent him from being thrown away by the black dragon. While running wildly, some players cast curious glances from time to time. But before they could react, Xiao Han disappeared from their sight like a bolt of lightning. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and the black dragon carrying Felix finally stopped. Cough, cough, cough. At this time, bursts of coughing accompanied by incomprehensible bird songs came from the other side again. Xiao Han frowned and couldn't help but whispered, "What are they talking about? They should be going to the abyss." With this thought in his mind, he couldn't help but regret not bringing Yi. Otherwise, if you learn a few sentences along the way, you should be able to get some information. But now it's too late to regret it. Feeling that the two people in front of him stopped moving after falling to the ground, Xiao Han immediately quietly moved closer. In fact, in the past half hour, he could catch up and kill the two of them at any time. He just felt that they were going to the abyss, and it seemed more appropriate to do it in the abyss to plunder the power of luck. So he could only suppress the idea of doing it immediately. Cough, cough, cough. As the coughing sound continued, Xiao Han also turned invisible and cautiously leaned over. After a while, I saw a black dragon at the foot of a mountain, and there were two figures, one black and one white, beside the dragon. Hey, the person with 100 times the critical hit is actually a black man? He murmured something unexpectedly. This was indeed something he hadn't expected, but his eyes did not stay on the black man. Instead, he looked at the black dragon beside him with a glint in his eyes. Almost at the same time, a set of data immediately appeared in the corner of his eyes. Dark Demon Dragon, Emperor level, HP, Physical attack, Magic attack, Physical defense, Magic defense. As a series of question marks appeared in front of his eyes, Xiao Han's eyes couldn't help but shrink sharply, and he whispered with some surprise, "Emperor, he actually has an Emperor-level pet." This actually surprised him. After all, the speed of the dark demonic dragon just now was only at the level of an Emperor-level pet, which was far worse than the golden unicorn and the purple flame thunder dragon. And Emperor-level pets are not so easy to obtain. Even he succeeded in cultivating a purple flame thunder dragon with a 100-fold reward. As for the Jin Yao unicorn, it was a complete accident. It was a fluke that met all kinds of almost impossible conditions and finally succeeded in enslaving it. Even though he got more than a dozen at one time, Emperor-level pets were still extremely rare. Normally, it is almost impossible for other players to get it. Looking at the black figure lying at the foot of the mountain, Xiao Han couldn't help but whisper, "Is it possible that the black man came out of the abyss?" This thought came into his mind, and he instantly felt that this possibility was very high, because only in this way can that guy convince Felix. It's not like he just said a few words with white teeth. Felix, who has 100 times the physical strength, would be the most direct believer. Okay, I'll go with you." Just as he was thinking in his mind, another incomprehensible bird song came, and then the big black man immediately turned around and said something, and the size of the dark dragon began to shrink rapidly. In just 2 breaths, he shrunk thousands of times and turned into a lizard, slightly larger than a fist. At this time, a black cave also appeared in front of him. After the lizard landed on the shoulder of the big black man, Felix immediately followed him and staggered towards the cave. This made Xiao Han's eyes flash, and he couldn't help but whisper, "It seems that this place is the entrance to the abyss in Name. Presumably a demonic disaster is unavoidable." Even if the Lord of Greed failed to escape, the Abyss Lords suppressed in other places probably escaped to some extent. I don't know what the situation is like on Chenchi Island now. I'll go and take a look after I go back this time. Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han felt that if he could have 100 times crit, he and the Black Tortoise Holy Spirit should be able to kill the Lord of the Netherworld suppressed under Chenchi Island. Although it is not very useful after killing him. Perhaps it will only take another 100 or 200 years for a new Lord of the Abyss to be born in the Abyss. But even so, 1 or 2 of them must be killed now so that then there will be no need to face 9 Lords of the Abyss at the same time. Hey, it's really fucked up. Thinking that the game and reality were not peaceful. Xiao Han couldn't help but curse in a low voice, but there was no hesitation in his movements, and he immediately walked quickly into the cave. At this time, Felix's voice had disappeared, and even their breathing could not be heard at all. I have encountered this situation before, so I am not too worried, but I can't help but speed up my pace. After a while, at the end of the cave, I saw a dark hole with no bottom. Hey! It really is the Abyss Passage. Looking at the hole in front of him that is almost exactly the same as the one on Yanhua's side, Xiao Han couldn't help but whispered, and then jumped down, without any hesitation. #C1448, plundering 100 times the physical strength. 1. The Abyss Passage is very deep. After flying for 5 or 6 hours, the familiar starry sky appeared in front of him again. This time, Xiao Han did not touch the bloodgrass. These fluorescent grasses are easily frightened. If this area suddenly turns dark, it may be discovered by the black man. Since it is already known that he has 100 times critical strike, sneak attack is the best choice. After all, with his current health value, if the Siming special effect is not counted, he may be killed instantly by 1 blow. At least Zhang Tian can do this. And the damage caused by 100 times critical strike should be higher than 100 times damage. So if you want to plunder the black man's luck power, you can only sneak attack when they are unprepared, and the success rate will be higher. If it is a head-on battle, the chance of winning is estimated to be only about 50%. That guy's defense and health value should be about the same as Zhang Tian. Muttering in a low voice, Xiao Han's eyes moved slightly, and his ears immediately moved. Cough, cough, cough. At this time, bursts of rapid coughing also came from thousands of meters away. His eyes suddenly focused and he looked in the direction of the sound. Then, with a thought in his mind, the purple flame thunder dragon was summoned. Although the holy light unicorn was faster, it was too conspicuous in the abyss. The purple flame thunder dragon had a layer of fine purple scales, which looked more like black in such a dark place and was easier to hide. More importantly, this place was too close to the Abyss Passage. Although Xiao Han was quite anxious and even wanted to plunder their luck power immediately, he had no intention of taking action now. It would not be too late to take action when the distance to the passage was a little further away. Roar! At this time, the purple flame thunder dragon, which had just been summoned, immediately let out a low roar in excitement. Xiao Han quickly stopped it and said, "Don't roar. Be quiet. There's a big guy in front. Don't let it hear you again." Big guy. After only roaring halfway, the purple flame thunder dragon quickly closed his mouth, and at the same time looked around and said curiously, "Hey, why are you in the abyss again? Is the big guy in front another powerful abyss demon? It should be a demon, but I can't be sure for the time being." Xiao Han did not continue to explain, but stretched out his hand and pointed forward, and continued, "Try not to make any sound. They are over there. Although that guy's strength is not strong, his attack is very abnormal, so I want to sneak attack him when he is not paying attention." Sneak attack, the purple flame thunder dragon whispered, and then immediately said, "Hey, I like this." As he said this, the purple tail also swung lightly and immediately flew away. Just after rising to the sky, Xiao Han discovered that within a radius of 1,000 meters, there were black stripes in the flickering starlight. He had also seen this kind of black when he first entered the abyss. Seeing so many around, he couldn't help but whispered, "Are those also sword marks? But there are too many. Could it be that a tragic battle took place in this place?" Thinking so in his heart, feeling that Felix was not leaving too fast, Xiao Han immediately said in a deep voice, "Lower the altitude a little and see what those black stripes are." Roar! The purple flame thunder dragon lowered his voice and replied, and just flicked his tail lightly and flew directly over. At this time, Xiao Han immediately found that the black stripes below were actually hundreds of meters long sword marks. And these sword marks were almost exactly the same as what he saw at the beginning. It was also because it was not long and the blood grass had not grown in, so it showed black stripes. However, there were only sword marks here but no other traces, and it didn't look like a big battle had taken place at all. Strange, what's going on? Muttering to himself, Xiao Han wanted to stay and study it, but Felix was getting farther and farther away from here. Compared to the power of luck, it was not so important to figure this out. Looking at the black gullies on the ground, he couldn't help but whispered, "Forget it, let's kill those two guys first. Then come back to study what's going on here." Having made a decision in his heart, before Xiao Han drove the purple flame thunder dragon, it swung its tail fiercely and chased after Felix. Because the dark dragon might not be flying at full speed in just over a minute, the distance between the two sides was shortened to less than a
kilometer.
However, even though they were less than a kilometer apart, the two people and the dragon in front did not realize that they were being stared at. This made Xiao Han, who was following behind, feel a little relieved. But along the way, the sword marks kept appearing, which made him very puzzled. Xiao Han had no intention of attacking Felix for the time being. After letting the purple flame thunder dragon maintain this speed for the time being, he could not help but frown and ponder. After a while, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he could not help but whispered, "There are also sword marks here. Could it be that the abyss here is connected to the abyss on Yanhua's side? There shouldn't be a Jedi like the Sea of Death in the abyss." Although he was teleported from Fusang to Nami, it was a troublesome matter to go back. After all, Nami did not have a level 7 teleportation array. Originally, he thought that after the 100-fold reward was restored, he could build a level 7 teleportation array here. But since this abyss can be connected to Yanhua, it can also be connected to Ross. In this way, it is necessary to explore this abyss. If he only plundered 100 times of physical strength, he would be a little timid to explore in the abyss, but if he added 100 times of critical strike, he would not have to worry about anything. As long as he did not encounter the Lord of the Abyss, even if it was a demon of the level of a fierce beast, he would have the strength to fight it. "Hey!" Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han laughed excitedly, and the impatience in his eyes instantly became more intense. But now is not the time to take action. He can only suppress the restlessness in his heart. Cough, cough, cough. As time passed, an hour passed in a flash, and from 1,000 meters away, there were bursts of painful coughs from time to time. At this time, although Xiao Han wanted to take action, the two people and the dragon in front of him did not stop, and the idea of sneak attack could not be implemented. "No, we can't wait any longer." Muttering in a low voice, Xiao Han couldn't help but whispered, "This time, they should be looking for the Abyss Demon Lord. If we continue to wait, it will be troublesome if we run into the Abyss Demon Lord. Ziyen, quickly go around in front of them and find a suitable place for ambush. If we can't find a chance for a sneak attack, we can only kill them by force." Roar! As he said this, a roar suddenly came from a farther place, and the two people and the dragon immediately changed direction and flew in the direction of the roar. #C1449 Plunder 100 times the physical strength. 2. The sudden roar made Xiao Han stunned for a moment, but he could tell that it was the cry of some abyss monster. Felix and the others flew over there, obviously with some idea in mind. Could it be that he wants to kill monsters for equipment? Xiao Han whispered, and after thinking about it for a while he felt that this possibility was really high. After all, even if they joined the demon clan, they still needed equipment to improve their strength. If they met a suitable target, it would be normal to attack. And the number of abyss monsters is very large, even if a few of them died. The abyss demon lord would not care too much. Hey! Isn't this the opportunity? Xiao Han muttered excitedly, and as soon as his mind moved, he put away the purple flame thunder dragon without any hesitation. At the same time, he moved his feet and ran towards the direction where the roar came from. Roar! Soon, a roar of pain sounded in the distance. Xiao Han couldn't help but speed up a bit because he was worried that the black man would kill the abyss monster in a few seconds. Fortunately, the distance between the two sides was not far. In less than a minute, he saw a vague shadow running towards him in the distance. At the same time, there was also a black figure chasing him closely. This made Xiao Han's eyes suddenly brighten, and his body quickly became blurred, and then soon disappeared completely. Bang! 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 Heavy footsteps came, and then a wild boar with a black body and two bloody fangs gradually appeared in sight. At this time, the black man behind him pulled the purple longbow in his hand, and a black arrow whistled out immediately. Whoosh! In the piercing scream, the black arrow hit the target like lightning in an instant. At the same time, a blood-colored damage value of up to 10 digits immediately emerged from the head of the blood-toothed boar, and the little life value left was instantly emptied by this arrow. Boom! As the blood bar on its head completely disappeared, the blood-toothed boar fell heavily on the ground but still rolled more than 10 meters under the action of inertia, and where it rolled, not only 2 pieces of equipment fell but also a skill book and 2 manifestation talismans. Fuck! A curse sounded from the black man's mouth, and it was obvious that he was not satisfied with the things that exploded. But even so, he still walked towards the 2 pieces of equipment. This made Xiao Han's eyes suddenly brighten, and then he flashed directly and appeared next to the 2 pieces of equipment in an invisible state. Looking at the black man who was cursing but still slowly approaching, he couldn't help holding his breath. At this time, the thought in his heart also moved, and a white seal word quickly condensed on his palm. 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. Watching the black man getting closer and closer, Xiao Han still stood there, motionless. Only when he bent down to pick up the equipment on the ground did he slowly stretch out his palm and gently pat the black head facing him. At the same time, his face and figure also changed rapidly. In just one breath, his chest quickly swelled up, and his height dropped from 1.9 meters to less than 1.7 meters. At this moment, he completely turned into a woman. When in Chishui City, because he knew that the 7th level teleportation array could not be used by ordinary people, he copied Yuji's appearance. If he could not enter the teleportation hall in the end, he could use this identity to fool around. However, many people knew that he had a disguise mask, so he would not use this method unless it was absolutely necessary. Now, plundering the power of luck is not a trivial matter, and if the Nami high level knew that it was done by the Fuso people, I don't know how they would react. Thinking this in his heart, Xiao Han was even more excited, and immediately pushed his palm forward and gently patted the black man's head. Hey, it's done! Xiao Han muttered excitedly, and then took out a talisman. Puff! But at this time, the black man in front of him suddenly collapsed and immediately turned into a ball of black smoke and fled around. Then it condensed again more than 10 meters away. Hey Feng, magician. As soon as it condensed, the black man stuttered and said something in Chinese, and then immediately said, "Damn bitch, I'm trying to figure it out. I'll see how I fuck you later." Xiao Han didn't dare to reply to the bird language that he couldn't understand at all, because now he is a Fuso who can't speak Fuso. Once he speaks, he may be exposed. Seeing that he failed to seal the black man, he was too lazy to continue talking nonsense. He took out the 9-nether demon-slaying spear and stabbed it directly. Court death. The black man cursed and immediately raised the longbow in his hand. As his fingers loosened, a black arrow shot out. Whoosh! Amid the piercing whistle, Xiao Han dodged quickly, not daring to let the arrow hit him. After all, the damage caused by 100 times critical strike was not something he could bear. Whoosh! 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 But just as he dodged an arrow, 5 more black arrows were shot at him, even sealing off all his hiding spaces. As a last resort, Xiao Han could only flash forward again and appeared directly next to the strong black man. At the same time, the spear in his hand swept across without hesitation. Hey! At this time, a sneer came, and the strong black man also disappeared in an instant. After he appeared dozens of meters away, 5 more arrows were shot at him. The 2 short battles made Xiao Han's heart thump, and he could only use flash again. But just as he appeared next to the strong black man, he also flashed. Trouble. Seeing 5 more arrows coming, Xiao Han muttered secretly in his heart. While his face sank, he couldn't help but think, if you want to kill this guy, you may have to waste some time. If he can't withstand his attack and he can't dodge it by riding on his horse, then we can only take away 100 times of Felix's physical strength. First, if the physical strength is doubled 100 times, the health value should exceed 2 billion. And the damage done to the strong black man just now was only over 1 billion. As long as 1 arrow can't kill me, the holy light unicorn can restore my health. With this thought in his mind, Xiao Han no longer hesitated, and when he waved his hand forward, the holy light unicorn was immediately summoned, and then he immediately shouted, "Tangle him and buy me 5 minutes. Call out, call out, call out." At this time, 5 more arrows were shot, but the target figure disappeared. Again. #C1450 plunder 100 times the physical strength. 3. If possible, the holy light unicorn didn't want to be summoned. After all, its characteristics are too obvious. Once you see it, you will never forget it. Moreover, even if you successfully plunder the power of luck in their bodies, the 2 people should not die in reality. It is for this reason that he turned into Yuji's appearance. Originally, I thought the possibility of a successful sneak attack should be very high, but now that it has failed, I must grab what I can get first. As for the safety of the holy light unicorn, there is no need to care too much, because its health value is as high as 1 trillion, and it has extremely strong healing ability. Even a black man with 100 times crit, it is not so easy to kill it. And the divine beast is not something that players can deal with at this stage. Hey! Thinking excitedly in his heart, Xiao Han has moved in space and appeared accurately beside Felix. Roar! At this time, a roar suddenly came, and then a claw full of black scales suddenly slapped heavily from the top of his head. The dark dragon that had been guarding Felix even blew out a black dragon breath from its mouth. Xiao Han didn't dare to take the attack of the Emperor-level boss head-on, and quickly dodged and rushed to the side for more than 10 meters. But the dark dragon responsible for protecting Felix did not give up the attack. With a slight shake of his head, the black dragon breath chased after him. This made Xiao Han's face suddenly sank, and he couldn't help but curse in a low voice. I forgot that there is such a nasty guy. But he didn't think that this big guy could stop me. As he said, he raised his hand and waved it gently, and the purple flame thunder dragon that had just been put away was summoned again. Roar! With a roar, the black dragon breath was all sprayed on the purple flame thunder dragon, causing a series of damage values as high as hundreds of millions to appear on its head. However, although these damage values look extremely terrifying compared with the total health value of the purple flame thunder dragon, they are somewhat insignificant. As it roared, its body, which was only a few meters long, quickly expanded to 100 times, and between the 2 dragon horns on its head, purple lightning flashed. Boom! The next second, a purple lightning suddenly fell, instantly making the fierce eyes of the dark dragon stiffen. At this time, Felix, who was more than 10 meters away, also looked over with fear. Then he turned around and ran away without hesitation. Hey, you still want to run? Seeing the figure who wanted to escape, Xiao Han couldn't help but muttered softly, and then immediately shouted loudly, "Help me stop it. Don't let it disturb me." Roar. Hearing Xiao Han's order, the purple flame thunder dragon immediately responded, and at the same time its body over 100 meters long immediately entangled with the dark dragon. Seeing this scene, Xiao Han immediately felt relieved, and with just a slight move of his feet, he had already caught up with the figure who wanted to escape. Cough, cough, cough. Felix ran less than 100 meters before he started coughing out of breath. Seeing that Annika and the dark dragon had been stopped by two pets, and the woman had caught up with him, he could only stop. Then he looked at the charming figure in front of him and said in a deep voice, "I know you. You are Yuji from Fusang." Then he immediately shook his head and said, "No, you are not from Fusang, you should be from Yanhua." "Hee, if you think so, then so." Xiao Han grinned and chuckled, without any intention of explaining. Felix knew that he could speak Chinese, but he didn't expect that this guy would suspect Yanhua so quickly. If he denied it at this moment, he might be sure of his guess.
Xiao Han smiled
and continued, "But I feel that your eyesight seems not very good. Don't I look like a Yanhua person? I am not a Fusang person. Is it strange to speak a few words of Chinese?" "It is indeed not strange to speak Chinese," Felix said in a deep voice, and then immediately said, "But you have the appearance of Fusang Yuji, and it is very strange to speak Chinese. Why, are you trying to frame me? But I am a useless person now. I don't even have a treasure equipment on me. Even if you kill me, no one will care." "Oh, really?" Xiao Han flipped his hand and took out a Tianju Fu. After a slight hesitation, he changed the talisman in his hand. Seeing Felix's puzzled look, he smiled and pointed at the black man in the distance and said, "Since you are already a cripple, why would that guy come to you? In my opinion, even if you are a cripple, you have something very precious on you." "Very precious?" Felix whispered, and then his face turned pale in an instant, and he shouted in disbelief, "What do you want to do? What do you want to do?" "Hey, I don't want to do anything." Xiao Han chuckled, grabbed Felix, and continued in a deep voice, "You have something on you that I need very much. Anyway, you are already a cripple. Just give it to me." As he spoke, Xiao Han pressed Felix to the ground with one hand, and at the same time, he also put the heaven-stealing talisman in his hand on Felix's forehead. At this time, the blood-colored runes on the heaven-stealing talisman also immediately emitted bursts of blood-colored light. "Plundering 100 times of physical strength, you are actually plundering my 100 times of physical strength." Hearing the system prompt in his ear, Felix immediately opened the attribute panel, and the physical strength of more than 5 million points disappeared instantly by more than 50,000 points. At the same time, the physical strength on the attribute panel was still dropping rapidly at a speed of 50,000 points per second. Felix hurriedly shouted in fear, "Annika, he is plundering my 100 times of physical strength. Don't get entangled with that unicorn. Come and save me quickly." The panicked and anxious roar immediately spread around, and the black man in the distance wanted to rush over immediately after hearing it. Chirp. But at this time, the holy light unicorn screamed and immediately stopped it, even taking the damage from the arrow. The purple flame thunder dragon also entangled with the dark dragon, not letting it leave. With the help of two pets, Xiao Han was not worried about them disturbing him, but looking at the talisman on Felix's forehead, there was a hint of worry in his eyes. #C1451 Plunder 100 times the physical strength. 4. Before coming to Nami, He had never thought that he would meet two chosen sons. Here. And now, there are two heaven-stealing talismans. But the material used in one of the heaven-stealing talismans is only of the Emperor level, and it cannot withstand the infusion of the power of luck. If there is more time, there is still some blood of the Black Flame Nightmare Beast and the powder ground from the inner elixir in the space ring, and it should not be too difficult to make another one. But these two guys are now going to find the Lord of the Abyss. If you can't act immediately, there may never be such an opportunity again. Looking at the blood-red light constantly emerging from the heaven-stealing talisman, Xiao Han couldn't help but whispered, "This Emperor-level heaven-stealing talisman should be able to withstand it. Felix's condition has always been bad. If it weren't for the power of luck, he might have died long ago. And in this way, the power of luck in his body should be consumed every moment, so the Emperor-level heaven-stealing talisman should be able to barely withstand it." Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han did not dare to be careless at all, and his eyes were fixed on the talisman on Felix's forehead. Even if he lay on the ground and struggled hard, he couldn't break free. Seeing the blood-red light constantly appearing on the talisman, he couldn't help but whispered, "If you really can't bear it, then take it off in advance." Gah. Just thinking so, a very subtle cracking sound suddenly came from his ears. If it weren't for his extremely sharp hearing, he wouldn't even be able to hear. And this sound also made Xiao Han's face change suddenly. After all, the talisman had been attached for less than 5 seconds. Even if it had already begun to plunder, the luck power in the talisman was estimated to be less than 1% of the total. But even so, the heaven-stealing talisman made of Emperor-level materials still could not withstand the infusion of luck power. Fuck! Are we just going to give up like this? Thinking of the two chosen sons, he could only plunder one of them, and Xiao Han was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. And once he succeeded in plundering the luck power, the news would also be leaked. After all, this was in the game, and there was no way to kill the two completely. What should I do? Muttering to himself, Xiao Han couldn't help but whispered, "Otherwise just absorb it directly?" Thinking of this in his heart, his eyes immediately lit up. The ancient book at the beginning recorded in detail the method of absorbing the luck power, and he had memorized it word for word in his mind. Now that this Emperor-level heaven-stealing talisman cannot withstand the infusion of the power of luck, can we try to plunder and absorb the power of luck in the talisman at the same time? With this thought in mind, Xiao Han's eyes lit up instantly. Crack! At this time, another subtle cracking sound was heard. Xiao Han, who was still a little hesitant, suddenly changed his face and immediately placed his finger on the red dot that looked like two dragons, intersecting in the center of the heaven-stealing talisman. Almost at the same time, a huge amount of energy also flowed into his body, along his fingertips. At the same time, the system prompt sounded immediately in his ears. Ding! Absorb a little power of luck, and the one-fold reward is activated. Although the sudden sound in his ears made Xiao Han very excited, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, muttering in a low voice, "One-fold reward? How can it be one-fold reward? And I also absorbed 100 times the physical strength. Why didn't the 100 times the physical strength activate?" With such doubts, Xiao Han's face was very ugly. Ding! But at this moment, another system prompt sounded. Absorb a little luck, power, and 1 times the physical strength will be activated. Hearing such a system prompt, Xiao Han's face finally looked better, and he couldn't help but whispered, "Absorbing a little luck power can only get 1 times the reward. Then if you want to restore it to 100 times reward, don't you have to absorb 100 points of luck power? But this Felix, the luck power in his body should not exceed 100 points. Is it possible that it will eventually become a 50 times reward and 50 times the physical strength?" Thinking so in his heart, the system upgrade sounded again in his ears. Ding! Absorb a little luck power, 1 times the reward will be increased to a double. Reward. Ding, absorb a little luck power, 1 times the physical strength will be increased to double the physical strength. The continuous system prompts made Xiao Han finally confirm his guess, and a depressed look flashed across his face. It may not be an easy task to restore this 100 times reward. Even if he absorbed the 100-fold crit of Annika, he would only have 200 points of luck at most, and the rewards, physical strength and crit, would only become 66 times. As for wanting to restore it to the original 100-fold, it is probably
impossible forever.
Fuck! How could this happen? Xiao Han cursed in a low voice, feeling very depressed, but his fingers were still firmly on the heaven-stealing talisman. The system prompt sounded in his ears every second. Click. But when the 6-fold reward was increased to the 7-fold reward, another subtle cracking sound sounded in his ears. This time, Xiao Han even saw that the fur on which the heaven-stealing talisman was drawn had been torn apart by a completely invisible force. This made his face suddenly change, and he couldn't help but whisper, "It seems that there is no way to absorb all of these 100 points of luck power. Master once said that the consumed luck power can be slowly restored. I just don't know if the 100-fold bonus can be completely restored now that there are these few points of luck power as a foundation. As for the 100-fold physical strength, it was just plundered, so it shouldn't be restored." Thinking that the original 100-fold physical strength is now only 50 times, or even 40 times, or even lower, Xiao Han is very depressed. Let me go. Please let me go. At this time, Felix was still struggling violently, but his strength was far lower than Xiao Han, and there was no way to break free. Just one hand suppressed him and made him unable to move. As time passed slowly, the system prompt sound was still ringing in his ears. Ding, absorb a little luck power, and the 19-fold physical strength will be increased to 20-fold physical strength. Tear. But at this moment, the heaven-stealing talisman on Felix's forehead suddenly made a clear tearing sound. At the same time, the blood-colored light on it suddenly disappeared, and an extremely clear crack spread from Xiao Han's fingertips. Bang! Suddenly, there was a bang, and the emperor-level heaven-stealing talisman instantly turned into ashes, and Felix under the heaven-stealing talisman's head was instantly blown into a bloody mess, and it seemed that he would not survive. Seeing that there was no more luck flowing into his body, Xiao Han's face instantly became extremely ugly, but he could only whisper to comfort himself. 20 times is 20 times. It's better than no time at all. The moment the voice fell, he immediately turned his head to look at Annika, and muttered with cold eyes, "Fortunately, there is still one. It should be able to recover to 50 times. C1452 The power of luck is exhausted again." Failure to obtain the full 100 times of physical strength made Xiao Han very depressed. He looked at the corpse at his feet and the 2 dropped equipment and said in a low voice with regret, "There are still 60 points left. This guy should be able to hold on for a while. Since the power of luck has not been completely absorbed, it is necessary to let Ying continue to pay attention to his news. If we can find him again in the game, maybe we can plunder him again. Today is not well prepared, but the guy with 100 times crit is an unexpected gain, and we must not let it go." Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han did not care about the dark dragon, but raised his foot and rushed straight to the black man. At this time, although Annika was very strong, he was suppressed by the holy light unicorn. If the holy light unicorn attacked with all its strength, he might have died long ago. Seeing this scene, Xiao Han couldn't help but feel fortunate that the holy light unicorn upgraded the Unicorn King to the level of a divine beast. Otherwise, it would be impossible to plunder his luck today. He couldn't even know the existence of the heaven-stealing talisman. "Hey!" Seeing Annika suddenly turn around and look over here, Xiao Han couldn't help but sneer, and then he flashed and landed on the back of the holy light unicorn. Swish, swish, swish. Several black arrows shot over immediately, almost blocking all the space for escape. In fact, he was still quite afraid of such an attack. After all, the imagined 100 times of physical strength only got 20 times in the end, and although the health value was also improved, it was still far from 1 billion. So the damage caused by the 100 times critical strike was not something he could bear now. But at this time, Xiao Han had no idea of dodging. After absorbing 100 times of physical strength, he was now more impatient for the more practical 100 times critical strike. So the energy in the body instantly poured into the body of the holy light unicorn, and then its 2 front hooves suddenly lifted high and then fell down fiercely. Boom! Yang! The dull roar, accompanied by the crisp sound of collision, immediately spread in the dark abyss. An arrow shot at Xiao Han's leather armor, but only a white immunity appeared from the top of his head. At the same time, a white immunity also appeared on Annika's black head. Obviously, he also has a passive invincibility effect. But he was not immune to the dizziness caused by the war trampling. Chirp. At this time, there was no need to improve at all. The holy light unicorn rushed over like lightning, and Xiao Han also reached out to grab his neck. But as soon as his palm touched Annika's body, he turned into a ball of smoke and disappeared again. At the same time, these smokes also flew quickly towards the dark dragon. Chirp. However, after flying less than 10 meters, the holy light unicorn screamed loudly, and a ball of light immediately shot towards the smoke. Fuck! Annika cursed angrily, as if he knew the power of this ball of light, and could only condense his body again. At the same time, he raised his arm and several arrows shot over. Seeing this, Xiao Han quickly flipped his hand and put the nightmare necklace on his neck. Although the attributes of this necklace were reduced by 90%, it could not bring him very high attributes, but the life-saving special effect on it could save his life. However, this special effect can only be stored 10 times at most. So Xiao Han did not intend to rely on this equipment to save his life. As soon as he thought about it, a golden light immediately emerged from his body. Yang! At this time, the arrow shot at him again, but it only made a white immunity appear on his head again. Chirp! The holy light unicorn screamed angrily, and immediately chased after it while moving its feet. Xiao Han wanted to swing his spear and smash it directly. But if Annika couldn't withstand the damage of this shot and was killed instantly, there would be no way to plunder the power of luck in his body. Fuck! After cursing in a low voice, Xiao Han couldn't help but say hatefully, I want to see if there is no limit to the number of times you can transform into smoke. As he said this, he immediately shouted to the purple flame thunder dragon. Purple flame, come with a thunderbolt. Control him for me. Roar. At this time, the purple flame thunder dragon, who heard Xiao Han's call, roared immediately, and the thunderclouds above his head also condensed. Instantly. Boom! 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 The next second, thunder and lightning fell suddenly in the sky, and Annika's body suddenly stiffened. Roar! But at the same time, the dark dragon also roared suddenly, and a black rain of fire fell from the sky. Seeing that it was also a group damage skill, Xiao Han's heart moved and he immediately used the death immunity. Immune! 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 The 3-second damage immunity prevented him from being hurt at all. What Xiao Han didn't expect was that Annika, who was more than 10 meters away, was also not hurt at all like him. Humph! I'll see how many invincible skills you have. Having said this, Xiao Han immediately shouted again. Ziyan! Give me another thunderstorm. Boom! 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 The moment the voice fell, the thundercloud that had just collapsed reappeared, and the thunder and lightning continued to rage in the abyss. This also made the dark dragon, who was fighting with the purple flame thunder dragon, instantly furious. As the angry roar sounded, meteorites that were burning violently appeared in the sky and whistled towards him. Chirp! Facing such an attack, the Holy Light Unicorn immediately screamed loudly, and, at the same time, the light on its horn flashed, and a milky white light, shield with purple stars, had already covered Xiao Han. Boom! 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 Thunder and lightning and meteorites continued to fall from the sky, and Xiao Han relied on the light shield to resist. And Annika once again turned into erratic smoke, and white immunity continued to emerge above his head. But at this moment, the five-color lightning suddenly appeared on the head of the purple flame thunder dragon, causing Xiao Han's face to change suddenly, and he hurriedly shouted, "Don't worry about that demon dragon here. Roar!" The purple flame thunder dragon, who heard the call, was puzzled by Xiao Han's decision, but the five-color lightning that had just appeared fell on Annika at the moment when Annika turned into a physical body. Seeing this, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly lit up, and he rushed to his side in an instant and grabbed him in his hand. Then, without any hesitation, he pasted the heaven-stealing talisman on his forehead. The heaven-stealing talisman, made of fierce beast materials, just pasted on his forehead. Annika's whole body froze. This made Xiao Han stunned, and he couldn't help but whispered, "The heaven-stealing talisman of the fierce beast level actually has such an effect." Although he was a little surprised, he was still very excited in his heart, and immediately said to the Holy Light Unicorn who came over, "I don't need your help here, go and help Xian." Ki. The Holy Light Unicorn glanced at the figure pressed to the ground, but did not say much, and immediately turned around and ran towards the purple flame thunder dragon. Xiao Han, on the other hand, waited with excitement. As time passed slowly, the blood-red light on the heaven-stealing talisman became brighter and brighter. After about an incense stick of time, the blood-red light on the talisman finally disappeared, and Xiao Han could not wait to take it off. At this time, a system prompt sounded immediately in his ears. "Ding, you get a heaven-stealing talisman, 100 out of 100, triggering a 20-fold reward. You get a ding. The power of luck is insufficient. Ding, the power of luck is about to run out. The 20-fold reward is temporarily closed, and the 20-fold physical strength is temporarily closed. Please replenish the power of luck in time. Ding, you get a heaven-stealing talisman, 280/280.